Yeah. All right. Looks like the microphone's working. I'll give time for some of y'all to come in. All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. To some of you, peace out. To the rest of you, you know who it is. The blackest man on social media signing black in, shining again and asking you to hit the share button because the message is more important than the messenger. There's only one of you right now, but to the one that's in here, please go ahead and hit that share button too. People need to get this. I rarely do two live streams in a day. But in this case, I'm pretty much pressed to. On my community tab, I put up the vote, the election, the poll. And I'm not going to get to 100, I don't think. But I pretty much asked, which subject would you like to discuss or hear discussed on the next live stream? And the one that got the most votes out of 70 was repatriation and SYSBM. I mistakenly spelled it repatriations and SYSBM, SYSBM. But I meant to spell it repatriation and SYSBM. Some people may have thought that I meant to say reparations, so they may have read it too quickly. And that is exactly what I got to talk about SYSBM, or rather the justification for it. You see, even though that's a subject I was going to do the live stream on, it turns out that the necessity of SYSBM is really just a small chunk of it. Repatriation and SYSBM, now it's become necessary for a completely different reason. Again, go ahead and hit that share button, y'all. This is about to be as hot as that coffee I just took a sip of. All right. In light of the protest, there's been a lot of talk, a whole lot of talk. And I understand, because this is a protest. And the protest is valid. It's not a set of different protests, in all honesty. The protest with no S at the end is valid. I'm talking about it as a singular protest right now. And I'm not talking about the looting per se and the rioting, but the actual protest is valid. This is a case where other nations are joining and where many people of different backgrounds are joining in. And even white guys with guns that are preppers understand. And they say, well, yeah, I mean, we'll protect our businesses, but the actual protesting in the street, that's fine, because he shouldn't have been killed like that. That was a damn murder. White guys that look like that redneck conservative racist type are now with their AR-15s, and they may not necessarily be pro-black, but they say this was senseless, this is foolish. And you know what? Ahmaud Arbery was murdered too. That's what a lot of them are saying. And you know, I think about what the McMichaels and Mr. Roddy Bryan are going through right now, sitting in the prison, or rather sitting in the jail. Because I wonder if they realize what they started. And make no mistake about it. It took a long time. It took a long time for them to get picked up, but they got picked up. And this guy was going to walk, but the 17-year-old put the video up as she should and galvanized the world. It should have happened. But Sergeant Willie Pete, if you in here, man, let me know in the chat that you in. Sergeant Willie Pete brought up a valid point. Why they call us didn't do nothings. That's that video. And I'll summarize it for you one, and you can check it out later on, but I'll go ahead and summarize it for you now. He talked about the intellectual dishonesty that is in our community. I'm not going to tell you that other communities don't have it. I told you all before. Y'all go ahead and hit the share button again, please. Those of you that just came in, thanks a million and welcome. Y'all go ahead and hit the share buttons too, though. Each one reach one. Because if enough of you come in, I'll open this up as a panel so that y'all can argue with me. You can update me, tell me things I didn't know, correct me, or tell me what other evidence there is that shows I'm correct. You can give me feedback live if enough of you come in, especially those of you that I know. Peace, JR. What's happening, Mr. Webster? Y'all hit that share button, please. Let some other folks know. I realize that the latest it is in the United States right now is 1 a.m. And for some other people, it's not even midnight yet. I get it, but it ain't like everybody's going to work tomorrow anyway. Still got COVID restrictions, right? So these guys are sitting in the jail, and they must know they started something. They must be hearing about it. Because around the world, people that have not necessarily been pro-black still say this was senseless and it was murder. And people in this country here, and actually even in this region, because the Gulf is a region of 6 countries, they're sitting up, the ones that know me are messaging me and they're saying, Black, your country, man, it must really, I'm sorry I didn't believe you when you first got here. How they gonna talk to the rest of the world about human rights and equality, and this is what the hell they doing? And without the protests, the cop wasn't gonna get arrested. And it took them till today, yesterday for us, today for some of you, for about half the country. Yeah, for about half the country, it's still yesterday, if that makes any sense. So what I'm saying is that they're saying to me that it took all this time for the other 4 to be charged. And I don't know if the other 3, I don't know if they got arrested yet, but they've been charged according to some headlines I saw from CNN. Not from Jackleg newspaper and, the pork chop periodicals, but from CNN. There's a headline that they've been charged. I don't know if they got arrested or not with murder. And if it wasn't with murder, let me know later on. Let me know in the chat, or let me know later on if I get to open it up with enough of you here. We're at 10 now. That's good. This thing's got to spread, because this live stream I'm doing right now, how can Black America survive? This is me answering the poll wherein y'all came in and voted and said, okay, you know what, do it about repatriation and SYSBM. Well, you know what? The intellectual dishonesty and lack of intellectual integrity that our people have, even though we're not the only ones in the world to have it, the lack of it is going to force those of us who have it to bounce. And this is going to be something that's going to happen to other communities around the world as well. Black folks start a lot of trends internationally, whether we know it or not. And this is going to be one of them. Why do I say so? Here's why. In real life, not in my black mind life, but in my real life with my real name, I told a brother, a Muslim brother, African-American living in the States, who was talking about getting married, that I could not tell him with a good conscience to get married in the West. Those of you who have listened to my previous videos know that I don't say this because there's no good Western woman, but that winning lottery ticket is so rare you can't bank on you being the one to get it. You can't plan your life on you being a lottery winner. Because if everybody could win the lottery, hell, if a third of the population could win the lottery, if even just 13% could win the lottery, believe you me, there'd be no more lotteries. It's not affordable. So what winds up happening? I told this brother, all right, Z, I can't tell you with a good conscience to marry in the West. And what I said to him was, I want you to take a look at Nicole Irie Parker with Boris Kodjoe. I want you to take a look at Aisha Curry with Stephen Curry last year and this year. I want you to take a look at Beyonce Knowles and Richard Lawson. I'm sorry, at Tina Knowles and Richard Lawson. I want you to take a look at Jay Cutler and his wife. I forgot her name. Did I mention Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen already? I know I mentioned Nicole Lowry Park and my boys Kojo, but I mentioned these guys. And I said to him, take a look at these guys and what happened in the media. Thank you all for hitting the share button, by the way. I can tell y'all are doing it. I really appreciate that from the bottom of my black heart and from the depth of my black mind. So I said to him, take a look at them. Take a look at these guys and what all they are and how women would kill to be with them, and look at what their wives have said. And it's crazy. You can be these men and you're not enough. That's the Western woman. As a majority, I said to him, catch a flight to Morocco, man. Get you a non-Westernized Moroccan, because he's Muslim. Or you can check out Malaysia, Indonesia, or the Southern Philippines, or maybe even Southern Thailand. But that's a very difficult language to learn from what people have told me. So I told him, go ahead and do that, man. Because if you are a good man, you don't get good women when they're young. Bad men get good women when they're young. If you are a good guy, you get what's left. Now, notice I didn't say that there are no good women. I'm going to tie this in right quick. I'm going to tie this into what I'm talking about. I've never said there are no good Western women. But one of the things I have said is that they still may want bad dudes. The guy, you take yourself as a guy. If you're just not a swaggering stereotype, then the woman with whom you should be does not necessarily notice you. When she's young and doesn't know any better, you ain't her type. She gets with the ones that she wants to be with, or the ones her friends want, because that's what the competition is. She gets traumatized, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you know a woman that used to be generally a good girl or a good woman at some point and show signs of trauma from being with some bad niggas. Put a 1 in the chat if you know someone like that. Arts up. Walaikum salam. Ape kabar. All right. Got uno. Got 1. King David. I don't know much about Ghanaian women. If I were going to go to Ghana, I would probably have to marry a northerner, because Muslims have to marry Muslims. So to answer your question, I probably have to marry a northerner. More than likely, she will be Hausa. If they have Fulani living there, she might be Fulani as well. So, but honestly, as far as how they look, well, I've seen them look all kinds of ways, busted, gorgeous. But I don't really know much about them, to be honest. What I would say is this, though, King David, if you are into Pan-Africanism, if you are pro-black, your highest chances are in Ghana. So anyway, all right, so we got 3 people saying that they know some women that were good, but they traumatized by some bad dudes. Now, I'm going to show y'all something right quick. Pay attention to the chat. This is my answer to my own question. Y'all see it in the chat, right? Yeah, that's my answer to my own question. I know several women that started off okay. It's just they weren't into the kinds of guys that their mothers would have approved of, or that their dads would have said, this is a better choice for you. Neither in high school, nor middle school for that matter, nor later on in life. And they got traumatized. These are the good ones now, relatively speaking. Black America is the same one. That's us. We can't expect allies necessarily on a mass scale, because we're like that traumatized lady. We are a matriarchal community, and our men were matriarchally raised. And we're like the community that we're like the kid that is not necessarily the most popular or the least popular, but is talented, gifted. However, you got some kids that the arrogant kids can't respect this kid. We're like the kid that the arrogant one cannot respect. The other ones, they could, but they find it hard to be on our side because we're traumatized and we're paranoid. That's what we're like. We're like that kid in the class that, got bothered by the arrogant kids. The other kids weren't necessarily enemies. They may have been afraid of the same bullies and the same traumatizing kids, but they're looking at us like, wait a minute, he's actually strong. He's resilient, or she's resilient, but they're traumatized. We can't unite with them. We could take up for them, maybe, on occasion. But you know what? We could protest on their behalf. But we can't go all out and stab the classroom bully on their behalf. That's what we're like. So when I told this brother Z in Facebook about it, he hasn't responded yet, y'all. But what I want y'all to understand, because we're going somewhere, I'm going somewhere with this, and thank y'all for being patient. Z ain't responded yet. It was a sister that responded. When I say sister, I mean racially and religiously. A sister responded, told me, black mind. That's the worst advice ever. He. How you gonna use celebrities as an example of what a good marriage is? Now, put a 1 in the chat if you think that I was trying to use celebrities as an example of what a good marriage is. If you don't think that I was trying to use celebrities as an example of a good marriage for normal people, put a 2 in the chat, or put a black fist in the chat. Again, if you think that I was trying to do as she said, put a 1 in the chat. But if you think that that's not what I meant in the first place, put a 2 or a black fist in the chat. I'm going somewhere with this. Bear with me. Oh, y'all fell asleep on me? I know there's an 8-second delay in the sound between me talking and you hearing it. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. I stand corrected. My bad. All right. I got a 2, a black fist, a 2. All right. Arzuck seems to not think that I was trying to use celebrities as an example. King David. Okay. All right. You got it. King David understood it, and you explained it quite well. JR got it. Okay. Obviously, that's not what I meant. Now, I could read it out word for word, but I'd have to log into my Facebook account right now, and that would take a lot of time. And I'm not going to ask y'all to be patient while I'm just quietly thumbing through my laptop on my phone. But the point is that based on what I said, you all know the situation, so you understood what I was not getting at. Why does she have to jump in and use a point that I never made to correct it? She's correcting a point I did not assert in the first place. Gentlemen, put a 1 or a black fist in the chat if you have had somebody do this to you, black man or black woman. Arzuck, if you have had anybody of any gender or any race do this to you, feel free to put the 1 or the black fist in the chat. Correct you about something you never said in the first place. King David got it. Lois Lane Superman comparison, that Lois Lane Superman syndrome, or rather the Lois Lane syndrome, because ain't none of us Superman. All right, some people get it. Brother Webster got a 1 in there. This is what I meant by intellectual dishonesty or the lack of intellectual integrity that we have in our community. Now, this came from a lady. I'm not saying that only black women are doing this. I'm not saying only black people are doing it. What I am saying is that we are the community that cannot afford this right now. We can't afford it. Right now, the world understands that we are reacting and that most of us are protesting and ain't rioting or looting. And that most of the rioting and looting is being done by non-black people. The world is going to slowly understand the second point. I mean, the world understands we're reacting. They're about to find out, because I'm going to be the one to put it out here. They're about to find out that most of this rioting and looting on these, and they're going to see the videos. They're going to see, okay, that's not a black person. That's not a black person. That's not a black person. That's not a Junebug. That's not a Shine. That's not a Tyrone right there. Nope. It ain't them doing the loot. The one video where I see a black person actually busting a window is in Cicero, outside of Chicago, right next to it. And the Latin Americans that responded or dealt with him were actually very nice. They told, get the hell out of here with that mess, and they let him leave. Now, the rumor is that Latin gangs are just killing any black person they see or beating any black person they see. And that this is going from Chicago to New York and it's about to be a black versus Latino war. And that's what Sergeant Willie Pete was addressing in his video. Now let's be honest about something. That might be the case. Rumors oftentimes that was actually pretty good. Yes, that was the right number, Artzuck. You said you see a lot of Karens over there. That was hilarious because I thought that the use of the term Karen was only in the States and maybe Canada and the UK, but you picked up on it. So yeah, it may be the case. So you see, rumors often precede the reality. And I'll give y'all an example. I went to college in Atlanta, and I can tell y'all the rumor was that Spelmanites were lesbian feminists and that Morehouse guys were booty bandits, and that Morris Brown students were a bunch of thugs and fresh out. They didn't belong in any college really. These were the rumors. And Clark Atlanta University did not really have many negative rumors surrounding it. They were seen as being very much in the middle because the extremes were Morris Brown on one end and Morehouse and Spelman on the other. And I used to hear these rumors, right? And what I'm gonna tell y'all is this: when I first got there, there really weren't a lot of dudes that were booty bandits. And when I say booty, I don't necessarily just mean rapists. I mean, there really weren't a whole lot of guys that were at least openly that way that you could tell. They were there, but they were not a majority. They were just known, that's all. That was the case. The ones that were open like that, many times they did not necessarily imitate women. Guys did not show up in dresses. It wasn't until I took classes there in my sophomore year. Second semester of my sophomore year, there was a group of three, and they came out in drag at some point. Earrings, makeup. One of them wore a cape, y'all. The cape came down to, it was about waist length. This dude wore a cape, I kid you not, sashaying with his makeup, and his hair was dyed. What I'm saying is that showed up at that point, but the rumor had been around for a long time. Then years later, they had to address the issue of men wearing dresses to their own graduations. So the rumors preceded the reality. Same thing with Morris Brown. Morris Brown was rumored to be a glorified high school. It wasn't even a college. Years later, they lost accreditation because the rumors preceded the reality. The rumors became self-fulfilling prophecies. That's what I'm getting at. Because if the rumor is that this college is for booty bandits and you like men's butts, then you're more likely to apply. Because if everybody believes a particular rumor, it could wind up becoming true. That's what I see happening with the black and Latino gangs that are about to get into it. And I saw the videos, and I saw a video on somebody else's channel. Now I'm mentioning this because there is intellectual honesty that's a problem here. The videos on the other channel did show some black folk that were not looting being singled out in these Latin American neighborhoods. And you and I know Latin Americans have black blood, and there are many of them that are visibly, unambiguously black, and they're also Latino. So they're going to get caught in the middle. Now, but let's be honest, black folk. Let's be honest. Did they start this? Did they start that? No. They did not. This was a response. One video shows evidence that it was a response, but that video was going to circulate, I'm pretty sure, because this is supposedly in Cicero. One guy did one thing, and it was on video, and one man talked him down, and another one in a car holding the camera warned him. He left, drove off. He didn't take anything out of there. He didn't get a chance to loot. He took off. They did not kill this man. They did not harm him. He got in the car and drove the up off. And now we're sitting up here not only saying, but we're actually believing that this other minority group started all of this. They overreacted maybe, but they didn't necessarily start it. And let's not lie and say they did. And we know that you got paid agents that have been running around here rioting and looting and trying to incite this stuff. You think every last one of them is going to belong to one ethnicity? But we're sitting up here saying, on one hand, anytime they say that black folks are doing it, we're sitting up and we're saying, oh, well, that's not us and they're agents. But then on the other hand, when a video goes out that shows that a black man about to loot simply leaves after being warned and nobody gets harmed, then we want to sit up and say that they started this. And I do agree that it's easy to get them to do this. I agree that it's not very difficult to get Latin American communities, especially if they listen to the elders, to go after us. But we've over-exaggerated this hatred that comes from them. We all hear about the Dominicans that say they aren't black and deny it. And it bothers, it does bother me to a certain extent. But we hear about this and we forget about the majority that don't mind telling you they have African ancestry. They may not be black American, but then we forget that a lot of them actually don't mind telling you they got African ancestry. And they're cool with you if you're cool with them. And they'll talk to you in English if that's your first language, and they'll talk to each other in Spanish. We're not being intellectually sound, I should say, or honest in many cases. We're not reading newspapers. We're not reading news reports. We're looking at headlines. We're sharing links, and we're not even opening the link to read it. We're not checking newspapers. We're not double checking information. We're just going off of a headline and a meme. And this is why it is that, and I said this in the last one, this is why it is that we are going to make enemies that were not enemies before. But people, if we're going to do that, I'm going to be honest, you're not going to be able to, Black America's not going to be able to survive doing this. It's not going to be able to happen if this keeps up, because for one, the black community is going to get more divided from itself if this continues. That's the first thing to understand. Now, I'm going to ask y'all this here and be honest. Tell the truth when I ask this question, or just don't answer it at all, but don't lie, please. Have you ever shared, you can just put a yes or no in the chat. Have you ever shared a link with a headline and you didn't read it? Have any of you done it? You could put a Y in the chat if you have, or an N for no if you want to be lazy. Have any of you done that? I've done it myself. I admit it. I may have done it twice, and that was probably 4 years ago. The reason I did it was because I trusted the sources from which I got it. But do you understand now how easy it is for any of us to do this if we're not careful? I believe you, Art Zuck. But have any of you, now you all understand how necessary it is that we all got to check ourselves, because what I'm talking about us doing is not always coming from a bad intention. People that have bad intentions don't even like my channel that much. They don't want to come to it. So I'm not attractive to listeners or YouTube audience that has bad intentions, obviously. But now you understand how even with a good intention that we can contribute to this problem. We have to become a people that say we're going to look at the evidence before we make a decision. And we're not doing that. We're always talking about be on code, and that's a good thing to do. But part of the code has to be that if somebody knows about something and they saw it, they still need other witnesses to corroborate or some physical evidence before they can expect the masses to just take their word for it. That's also a code that is necessary. So if I sit up here and I tell you that, let's say if I sit up and I tell you that a particular person that is popular today made some anti-black comments years ago, but we were just sitting up talking and there was no camera or anything else. It was just a one-on-one conversation and they said it, and it was years ago. Should you automatically assume that I'm lying? No. But on the other hand, should you automatically assume that I'm telling the truth and you don't see the evidence yourself? It's just my word. No, you should not assume either one. Maybe I'm telling the truth, maybe not. But if the person since that time has shown a track record of being in our favor and for us, should you turn around and cancel that person because of something I tell you that they said years ago? You absolutely should not. That doesn't mean that you're not on code. It means you're on code. You're given the benefit of the doubt, and there's nothing wrong with this. And what I'm seeing is that there are people around the world that are willing to give our people the benefit of the doubt at this point, and we're about to be so emotional and stupid and intellectually unsound, even dishonest, that we're going to ruin it. We got to be careful about that because we're not going to be able to survive. We may not need, maybe it's not a good idea for us to keep putting our hands out for allies. That's true, because allies are shaky with anybody. But what is the case is that we got to make sure we don't go making enemies. And that means that somebody's got to be smart enough. We got to be smart enough to understand that it's not wrong when you say, okay, well, there's this other ethnicity over here, and maybe a lot of people don't like us and they're not proud of us, but we're not going to go and start stuff with them if they're not starting it with us. Because I'm going to tell you now, whether it's gang wars or whether it's an all-out community grudge between black folk and Latin Americans, when there's a whole lot of overlap anyway, it's not to the benefit of either one. Who benefits from that? Let's be honest. You want to solve a crime? Investigators and detectives will tell you. You solve a crime by doing one particular thing. You ask who benefits first. Who's got the motive to commit such a crime? Detectives will tell you about that. Grandmom's gone. She was loaded with money though, but all of a sudden she's gone. She wasn't sick. She was old, but she wasn't sick. She was healthy. Passed the physical a week before. Nobody knew. Now she's just gone with an empty bottle of pills or an empty pill bottle next to her. Well, who are the detectives going to look at first? Put that in the chat. I'll give y'all time. I'm going to wait. There's about an 8-second delay between me speaking and you hearing. So I'm going to give y'all time. Put in the chat. Grandmom dies. Who will the detectives look at first as suspects? Go ahead, gentlemen. There's 12 of y'all in here now. Yep. JR and King David. They're going to start with her relatives. They're going to start with her family. It could be her children. But one of the things they're going to do is they're going to look at her will and they're going to see who stands to inherit. And that's going to be their lead. Who's bound to get the most? And then they're going to try to see if these relatives knew that they were going to get the most. And the more the relative was in line to get and they knew about it, the more suspect that relative is. That's how they work. Especially if grandma has life insurance. Yep, exactly. They want to know about that. They want to know. And they want to see, well, what is the evidence that you knew? So that's going to be the lead they follow. Now, that may not be who actually did it, but that's where they have to start. It has to be. When if a couple is young and one of the spouses dies, then they got to look at the other spouse. If my wife passes away now, even the detectives here in the Gulf are going to look at me. They're going to examine my records. So that's how that's going to work. And that's okay for them to start with that. Now, do the detectives say, okay, definitely this is the one that did it? Do they just automatically walk up and grab the one that got the most money in the inheritance and arrest them for murder right off the bat? Do they do that? Or do they get evidence first? What I'm saying is that the detectives have a balance. They know where to start looking, but generally speaking, they try to get evidence before they go and they make an arrest. If we look at this, we already know who stands to benefit from us having a war with other ethnic groups that were also oppressed. And I notice I say ethnic groups because Latin Americans are not one race, they're three races. And one of those three races is our race. So I'm not calling them a race. And a lot of them, even some of them that are involved in this, a lot of them they are clear about the fact that this is not racial for them, but rather it is ethnic. Unfortunately, though, in some areas, they were lining the streets and targeting cars that had anybody black in them and saying, don't even come here to shop. So they overreacted. Exactly, King David. They check a lot. But they want evidence before they come pick you up. They know where to start looking, and they also know what to look for to prove the theory right or wrong. They don't just automatically lock up and then get the DA and the judge and jury to convict the one that got the most money. And that's what we need to be doing. If it's a conflict with another group, we need to look at the evidence. Do they benefit from it? Do we benefit from it? And they may benefit. We usually don't. They may or they may not benefit. Is the benefit worth the harm that they're going to have to sustain? But we already know who benefits from it because they've been in conflict with everybody else anyway. And then they're always sitting back when we're in conflict with somebody else with whom they were already in conflict. And this is the time when we need to really start saying, okay, look, we're not going to start stuff with other people. Even in the event that we don't necessarily like their community and their communities don't like us, we're not going to start a problem that's not there. We can confront the ones that are there, but you don't necessarily go and start another one that's not there. Unless, of course, we all have a meeting and we say, okay, because they are still harming us, we're going to do X, Y, and Z to them. But when it comes down to it, I get on any Muslim that's in a black community with a business selling haram things. I'll get on them about that. However, what is the best way we can harm them? Oh, that's simple. Don't buy the stuff. I'll get on them. I had that conversation with them. But the conversation I got to have with Black America is, why would you continue to buy alcohol? Even if you ain't Muslim, why would you buy it? It's expensive, it's addictive, and it brings you absolutely no benefit. You can't even get drunk and have clean breath afterwards. So why continue? If they're selling pork, even just a pork chop, and you ain't Muslim, I would still ask, why would you buy that? You're guaranteed to get parasites from it. That's a guarantee. Even if you cook it, you're going to get parasites, and they're going to change your appetite and ruin your health. Why would you get that? Let alone the cigarettes and the alcohol and the pornography. The question is, why would you buy the things that they're not supposed to be selling? And they don't even help you. And some of us want to act like, well, we have nothing to do with it. They're selling these things, but we have nothing to do with it. No, okay, they're not selling it for free. Somebody's walking up and giving you the money or giving them the money. So we don't want them in the neighborhood. Okay, fine. But why is it that somebody keeps walking in and giving them the money for these things that are not even of any value? Exactly. This is the answer right here. Because we're slaves to our emotions, and it is okay to have them, but we cannot be slaves to our emotions. because nobody who is a slave to their emotion is also going to be intellectually sound, let alone honest. We're not going to be able to survive this right now because we're going to be involved now in a double front conflict. And the truth be told, the conflict that we're going to focus on is going to be the one that we can't afford to focus on. We're about to start jumping on and starting stuff with Latin Americans. And granted, like I said, they've overreacted in certain areas. But we're so angry that they would do this that we're about to start dumping on them. And we're about to forget about the slave master and the grandchildren of the slave master that are still benefiting from the system of slavery that's not even legal anymore. Yet they still benefit. That's what's about to go on at this point. That's a hell of an analogy. You could own a large service dog, but you got to discipline and leash that dog, especially if it's big. That explains it right there. That's what's about to happen. And I don't see how it is that Black America is going to be able to survive going. Let's say we have this conflict, this protest, which is now becoming a conflict. How are we going to be able to survive if we can't stop and think before we start trying to do something that's going to make a change? I'm not getting mad at anybody for acting. I'm not getting mad at anybody Black for protesting. I'm not mad about the boycotts that we got. But what I'm getting at here is that we are looking at a narrative being promoted by those who have an interest in putting the spotlight on the worst of us, and we're sitting up here and we're overreacting to it. What we need to be doing is, instead of sitting up and saying, well, who cares what they think? What we should be doing is we should be saying, well, F what this particular enemy thinks, because they've already shown that they're always going to say one thing no matter what they know. In other words, I'm talking about the white Western community, the racist, really, because now even that one is a divided community. A lot of them are out there protesting because even if they weren't murdered by the cops, some of them have been murdered by the cops as well. They understand that it's not necessarily racism. But what we're doing is we're saying, okay, look, who cares what anybody else thinks? We're going to do us. It depends. Because you do want to care about somebody's rights. And you also do want to have some evidence that you did not do things you didn't do if you know that there was a party interested in accusing you of anything wrong, whether you did it or not. I mean, if you have a slanderer that runs around the world with electronic media like we do, you at least want some evidence that you didn't do it. Not so much to make everybody else like you, but just so that you don't have unnecessary enemies. That's the difference between thinking emotionally and thinking tactically. You don't want to get caught up in the emotional draining of caring about what others think. Okay, fair. But if I walk up to a stranger that you don't know, or someone you know exists but you don't know that well, and I know you and I know the other one, and I walk up to them and I blame you for stuff you didn't do, you still are going to want to say, well, actually, let me show you something. And you're going to show that other person evidence that you were at a different location at the time that I'm saying you did something else. If I walk up to someone that you don't know, for instance, but you know they exist, maybe a neighbor 3 doors down, you know they exist, but y'all don't know each other. But I live between y'all. And you catch me telling this neighbor, yeah, man, X, Y, and Z over here said that you a piece of crap and that you got drugs going in and out your house, and that you be luring kids in your house with candy, and then they walk out limping with their butt bleeding. Okay, that's some pretty serious accusations, right? Are you going to sit up and say, I don't care what that neighbor 3 doors down thinks? No, what you're going to do is, you don't hate that neighbor 3 doors down. You don't like them because you don't know them. But what you are going to do is you're going to say to the neighbor, listen, the guy that lives between us is starting stuff. The neighbors that live right next door to me have seen who and what goes in and out of my house. Furniture goes in and out, well, has gone in when I moved in. Adults have come in and out. But they'll tell you that this stuff, no. The stuff that the neighbor that lives between us said is not true. And then you're going to come along to me, the neighbor in between, and you're going to kick my behind, and you should. Well, that's what this is like now. That's what we're looking at this point. We're looking at a slanderer that's going around the world trying to tell everybody that we're so bad. And what winds up happening is that in reality, a lot of these folks say, oh man, that's so cool. They're not really believing it. That's what's really going on. Because as I see, what I see happening is that in reality, a lot of people are willing to give us a chance when we go abroad. As I've said, like when I went to Malaysia, they were willing to give a chance. The only time I went there and I was really kept off to myself was when I was by myself, and I'm unrecognizable as one of us anyway. But when I went with my recognizable wife, everything was cool. When I went to Oman years ago, in all honesty, I saw the same thing. It was cool. There were a lot of black Omanis anyway. And we recognized each other. And we hung out. And things were fine. But even the other Omanis were nice and friendly. When I came into this country here in the Gulf in which I live and work, I'm not going to say which one it is, but when I got here, the people were friendly. And I let them know straight away what I was. Not just my nationality, but I let them know straight away my origin. Just to see how they would respond. And it was okay. It was fine. Now, I did hear them say some things that were unflattering, but they weren't hateful. I heard them calling us slaves, but they didn't hate us. And so I'm saying that to say that in terms of how they're willing to relate to us individually, even when they have seen on TV that we're dangerous, you go in as an individual and they're willing to relate to you as an individual and find out if what they saw is true or not. And in many cases, they actually kind of look up to us for certain things. So we got a slanderer going around, and they've taken these movies and these bad depictions of us, and they still have not been as successful as they wanted to be. So what this means is that we have options. You're going to have to leave. Because right now, those of us that are the most stuck on staying in America, if you notice, they're also the most closed-minded, and they are also the most intellectually dishonest. That's the truth of the matter. You'll see a pattern here. They're the ones who are the most likely to respond to something you didn't even say or try to correct a point you never even made in the first place. Now, there are individuals that want to stay because we built the country. I understand that. That is a valid point. But slaves built plantations. Was it in their best interest to stay on the plantations? If they could leave the plantation in large enough numbers, then they could come back and take it over. But could they stay on the plantations and take them over, never leaving? No, they could not. We're going to have to go because, in all honesty, we ourselves are divided. And there are those of us that are intellectually sound and honest and objective in our views of things and how we take in information, and how we think tactically, but there are not enough of us willing to do that, and we can't bring them along with us. We're going to have to leave. And brothers, a lot of you were the ones that took the poll, SYSBM, Save Yourself, Black Men. Or it's really Save Yourself, Black Man. Well, we're really going to have to see this as Save Yourselves, Black Men. This doesn't mean that we all got to agree on one country to go to. We can't. And it ain't but 600,000 African-American men with passports anyway. But what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to, at the end of it all, we're going to have to get skills and go elsewhere and keep in touch with each other. We have to. We're going to have to do like what the Lebanese diaspora did, because see, Lebanese who live outside of Lebanon, they're seen by the countries in which they live, they're seen as being such a good business community and so on point. But see, they're the ones that left. If you go into Liberia, the Lebanese have always owned most of the businesses. They are the business community. They're the business class. They weren't suffering even during the civil war in Liberia. So I want you to stop and think about that. Everybody looked at the Lebanese and thought, oh yeah, they got everything. But in Lebanon, the people that were there wanted to leave and could not necessarily do so. You notice that. That's how we got to be like that group, that we're going to have to be like the Lebanese. In Mexico, the Lebanese own businesses and they're not poor. Mexico's known for being a poor country, but the Lebanese Mexicans are not poor. The richest Mexican, his name is Carlos Salim. He is of Lebanese origin, Mexican citizenship. Wa alaikum salam, Abdullah. Remind me to come back to that, blood. We're going to have to be like that. We may just have to be the ones that we can't necessarily save the nation from which we come. And I'm talking about the U.S. Because really we come from a continent, not necessarily just one nation. And not just the U.S. as we know. And I know some of y'all are going to say, look, we ain't African. Okay. What does the evidence say? Because like I said, we got to follow the evidence. We got linguistic and genetic evidence. We came from Africa. So if you're one of those that wants to beg to differ with me, this won't be the time for that. Point I'm making is that even though we built America, we ain't going to be able to save Black America, let alone wider America. So you're going to have to migrate. Those of you who even have the mindset, those of you who are thinking Black men, you got to go, because what's waiting for you in Black America right now? Familiarity, because you know the system. Yeah, okay, yeah. But familiarity with oppression. Exactly. We are Africans. With a capital A and a bunch of I's in the middle. We can't save Black America because most of it it's not going to allow you to save it. It's just not possible. It really never was. Because the community is arguing right now over who started this conflict between the Black gangs and the Latino gangs. And this is an argument that's never going to be settled. And a lot of us are going to be willing to go and just bust any Dominican's head open, even if it's a Dominican that's proud to be Black and had nothing to do with it. And most Latin Americans ain't really going to be in on this. But we're going to get involved in this. It's going to be a mess. And we can't save the community from this mess. The other thing, too, is that we have to keep in mind, there's a reason that a lot of our sisters don't want to leave. They're too comfortable. This is what they know. That's what we know. But they understand, and I'm going to tell y'all a secret about this. Atlanta is the capital, it's not some Black Mecca. Atlanta is the Black matriarchy Mecca. Don't get it twisted. It's been like that for a long time. And a lot of the culture comes out of Atlanta. A lot of the matriarchal culture is renewed coming out of Atlanta. That's why you had the real Atlanta housewives. I'm just going to tell y'all straight away, and it's been this way for a while. I mean, what happened was that, see, a lot of sisters went from other places to Atlanta back in the 90s. I saw it. Sisters went with some kind of license, a hairdresser's license, a cosmetology license, a real estate license, some kind of professional license or education. They would stay with a friend in an apartment until they got their own place, got started. What I'm saying is that sisters were going to Atlanta with a plan. And they moved up. And a lot of them are not doing bad for themselves financially. They may be in a lot of debt, but they're not necessarily doing bad. They don't have low incomes and that sort of thing. How to manage it, we can argue about that. But the money they're getting, yeah, they go for these jobs and they get them. And they do have some help, but they went with a plan. Brothers, what were a lot of brothers doing in the 90s? Sitting up in New York, New Jersey, you know what I'm saying? I mean, don't worry, I'm about to mock everybody. Or sitting up in North Carolina, or sitting up in Alabama. My husband.
What is it?
Wamanyahin. I think it was Sorry about that, gentlemen. I had to thank somebody for something. I had to thank my halal girlfriend. She brought some food for me. And I know she's about to hit me for saying girlfriend. Don't worry, baby. They know we're married. So as I was telling y'all, actually, where was I? No, I'm joking, guys. I'm joking. So as I was telling you, gentlemen, brothers were coming in from Alabama, coming in from North Carolina, coming in from other places. And they weren't always coming with a plan. A lot of them were just like, they would just get a bus ticket or get somebody to drive them or get in their car and drive. And I mean, they would literally just drive with nothing, no plan. They didn't know anybody. They hadn't already signed the lease to have a place to live. They just drive in and then just kind of, I mean, brothers would drive in and didn't even know what interstate exit they were looking for. I kid you not, just going with nothing. And a lot of them wound up in dead end jobs that were no longer available when they got there. And there is a high rate of black male homelessness in Atlanta. At least there was when I left. And I left in 2013. So I left Atlanta for the last time in 2014, sorry. And what I'm getting at here is that the culture was such that it just became the norm. It became a part of the flow, the current for black men to fail or to get stuck and for black women to move up. And the black men who were allowed to move up were the ones that were not interested in women in their personal lives anyway. Now, I got better things to do than to bash them at this point. I am a Muslim. I don't agree with their lifestyle. But what I got to say right now at this point is that they were allowed to move up. Now, who has an interest in moving them up? In all honesty, if a black woman wants a black man, does she want to promote every man that's not interested in women and demote and hold back every man that's heterosexual? If she's moving up and she also wants a man, why would she want to hold back the man that is most likely to be interested in her? I'll let y'all put that in the chat. If you have a theory, I'll give y'all some time to type that in right now. Maybe there's something I don't know about. As a matter of fact, in a little bit, I'll go ahead and open up the panel, inshallah. While I'm waiting on any theories to come into the chat, I'll answer your question, Arzak. I haven't been to Indonesia. I went to Malaysia, but I didn't visit Indonesia yet. I went to Malaysia 2 times, once to Kuala Lumpur and the other one to the island of Langkawi. All right, I'm still giving time for any of y'all to put some theories you may have into the chat as to why, because maybe there is. Gentlemen, just now I got an update about. I know I addressed the possibility of gang wars between black folks and Latin Americans, which could spill into the large communities. I just got an update from a Muslim who's monitoring the situation. He said to me that some guys who were chased off of the block on one of the videos, they came back to speak about what happened. They were chased off by Dominicans, and they came back to speak to the Dominicans. And the Dominicans actually let them talk, and they held a conversation. And that the Dominicans put out a public apology and assured them that the issue was not about race, but rather who was not from the neighborhood. The one that issued the public apology was actually a black Dominican, not distinguishable from the African Americans they had chased away. So some of them are trying to, some of them are going to say that it's not a race issue, and it may not be now. And I hope it stays not a race issue. I did see a video in which one guy holding the camera said, "We're not letting anybody from the outside come in." The problem was this, and I'm going to say this to the Latin Americans later. And if you know any Latin Americans, tell them that I said this. The issue I've got with them is that on no video did they chase after any Caucasians that went into their areas, and not at no point did they do it. And so I still say that it may be about the neighborhood, but it is about race and the neighborhood. And this is not something for which I'm ready to forgive them. If they're going to defend this stuff, that's okay. If they're going to defend it, then they're going to defend it from any looters. But the minute they single us out, which is what other groups of people have done before, the minute they do this, they become enemies, even if they have our blood in them as they do this. All right, so I've only got one theory put into the chat. J.R. Andre has said the individuals that receive the affirmative action put them there. And that's the case. But what my question is there any motive that they have for trying to hold back or hold down black heterosexual men in the jobs, and then turning around and promoting and allowing promotions to the ones that were not interested in women? I'm reading what you wrote, Art Zuck, and you know what? I may have to do another live stream where you come on. If you're comfortable coming on to a live stream, coming on to a panel, I may have to come on or give you a chance to come on so that you can explain what happened. Because from what I read, though, Art Zuck, I read that the majority of the population in the cities in Indonesia were against what the government was doing to the people in West Papua. That's what I read. If I'm wrong, you can tell me. If most of the people don't care, you can tell me. Whatever the attitude is of the majority, feel free to tell me. I'm just telling you what I read. And I'll be glad to know from you firsthand how most of the people feel. But I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell you straight away. If the majority of people in Indonesia are okay with what the government is doing to the people in West Papua, then that would make them enemies. If they're not okay with it, then obviously that would not make them enemies, but the government would be. And to be honest with you, Art Zuck, that was one reason I did not go to visit Indonesia. I wasn't willing to put money into a government that kills anybody that didn't do anything, but especially if they kill black folks or if they kill Muslims, either one. So Malaysia was an easier choice for me. Wa alaikum salam, Abdullah Rashad. Okay, in that case, then Art Zuck, then that means that the population is not an enemy to us. And that means that they have a strong sense of fair play and a strong sense of justice. And that's exactly what I've observed from people from your part of the world, your country and the neighboring nations. That's what I've observed firsthand, and that's what others have told me. This is your reputation among people that have traveled or that have met y'all. And it seems to be well deserved. May Allah protect y'all. And I mean that from the bottom of my black heart. So, JR mentioned the big scared black man syndrome, and that is possible. Here's the thing, JR, and for everybody. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I'm not sure of any motive except for one, and that is that they knew that they had to act against their own interest in order to keep their position. They knew, whether they agreed or not, they knew that Massa, i.e. the white supremacist structure, was not going to tolerate too many heterosexual black men moving up, regardless of their credentials, and making money. Because of that, I'm just going to call it what it is. That's why a lot of us feel betrayed by the sisterhood, by the matriarchy and the gynocracy in our community. I won't front, I feel it. Because you have to stop and think. Now, we never asked them to just hook us up with jobs for which we were not qualified. We never said, okay, let me in when I don't have anything. Let me in because we're both black, but I don't have any credentials for this, or any education or any skill set or any proof of the skill set. And that reminds me, Abdullah, ESL is one of the skills I could recommend for the places that you would like to live. Not for everywhere, but for the places you would like to live, ESL. Also, I heard that elevator mechanics are making a killing, and I haven't been able to prove that they're not, or I heard that information about 6 years ago. But apparently elevator mechanics from Western countries with Western credentials, which don't necessarily require university and all that debt, were making a killing in the Gulf nations, because Europe does not like to build skyscrapers. Most of Europe doesn't do it. Downtown London is different from what I've heard, but most of Europe does not like to build skyscrapers. Whereas, of course, in the Middle East, they love to do it. And there was so much construction going on in Kuala Lumpur when I was there. So much. And I mean skyscraper construction. So that means that the elevators are going to need repairing and maintenance. And apparently, in the Gulf, apparently, they make even more than teachers do. So I suspect, again, that the matriarch and the gynocracy simply, I wouldn't say that they were colluding with white supremacy, but they were obeying it. I think that's what they were doing. They were just obeying it. I'm pretty sure that Martha Jenkins was not walking up to Mr. Charlie and saying, listen, look, how are we going to keep these heterosexual black men from moving up? It was more like they just knew, okay, well, we'll hire them if they're the only ones that are applying for the position that have the credentials. We'll hire them and then we don't promote them. I think that's more like they just understood that's what it was. But they worked against their own interests, because Western women in general now are saying, well, we're making money and we're educated and we're finding men that are not financially compatible. This is something that Western women, white and black, are saying. And BGS Ibmore addressed that. He said, somebody told you that you were going to go and get this education, and there was some factory somewhere just churning out $100,000 Negroes. I'm sorry, William, I didn't quite get the meaning of what you wrote. BR on the side of WS. I know you mean white supremacy when you say WS. I didn't get the first one, though. But what I'm going to say is that, see, if this is what we're dealing with, gentlemen, you got to understand that you got to go through two things. You got to go through a gynocrat, matriarch, in the job market, especially if you're in Atlanta. But it's not only in Atlanta that's like this. Gotcha, William. Now I understand. You got to go through the gynocrat matriarch, from whose womb you come. And then you got to go through Master Charlie. And it's always going to be this way. So in all honesty, if you are a thinking black man that has earned his place in high places, but you can't get to them no matter what you do to earn them, why would you stay in that system? See, what's happening is this. Marcus Garvey told us a long time ago that we needed to repatriate. And I know some of you are going to say, yeah, but he wasn't ADOS. Okay, fine. He was a Jamaican, which at that time was a British citizen. Fine. But was he wrong? And Marcus Garvey got his political understanding from Muhammad Duce Ali. So Muhammad Duce Ali was a Muslim from Egypt and Sudan. He was an Egyptian Sudanese, which meant he was also a British citizen at that time. And he met Marcus Garvey in London. Marcus Garvey worked at a newspaper with him. And see, Muhammad Duce Ali, he was more like me. He had the political ideology that oppressed people had to overthrow the oppressors. But he had that ideology as a Muslim. It was a political ideology that he understood from his religion. Of course, Marcus Garvey wasn't about to take the Islam, because that meant he had to give up the liquor. And I'm not saying he was an undisciplined person, but it meant that there were certain things he was going to have to give up. No more jerk pork. So he took on the political philosophy and he decided to bring it to the U.S. And he was supposed to meet, I believe it was Booker T. Washington he was supposed to meet, who passed away before his ship, before Garvey's ship landed in the U.S. So he began to preach back to Africa and Africa for the Africans. And he had the biggest following in the South, but it was a secret. For a long time, nobody knew that. He was popular and discussed in the North because you could openly talk about him, but he was followed in the South. Oh, yeah. His periodicals that he would publish in the newspaper and the journals had the most subscriptions in the South, but nobody really knew that. Reverend Earl Little was one of the followers of Marcus Garvey. And Reverend Earl Little, as we know, was the father of Malcolm Little, who became Malcolm X. So the Islam came back in with Malcolm X. It came full circle. But Garvey said we need to repatriate, come home. Yeah, but see, Muhammad Duce Ali, I'm sure would have been saying the same thing. He just didn't get to be as famous. And by the way, Muhammad Duce Ali, though he was from Egypt and Sudan, he settled in Nigeria later on. Talk about Pan-Africanism. So what I'm saying is that we've been told for years that we needed to repatriate. And there were many Black Americans that started to do this from the time that Ghana became independent. And to this day, you got African Americans that go and settle in Ghana and in Gambia. To this day, you have an African American community in Accra, in the capital city. I know my neighbors across the street from my childhood go and visit every year. So it's there. The movement is there. But the thing is, even if everybody can't move, this should be a goal for us. The problem is we understand we got to leave. We realize we can't stay where we are. Well, we can't stay where you are. You're going to have to fight against your own grandmom at times, your own aunt, your own mother. And the truth is you're going to have to leave them. You're not going to be able to stay. You're going to have to leave them at some point. It's going to be hard, but you got to do it. Because for whatever reason, a lot of them don't want to leave. They say, well, we're used to it, we're comfortable. And there are those who cannot leave, I get it. But I'm not talking bad or talking down on those who cannot leave. I'm talking about the ones who can leave and they just don't want to, they're afraid. They don't want to go somewhere where they think there's not going to be running water, or they think that there's not going to be good health care, or they believe what Massa says on the TV about the so-called second and third worlds, and they're not willing to give it a shot. And what I'm saying, guys, is that you may be tied to some of them. You may be tied to some brothers and some sisters that don't want to leave, but you still got to do it. Because the ones who are more like you, they're already ready. And they're already over there, wherever it is you're looking to go. If you like Brazil, Salvador de Bahia is a good place to go. The ones that are like-minded, they're already there. African Americans and Black Brazilians that are conscious, and they see you as a compatriot, they see you as a distant, long-lost relative, they're there in Salvador de Bahia. If you're, if you're interested in Ghana, like I said, then you can go to Accra and you're going to meet them there. If you are interested in Gambia, you can go there and they're going to be African Americans. And there's the Roots Festival every year. So you're going to meet more Gambians and African Americans that are Pan-African. And if you're Muslim, Gambia is a Muslim nation. And if you're Muslim, Northern Ghana is mostly Muslim. So there's that too. But you got to understand, staying in the States is not going to do anything to help. It was never going to. And we're just going to have to do.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's going on, WW?
Not much, not much.
So, you ready to leave, man?
Oh yeah, definitely. For these last couple of years and everything like that, I've been doing research and stuff like that, looking at different cultures that we come from as African Americans. I've been doing research about ancient Egypt. I've been doing research about Nubia, Ethiopia. South American cultures like the Zulu, the Xhosa. I've doing some research about West Africa as well. Like the Mali Empire, the Ashanti, the Almoravids, the Almohads, and and different places like that. So yeah, even though I'm African American, my heart is in Africa. So I would definitely be willing to go back.
Gotcha. And um, I'm not really sure which nation is going to be the best for you, but you're doing exactly what you have to do. You're doing exactly what we need others to do as well. You are looking at the different nations and looking for yourself, and that's what
Yeah.
everybody's got to do. We're going to need more black men to do exactly that because, uh, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, we do need, sisters should be doing it as well, but it's just that message is not very popular with them. But the ones who do find that message to be popular with them individually, the ones with whom that message rings, tend to go. They go and they don't talk about it. They just go and they're waiting over there. Yeah, she's they're waiting over there. They're the ones of them that are like minded. They're already over there, or they visit at least. At the very least, they visit until they can save up to go. But you're doing the right thing. You're doing what others should be doing. Y'all gotta you gotta look and see, and you gotta pick the nation. You do the research and compare them. Now, do you know many people from any particular African nation?
Personally, no.
Okay, all right. In that case, then it'll be good to reach out to some of them. Now, I'm not going to ask what city you're in because of your privacy, but can I ask what the population is of the city you live in?
Um, it's very small. I don't know specifically, but I know that it's a very small amount.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, what I don't mean how many Africans that live there. What I mean is, what is the total population of whatever city you live in?
Oh, you mean how many black people live where I'm at? Is that what you're asking me, or
Okay, sure. We'll take the black population where you live.
it's actually very few. We live out in the country, and everything like that. So you don't really see too many black people out here. There are some here and there, but not very many. It's like very few.
I say, okay. So very few black people of any nationality live where you do then. Okay. So in that case,
Yes.
okay, in that case, you probably have to go to some. I guess I don't know if chat rooms are still a big thing now. They were when I was coming up because the internet was new back in '95, and we saw I found a lot of chat rooms for everybody, and there were chat rooms for every nationality too. But
Yeah.
I guess if there's still a big thing, then I guess you probably have to go to some just to ask different ones questions about it. Like, may have to ask different people, ask Ghanaians, what are the advantages for an African American going to Ghana? Ask the Gambians the same thing. Sierra Leone has settled down. It's not a rich country, but there are investment opportunities there because they're rebuilding. Same with Liberia. No more fighting. The fighting's been over for a long time, but there are investment opportunities. I'm trying to think. Some people have said they've really enjoyed Tanzania, and but what I'm getting at is that I guess you would have to start asking people from these countries what they say and what the good
Oh,
and
okay.
bad things are. And
Yeah.
the next time I do a live stream, you could come and let us know because other people may want to know about this. They may want to know, and other people may be interested in countries even outside of Africa. But they can share whatever they've learned or whatever they've experienced. I live in the Gulf, but I'm not going to tell everybody. I'm not going to talk much about it because not everybody wants to. It's not something everybody's interested in, unfortunately. So, and that's fine. Some people do want to know more about the Gulf and they're interested. I would tell them if they ask, but if they don't ask, I wouldn't bore them with it. But black people are going to want to know more about more about different places to live, and we'll have to share that information with each other when it comes to visiting
Yeah.
and when it comes to living there. So, what's the easiest
Okay.
way you can think of to get in touch with people from Africa to ask them about their respective countries?
Ooh, well, personally, I feel like maybe travel. It's as simple as that. Maybe go to Ghana, go to Ethiopia or like places like that, and just actually get a first-hand experience.
Okay, so to visit firsthand, huh?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. All right
Um,
then.
uh, yeah, the only other thing I can really think of is obviously we have African communities in America. I would maybe go to the nearest one and I don't know, maybe like start a conversation with people. I mean, I know that the restaurants are closed now and everything like that, but maybe once they start opening back up the businesses and things of that nature, maybe you can just spark a conversation with a few local Africans and maybe ask them conversations and things like that.
Okay. All right. Um, and well, unfortunately, you won't be able to do it in person based on where you live, from what you told me. But the good thing is that with internet access, you'll be able to find them, and that'll be the next step. Because you
Yeah.
will, to be honest with you, you do want to ask them about a particular place before you go, because if you know someone there and you want to visit that person, that's different. But if you don't know someone in a place that you want to go to, then you certainly want to meet someone from there just to be on the safe side. Because truth be told, you can still be surprised. It can happen. And if you're by yourself, that's when you're the most vulnerable, no matter what part of the world you go to. But if you're able to get in touch with them, and then you'll be able to see, at least which place is the most worth going to visit first. And you're doing the right thing by going to visit, because truth be told, if you meet somebody from one country, you can go to that country, and then you can go to visit the ones next door as well, and increase your knowledge. Because when you go, let's say if you said you were looking at South Africa as an example. And when you go into South Africa, let's say if you go to visit, you're going to meet Mozambicans and Zimbabweans as well in South Africa. And then when you meet them, then you can get their information about the next country over, and you can visit those nations as well with some kind of idea in mind as to what you would do first. So that could help out. It's possible. One of the things I was wondering too is, at what age did you decide that you wanted to move out and repatriate?
It would have had to have been around like in between the ages of 15 and 16, maybe like yeah, 15, 16 and 17. Yeah.
Okay, and so for about 6 to 7 years, you've been ready to get out, huh?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes, indeed. And what are the things that you are nervous about? I've always wondered how other people feel about it. When, sometimes you do feel nervous when you're getting ready to go somewhere, but what are the things you feel nervous about?
Well, just I know that not all Africans are very friendly to African Americans. I do know that we have an advantage when we go to other places, but I'm afraid of like African Americans going to these African countries and like thinking that everything is like kumbaya, and then the next thing you know, these Africans are like planning behind your back, trying to finesse you. You know what I mean? Like trying to take your money or set you up in some sort of way, or maybe even in some extreme cases kill you. So I think that African Americans just need to be careful. Like everybody is not our friend and everything like that. Um, and yeah, just stuff like that. Not knowing the laws of how everything works. Obviously, being in Africa, things are going to be different. Um, yeah, stuff like that.
Okay, well, it is something. Okay, I'm glad that you're thinking about that possibility, because it's a balance. What you're showing is a balance where, yeah, you're showing a balance wherein you want to go back and you're not stuck on a plantation, but by the same token, you're not as easily tricked into thinking that you don't have anything to be careful about. And so I'm glad to see that somebody's being careful while also not being so stuck on staying on the plantation, in which the whole rule, the name of the game is that you don't progress. That's
Yeah.
But what areas have you, or what areas are you most afraid to go to right now?
Uh, I'm not exactly sure. I think Northwest Africa. What is that? Uh, the Congo or like Mauritania it's something like that. Where there's like a lot of poverty and a lot of crime. Tourists are known to get robbed there and possibly killed, or you know tourists don't usually go there at all. I can't really think of many places in particular, but like just places like that where there's a lot of crime and everything like that, a lot of poverty, you know, and just those areas that were if you go there as an American, they automatically perceive you as being rich, so they're going to try to take what you have. So I would trying to stay away from those areas like that. Always probably maybe go with somebody, like go with your friends or your family or somebody that knows the area. Maybe have your own like little personal guide to kind of show you around.
Hmm. Okay, then. Well, now north. You said northwest. Northwest is Morocco, and
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
now I didn't hear about much violence. There are some violent neighborhoods there, but um, usually in Morocco, it's not. You don't have to worry about robbery as much unless you go into a bad area, which people will tell you beforehand. But it is going. People do jack those prices up. Once they realize you're not from there, they're not going to tell you what the real price is. You got to have a local who speaks exactly the same way they do to tell them, look, tell us what the real price is. Don't play games. We're not stupid. Um, it's generally considered a good place to visit, but that's just the downside to it. You'd have to go with somebody you know, or you go in a group. Um, as far now, the Congo was in the center, so and yeah, I haven't heard of too many people going to visit there. To be honest, I don't hear much good or bad coming out of the Congo anymore. That's a place. It's a difficult place even for me to find out a lot of information about. Um,
Okay,
Even for me, because this is just not much news that comes out of the Congo right now. But I know that there's a white guy that goes to all these different countries. He was doing this all the way up until he got locked in for COVID-19. He's got a YouTube channel, Drew Brinsky. He did go to the Congo at some point, and he was talking about some experience that he had there. It wasn't bad. It was actually okay for him, but that's very little. I don't really hear much about it. There's not much being talked about the
okay,
Congo nowadays. Um,
yeah.
yeah, and so now in South Africa, uh, you mentioned the Zulu and the Xhosa
Yeah.
as some people that we supposedly came from. But have you, just by chance, have you had a DNA test done?
Oh, no, no, no. Not yet. I was thinking about maybe getting one. Maybe soon. To be honest, I don't really know much about DNA tests. I don't know what companies they are. What website you would go to. Uh, to be honest, my worst fear, and this is a little bit of a conspiracy. I know I'm probably wrong, but I'm just kind of afraid that I take a DNA test, right, and then you'll get like a whole bunch of different ethnicities where I'm supposedly from, but like they're all fake. Like people that are doing the DNA test are basically just putting down false information. Now I know I'm probably wrong. I don't really have any evidence to back that up, but that's kind of like I kind of have a little bit of like a fear of that. So so I'm kind of like afraid, but yeah.
Okay, and fearful that they would keep the DNA and submit it to the police or something.
Well, not necessarily that. They would just uh, flat out lie about where I'm from, like just to, I don't know, just because they're trying to be lazy or they're just racist or for whatever reason they're just like lying about your DNA tests and everything like that. So you believe you're from a specific place based on the DNA test results, but then the entire time the all the results are kind of based on lies. So that's my worst fear.
Okay, gotcha. All right, that they wouldn't do it correctly. I did
Yeah,
hear about
basically.
a case where somebody sent a dog's DNA in, and they didn't double check it. It came back 5% Native American. It wasn't, of course, it was a canine, um, but I heard about a case like that, and I know that there are some people who say that all of them do this. that they will, if you're black at all, they're going to just pick some parts of Africa and say that's where you come from. But the thing was that people oftentimes have some other evidence to back up whatever ethnicity that they match the most. That's the funny thing about it. So, like for instance, I already know where my mother's people came from because the French kept better records than the English did. And so, if her DNA came back and matched it, then we would know. Okay, well, it confirms what we already know. But most people would have known, and yeah, a lot of people would have found out if they had been lied to at this point. If there was no consistency at all. But also, you mentioned going to check out Ethiopia. What did you find out
Oh
about it
yeah.
that really interested you?
Well, like I said, I've been doing a lot of research about Africa as a whole. I think the first empire of Ethiopia was called the Amid or whatever like that. It coexisted with ancient Egypt and Nubia and stuff like that. They were very architecturally advanced. I think like if you look at the ruins of the architecture, I think they were the first ones to come up with the concept of like a modern day building or something like that. Like they had like little what do you call it, obelisks or 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 whatever you call it or something like that that kind of resemble skyscrapers. Now, according to biblical history, you had what was his name, King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, and those people or whatever like that, and they you can go to Ethiopia. You can go to Ethiopia and see her ruins, as well as the reconstruction of her ruins. As There's like a museum as well as pictures and stuff on like the websites and stuff. And like yeah, like they were just like very advanced, and like how they fought against the Italians in like the 1800s or whenever, as well as like their the way like they fight, the weapons and stuff like that, like the swords, the shields. I know like they used to wear like I think chain link armor with like heavy kilted cloth and stuff like that. It's just like the culture in general. I think is very fascinating. I heard something about them using like war elephants in warfare. I'm not exactly sure how truthful that is. I haven't really found any information about that, but yeah, just the entire culture in general is very fascinating to me. I know they have like castles and stuff like that, that they built and stuff like that. They have like churches carved out of stone and everything like that. So it's very fascinating in my opinion.
They don't even take credit for doing that. That's the funny thing. I mean, these churches carved out of solid stone and carved in the mountains obviously had to be done by somebody, but they'll swear them down that their ancestors didn't do it, but that it was angels that did it. Some of them will. I should say it's a
Oh,
legend among some of them. But
oh,
maybe you could show up and say to them, "Hey, look, whatever help y'all had from God, it was your ancestors that actually did this. These were human beings like you that pulled this off." Maybe you could go and
yeah,
tell them that so that they could stick their chest out a little bit more when they take those trips to Italy looking for work.
yeah,
They might need that. And yet, it is an ancient civil. It's several ancient civilizations. Really, it's not even just one. It's several of them back to back.
yeah, yeah. I think it was the first one was called the Amit, and like the other one was called Aksum, and then I think it was like the Kingdom of Yamin or something like that, and then I think there was like a few more. I can't think of off the top of my head, but there were quite a few.
Well, they colonized Yemen. There was a time that
Oh
they ran Yemen. I believe that was under the Abyssinian Empire, but they had they took over Yemen across the Red Sea. And this is, of course, was before people.
what about the Kingdom of Qatar?
Kingdom of who?
Of the Kingdom of Himyar.
Mm. You know what? I read that name, and I don't know exactly where that is.
Okay.
With him,
That was either in Ethiopia or it was in the Middle East. It was something like that. I forgot where exactly.
it's not. It's not far from that region. I can't remember which side of the
Yeah.
Red Sea it was on, but I know that there was a time they colonized Yemen, and then the Persians colonized Yemen later on. Even though the Yemenis are Arabic speakers, they've been colonized by Abyssinia, and then okay, somebody just said in the chat that Himyar is in Yemen, and so
Oh, okay.
that
Yeah.
it must be that it must have fallen under their colonization when they took it, and then later on the Persians came and got it. So the Abyssinians have had
Yeah.
fights with the Persians over the land of Yemen before. I know that much, but they they've had a lot of control in that area historically speaking, and I don't think they would have really lost it. I honestly don't think they would have lost control had it not been for colonization of the continent as a whole, even though they didn't get colonized.
Yeah.
Yeah, they never did. But going in now, I would say this: I've been told that Eritrea is not to be messed with at this point. I've been told that. I've been told leave that alone because of the current government, and that it's not really not even that easy to get into the country, to be honest. And it's not easy for them to get out. But apparently they got close ties to China, and they're not. They don't really want foreigners going in, especially press. That's what I've been told. Some of it I can verify, and some of the rumors I could not verify. But I would say don't. Right now, I would say don't go there unless somebody from Eritrea tells you that it's okay to go right now. If they tell you differently and they're from there, then take what they said and not what I say. Um, and so now, would you be willing to go to a French-speaking country?
Um. You mean in Africa or like in Europe?
Oh no, in Africa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I forget which parts of Africa speak French again. I think maybe like West Africa or something like that.
Okay, well, yeah, there's Djibouti is one, and then there are West African countries that speak it. Um,
Okay.
there is, let's see, I know that Guinea Conakry is a French-speaking country. Half of Cameroon, the Congo got French from the Belgians. Um, I'm trying to think of the other one. Senegal, of course, Mali and Niger, they also speak French. Uh, I don't know if Chad has French as one of its official languages anymore, but at one point it did. Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco, and the Ivory Coast. Oh, Jehu said it, Ivory Coast, yes. Um, yeah, those nations do speak French.
Okay.
Rwanda,
Yeah. Yeah.
Rwanda,
I'm
I forgot
definitely.
about that.
Okay. Yeah. I'm definitely an open-minded person. So of course, I'd be willing to speak different languages depending on what country I'm at. Yeah. So that definitely yeah.
Okay, all right. So they would, if you're open to it, then you've got more areas that you can visit and consider to settle in. I'm not open to living in a French-speaking country because French is too hard for me. But ironically, Spanish wasn't the French. Yes, Madagascar. Thanks, you, King David. Madagascar is also the. It's also a French-speaking nation. They've got their own Malagasy language too, but I know French is one of the official languages. Um, and so that increases your options because that's about half the continent. Um, the English-speaking nations, of course, are the rest of them. Yeah, the rest of them, English is either the first or the second language, and the ones that I didn't mention. Even Ethiopia officially lists English as one of its official languages. I mean, not everybody speaks it, but it's just listed officially as one of the official languages. And so it may be interesting to you. You know, it's a possibility. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, I'm sorry. There are three. There's one where they speak Spanish. Equatorial Guinea is the only Spanish-speaking country. Mozambique speaks Portuguese. Angola and Guinea-Bissau, they speak Portuguese as well. Yeah, so I believe the rest are pretty much English, French, and Arabic, and for the most part. Believe it or not, a lot of people in Sudan speak English.
Oh, did they?
That's yeah, quite a few.
Yeah. Um.
I mean,
Okay.
Arabic is their first language, and then they have other local languages. But a lot of them, yeah, a lot of them do speak English, and they're not bad at it.
Yeah, I think English is one of those languages that's kind of getting around. Um, I know like English is like in India and Asia and like different parts of the world. Parts of Europe and stuff like that. So I'm not surprised. I've seen some videos of Arabs in Egypt speaking English as well. To like African Americans and stuff like that come to visit the pyramids and stuff like that. They'll run into Arabs and stuff like that, and like the Arabs would like have conversations with African Americans and stuff like that. There was a man named Tariq Nasheed. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. He's like part of the conscious community or whatever like that. He I remember one time he had came to Africa and he had got into it with one of the Arabs or whatever like that. He asked one of the guys their names and he was like Obama or some shit like that. But yeah.
Oh yes, he tried to say that he came from. He tried to say that he was Obama or he was Obama's son, one of those two.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was yeah, that's what it was. The sons of he said he was the Obama son, and Tariq Nasheed was looking at the camera with that facial expression, lips poked out, like I don't believe none of this. But the guy was joking. I know they love to joke a
Yeah.
lot, and I'll be honest. I mean, in general, Arabs do crack a lot of jokes that don't mean any harm. But what I found is that Egyptian humor is not really that funny. So what's
Yeah.
funny to them is not funny to us, but that doesn't mean they mean any harm. He just wasn't that amusing. No biggie. But yeah,
Yeah.
they now in Egypt there are quite a few English speakers. There are a lot of people that don't, but when it comes to anything to do with tourism, you find a lot. Doctors, engineers, and anybody working in tourism, they do speak it, and it's enough of them. So if you go into the pyramids, yeah, you're going to find English speakers. People that generally work in hotels, yeah, a lot of airport workers, and they're actually pretty good at it. Theirs is quite good, actually. I'll give them credit.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, some of those tour guides and airport people speak better English than the doctors do.
Mm.
They, yeah, I met. I only met a few though. I've only been to Egypt for like 8 hours, and I don't plan on going back. So if you're going to go and visit the pyramids, okay, that's fine. People don't really give me a lot of negative feedback about that, but for other stuff, I really can't recommend it. I can't recommend going to Egypt for other things outside of that. My 8 hours there were miserable. I didn't. I was supposed to go through the airport and I got stuck overnight beyond my control. But I wouldn't recommend it for anybody. Yeah, just I don't recommend it as a place to visit for other reasons unless you know someone there that's going to show you around. Then of course, I'm sure it's a
Oh,
different story.
yeah. I know a lot of Arabs have taken over that place and whatnot. So I know a lot of them don't like us. It's kind of sad to visit like the ancient Egyptian ruins and like see it destroyed and shit like that. Seeing ancient tombs just being like like ransacked and stuff like that. So I know like they don't have very much respect for black people in general.
Well, the funny thing is, yeah, a lot of them don't. They don't necessarily hate us, but a lot of them still feel that they're better. That's what makes that's what makes it hard to understand when dealing with them. You'll see a lot of them, and you can look and tell that they have some of our blood in them. But
Yeah,
you'll see that there's a just an assumption that they're better. Now, the truth be told, a lot of them feel that they're better than anybody. Not just you, but a lot of them they'll feel they're better even in the European. They feel like they're just a normal group of people, and everybody else has something wrong with them. In the big cities, a lot of them feel like that in the larger cities, a lot of people feel like they're just smart and everybody else is dumb. So they may feel the same way about an Egyptian that comes from a small town. They just may feel like this guy's, he's an idiot. And Egypt has a lot. The bigger cities, they have a lot of hustlers. Everybody's not trying to take your money, but the ones who are going to spot you and they're going to come around you. Most of the people may be honest, but whoever's not is going to find you because they're looking to get that dough, and you got a U.S. dollar on you. Yeah. So that's the truth of it. I mean, they may not, they may not look up to you, true, but they wouldn't necessarily look. They're not guaranteed to look up to a European either. They just feel like they may have more money. That's about it. But keep in mind too, the Egyptians aren't necessarily just Arab either. They've got more Berber ancestry than they do Arab ancestry. A lot of them do. They're not really. No, they're not really mostly Arab. And the other thing too that's kind of funny is that I've met quite a few of them. If they have some education, I've met quite a few of them that look up to us. It does exist. Um, yeah, I met a few that do look up to us. They were usually better educated, but yeah, I met some that do look at us like, yeah, you're a strong set of people, you're survivors, that kind of thing. But not everybody.
Oh,
Yeah, not
yeah.
everybody. So if you want to go and visit the pyramids, just stick with the English speakers, and then they could, if you want to meet other Egyptians, they could get you in touch with the good ones. Just don't go by yourself to the market or something like that. I had another question though. I wanted to ask you: are there any African languages that you're interested in learning more than others?
I know Swahili is a popular one, so maybe that. I know that in South Africa, the Xhosa have their own language. I know that language is very complicated because there's a lot of clicks in it, as well as the Zulu language. So maybe one of those three.
Okay. Well, in that case, then I'll give you some good news since you mentioned those three.
Oh,
Zulu and Xhosa are so closely related that they can understand each other because they come
okay.
from they they both belong to a family of languages called the Nguni. So you speak one, then you could probably understand the other. You may have to tell them slow down, but I've got colleagues that are both Zulu and Xhosa, and they talk to each other, and each one using their own language, and they understand each other. And so you and I would listen and think, oh, they're from the same tribe. No, they're from related tribes. But and then the other thing is that Swahili, you already know where they speak it, I'm sure. South Africa, about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, South Africa made Swahili one of its official languages to be taught in schools.
Hmm.
And so there's going to come a day where Swahili may help you out even in South Africa too. It's easier though. Swahili is easier than either one of the Nguni languages. I haven't learned it, but I've heard people speak both. And in Swahili, you have no clicks. It's just much easier, easy to pronounce,
Okay, yeah.
um, and yeah, just easy to pronounce, easy to read and write. I'm trying to talk my wife into learning it with me, but she's not interested in picking up any more languages. Um, we'll see. Maybe I'll be able to sweet talk her into it, or maybe I'll be able to bribe her into it. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's the good news there. Swahili will eventually, uh, eventually they'll find enough Swahili teachers and put it into the schools there, even in South Africa, even though it's spoken far, far away from there. Any other languages you've been thinking of?
Other than that, I know I think in what is it called? Nigeria, there's like over like 200 ethnic groups or something like that, and like they all speak like different languages and things like that. I heard like Africa, there's like over 2,000 languages, so it's very diverse. Yeah, so I mean, I know learning a new language is hard. I've never learned anyone. The only one I really speak is English. But yeah, if I ever move to South Africa or visit any place in Africa, I definitely will be willing to learn the language. You know, as well as South America as well. Like Brazil, I know they speak Portuguese in Brazil. I'd be willing to learn that. Depending on how frequently I go down there and everything.
Okay, yeah, I read that it had over 2,000 languages too, and over 1,000 that cannot be understood between each other. I read something similar. So, like for instance, Zulu and Xhosa, there's two different ones, but they can understand each other. But just who cannot is like 1,000, and
Yeah.
being separate from each other about 2 grand. I read the same thing a long time ago. And in Portuguese, yeah, as far as Portuguese goes, also Cape Verde. I forgot. Cape Verde speaks Portuguese. I forgot to mention
Hmm.
them. And so, yeah, if you did learn Portuguese, you could go to several parts of Africa, and you could go to Brazil as well. If you learn Spanish, you can go to many parts of the Americas, but you can only go to Equatorial Guinea, and where they're going to use Spanish. But even the English speaking countries in Western Africa, they have a pidgin English. I think King David made mention of that. They've got a pidgin, like it's a version of English that's mixed with local languages. And the Nigerians have theirs, and the Ghanaians have theirs, but they're similar to each other. And the funny thing is,
Mm.
if you hear Jamaican English, you can tell the accents apart. But as far as some of the vocabulary and the grammar, they're still the same.
Yeah.
They almost
So
seem like. Go ahead.
yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So like with Africa having so many different ethnic groups, I know like there's like a lot of infighting. Like a lot of violence. Do you think like Africa is a little bit too diverse? And if they were more unified and things like that, they'd be like a lot better off, especially like during colonization and everything like that.
When I went to college, I met a lot of people from the motherland, and
Yeah.
I met most of them from the West, and then a few from the East, and maybe two South Africans, two or three South Africans. And what I'll tell you is that I found that actually many of them were able to get along quite well.
Oh.
And this would be the case when they came from the same countries and when they came from different countries. One of my classmates was his father was a professor, and he was a classmate of mine at the time. His father was from Nigeria, I believe, but his mother was from Tanzania. Now, those are two opposite coastlines. When I became a teacher, I found students whose mothers were from, let's say, Ethiopia or Eritrea, and their fathers were from Senegal or Gambia. And I actually met several of them like this, where one parent was from one coast and the other was from another coastline. And so, these are people who don't have the same parental languages. I mean, they may both grow up with English, but their parental languages are not the same. Now, what I found was that the Muslims did this more easily because you have Islam on all coastlines. They had an easier time doing it because they have a common revelation they can refer to when the cultures are different. So they had that advantage. But I did notice, Liberians, for instance, you hear about a civil war and this tribe didn't like that tribe, but most of the people I met came from more than one tribe. My closest friend from Senegal passed away about 2 years ago, but he was a mix of two different tribes. He could speak Wolof, but he wasn't Wolof. He was from two other tribes. His dad was from one, his mother was from another. Even a lot of the funny thing is that even in Nigeria's, even between Nigerians, I met some who came from multiple tribes. Dad was one, mom was the other. You belonged to whichever one your dad belonged to, but they still had more than one tribe in their bloodline. And the truth be told, when it comes to tribalism, when it comes to tribalism, I think Nigeria may be one of the worst ones from what they themselves have told me, because the Yoruba and the Igbo were at each other's throats. The Yeah, they were constantly at each other's throats for a long time. And even then, you have some intermarriage, but they say it's not an easy thing to do. But when you get outside of that region, even the Hutus and the Tutsis that fought each other, they actually were intermarried so much by the time the genocide started that they couldn't look at each other and tell each other apart anymore. Those days were gone. They had to go by card, government issued IDs, which would list your tribe, and you belonged to whichever one your dad was. So tribal membership was passed down patrilineally, even in Uganda, even in Rwanda. So, in all honesty, the diversity has not really been as big of a cripple as what we've been led to believe. But I had to meet people from the continent to ask them that to find out. Now, in Liberia, they did have issue with the Americo-Liberians because of the attitude, not because of the blood. But a lot of people, actually, a lot of the Americo-Liberians had ancestors that came from one of the tribes. And so they didn't have anything against the tribes anymore. The attitude of superiority had pretty much been gone. It was a historical fact, but it wasn't the current reality at the time I met a lot of them. And so, the truth be told, people don't give Africa credit for handling its tribalism as well as they do. Now, I've been told that in Eastern Africa, with certain countries, that it's different. The fighting might be, so the fighting may be done, the fighting may be over with. But I heard that up until recently, like up until maybe 6 or 7 years ago, certain tribes could not marry each other. But now the younger generation are disregarding and disobeying the elders, and they're marrying who they find themselves compatible with. So it looks like Africa is not only historically doing better than what we thought in terms of tribalism, but they're even improving the way they've been handling it. And so in reality, no, I mean, every African may not love every other African, but as far as tribes go, like, no, they're not walking around choking each other to death and fighting each other like what we think. That's something that they put on TV so that we will be scared to go. And in any case, we enjoy tribal neutrality. African Americans and even Africans from the Caribbean enjoy neutrality if such a conflict does pop up.
So
Yeah.
with everything that happened with us, like during slavery and everything like that, where they pretty much took different African ethnic groups, and they kind of bred us in during slavery and stuff like that. So most African Americans have white DNA as well as different various African ethnic groups in them. Do you think like there's a possibility to undo it? Like if we just like, let's say, for example, we went to Ethiopia and we mix in with the Ethiopians within a few generations. It'll probably take a few hundred to 1,000 years, but we can pretty much mix in and basically undo the breeding and everything like that, for lack of a better term.
Well, for the most part, a lot of them are not dead set against it, depending on which kind of person you are, of course, naturally. Uh, some people think that right off the bat, you're not African American, so they don't trust you when they look down on you. And that's not really true across the continent. The only place I've heard of that really being an issue is Nigeria. And as I mentioned, I mean, even between tribes, it could be an issue there. Um, and then there are families that really don't mind. If they know you, then there a lot of families probably would not be against it, unless of course they'd be against any kind of intermarriage. But in most of the continent, people don't report that they have that kind of trouble. Uh, I mean, I when I was younger, I never thought that I would marry somebody from the eastern half of the continent because I thought that they did not allow intermarriage. And when I made friends with Ethiopians, some of them even said, "Yeah, you're going to have to marry an Ethiopian. You're learning the language, and you've eaten enough of the food, so you're going to be unhappy if you marry anybody else." I married an African American anyway, and then later on, fast forward to today, and I met my wife. We were neighbors first, and she's from Eastern Africa. And people thought that you could not marry into her nationality, but things changed within the last few years, and her family did not mind. I have to be Muslim, but that I was already that anyway. So nowadays, actually, many of them are going to give consideration to your religion more so than they are to your nationality or even your tribe. And so it's not impossible
Yeah.
if you want to marry someone from back home and you're compatible, you could do it. King David is in the chat. explaining he's in discussion with a Ghanaian lady, and I hope they tie the knot and and spoil each other rotten. So you can do it, and
Yeah.
really many West Africans outside of Nigerians, many West Africans, they don't mind it as long as you know them and y'all are compatible. And it probably would only take not just you said maybe hundreds of years, but in reality, man, it could be a few generations really that we would be blended in to the point that you wouldn't be able to look at us and tell who's who because it's already like that
Yeah.
on the continent. You can't look at all. Sometimes you can, and sometimes you can't look and tell what tribe somebody's from. And you know sometimes most of the time you cannot look, and a few times you may be able to tell what tribe someone's from. And there are people that come from tribes and we resemble them, i.e., the Fulani. If they don't put the marks on their face or they don't wear the cultural clothing, you can't look and tell that they're not African American, and vice versa. If you are, some people would say that Vin Diesel is a Fulani because they're a Fulani that
Yeah.
resemble
So
Vin Diesel. So I'm just
so
saying that to say
so
that yeah, we can't blend.
okay. So what is Vin Diesel exactly? I know like he's like a bunch of different races. Like what is he like? German, like Italian, black, and like some other stuff, or something like that.
Um, I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Vin Diesel was.
Like
I know that
seven different races.
Yeah, Vin Diesel. I know that he is partially of African stock, but I don't remember everything else.
Yeah.
I can find it though. Let's see. He was born in California. It's coming up now.
All right.
Yeah, he needs to stay shaving. Looks like he's going bald, so he better keep on shaving. Okay. His dad is African American. His mother is pretty much white. She's Scottish, English, German, Irish, and Austrian. So yeah, she's white. So he is, for all practical purposes, half and half. Which, if you go by the one drop rule, makes him black. Now that's being debated
Okay.
lately as to whether we should go by that. But yeah, that's been debated lately. But nonetheless, he's not more of an exotic mix than most people in the United States. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he's.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
by the way,
When I was
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. When I was saying that like I was giving like a just like a hypothetical situation as to where we should go because like a lot of African Americans kind of make this argument as to say we're not Africans and we shouldn't mix in with Africans, or if we were to retrace our African roots, or at least attempt to do that, it'll be impossible because our ties were cut off during slavery. So it's like kind of where do you go? And the point that I was trying to make is, well, you can solve that by just picking like a random ethnic group in Africa, for example. I use Ethiopia, and if you mix in with them within the next maybe a few hundred to 1,000 years, you're pretty much undo the process of having your African roots cut off by just um, uh, kind of blending in with that culture, kind of slowly. That was the point that I was trying to make.
Mm-hmm. Um, you can. I mean, yeah, you could do it, and a lot of people actually back home are open to, they're open to us returning. If we go there with a receptive attitude towards them, a lot of them are willing to come back with a receptive attitude towards us. This idea that they don't like us and don't welcome us is not true, and this idea that they hate the idea of marrying us is not necessarily the case either. Um, and so, yeah, you can if you want to go, if you want to put your bloodline back into the origin, then yes, you can do it. Um, it's not impossible, but um, they may want to make sure that you can learn some of their language at least. Um, they may scrutinize you more, not because you're Black American. They may simply scrutinize you a little bit more because you come from a long way away and they just don't know who you are. And so that they may check you out for a while, but After you've been somewhere long enough and you settled in and people know who you are, then no, they're not gonna. They're certainly not gonna hate you. Um, let's see here. Okay, all right. Julian says that they can test your Y chromosome and match it to the database of African Y chromosomes. I believe he is talking about African ancestry. Yes, yes, he is. He's talking about African ancestry, and they can, yeah, they can test you matrilineally and patrilineally. So they can find out which parts of Africa you are most genetically similar to. They can do that. They could test your, yeah, they could test that. There's something called tDNA. I remember it goes from father to son, just like mitochondrial DNA is passed on from the mothers. And so they can test these things on both sides, really. But what they said is that if they test you strictly going back patrilineally, then they're going to find more European blood, and they won't be able to see which Africans you're most closely similar to, most closely related to. But if they test you matrilineally, most of the time they can match you up, and they specialize in matching you up with your African relatives. That's what they do there. And so, and from my understanding of African ancestry, I remember them going on the Breakfast Club, and they stated that, or the lady stated that they don't keep your samples and they don't keep the sequence. They do the results and then they destroy them, and that it actually saves them money because they don't have to store all of that information for a long period of time. They send you the match and then they're done. So if you want to know which parts you come from, you can. Abdullah bin Bobby, if you want to find out if you're Yoruba or Igbo, then you can do the DNA test if you're brave enough. You may. I don't know if you like the results or hate them, but you can do it. But let me know though, Abdullah, in the chat, whatever the results come back to be. All right. So
So there's been people in the black red pill sector that basically say that the black community basically being destroyed would kind of be a good thing because obviously it's a matriarchy. The women are in control and they're using it. They're basically using white supremacy to oppress black males, black boys, and black men. So to see the community being destroyed would be a good thing because a new community would basically be able to rise on top of that. Would you agree or disagree or what to that?
well, I'm never really in favor of anybody destroying us, but I understand that it's inevitable. To be honest, um, white supremacy. I'm pretty sure that the ones in charge don't really want to annihilate us. I think they just want to subjugate us because it would only cost $4 billion in about a day to wipe out most of the population if they really wanted to do it. It's really, the U.S. military's got that capability because now they have smart bullets or smart munitions. Uh, your social security number does have your race attached to it in their database, and they could, find out what your phone numbers are easily, the ones they don't already know. And then they could use that and send out smart munitions to use your own phone's GPS to track you down, and the bullet would go through you and not go or if it's using your phone, and the bullets will go through your phone at the very least, and if you have the phone on you, it will probably go through you as well. So for them to really take you out, it wouldn't be as difficult as what we now think. And if they wanted to
Oh,
go the old fashioned.
yeah, I was referring to like COVID, and things like that, like how things are going to be a lot more tougher, and like how the economy is basically is is uh is suffering and things like that. Like how for generations black women kind of rely on the on government assistance and things like that, and they would snatch programs from black boys to get them educated so they can kind of help the community and things of that nature. So like as far as like COVID and and stuff like that. Do you feel like that that's gonna basically be it for the black community? On top of that, on top of COVID, like you would have the race war. Those two things would pretty much like just be like the straw that broke the camel's back, to say the least.
Yeah, I think that I'll put it like this. I don't believe that they want to wipe us out, and that's why I was mentioning the military capabilities. But when it comes down to these other things ripping us up or tearing us apart, if they're going to do it, then these other things will probably cause the same thing to happen eventually to other communities. So we have a chance of surviving that. What I don't think we're going to survive, to be honest, is like I don't really agree. I'm not happy about the community being destroyed. I'm not happy about it. I think it's going to happen, and I understand that we don't have a choice for the most part because the community, by unanimous decision, is going to do it to itself. First, the matriarchy and the gynocracy, and they are the majority. I mean, the men are outnumbered by the women anyway, and so a lot of the women are going to insist on the path that's going to take us, down this road. A lot of the boys that are, or the men that are sympathetic to them are going to insist on that path. And so there were going to be a few men and even few women that are not going to insist on that path. But we have to accept the fact that we have to accept that the body is going to kill itself anyway. And so the cells that are going to survive, i.e. us, we're just going to have to start over again. We won't really have a choice. And King David brought up something, and that is that the feminism has taken hold even in Ghana. We're going to have to, as I said, we're going to have to go into these areas that we find to be decent. And in order to make sure that we can sustain the population, we're going to have to do propaganda against the feminism because it's a problem. The feminists are going into these chat rooms. I mean, remember, Western feminists and first world feminists don't want to go and live in second and third world nations. Even if their money goes further, they don't want to give up those comforts. They just don't want to do it. And they also know that they can't act a doggone fool like this. When they go there, they can't go to, right now, they can't go to Ghana and start just talking against men because some men and some women are going to jack them up. They can't go to Nigeria and say men are trash. Well, they probably could get away with it a little bit more over there. They can't go to Senegal and just say men are trash because they're men, and that we should do everything we can to make them uncomfortable, because the women are going to say, "Oh, well, you know what? And the women are going to take some broom handles to them or something." They know, but what they're doing is they want to go into whatever chat rooms and utilize the media and other ways to get this message across in these other areas. And so they are making changes. Don't get it twisted. King David put this in the chat, and he's right about that. The lady was telling him that the Ghanaian lady he's talking to was telling him, and he just told us that things are changing there. And she's not in favor of it, but things are changing. And when I was in Malaysia, my buddy was just getting out of an engagement where he caught her cheating. She was consistently trying to get, consistently trying to get more money out of him, trying to get more gifts because she wanted to show off her handbags, and she was taking trips to Turkey. I don't know how she could afford it, but she was taking trips to Turkey and cheating with men that had more money. And he made sure that she was doing it, and he bounced and said, "We're not engaged anymore. Ain't no way I'm marrying somebody like you." And I was discussing with him what some of the mindset was, and he had to realize that the feminism had taken hold. Now, he knew that she was abnormal. He understood that, but he wasn't aware of how much she'd been influenced specifically by Western feminism. And so we're going to have to go into these, got to go and let these men know what's going on, what's coming down the pipe, so that they can head it off right there, and they can tell their daughters, if you listen to this crap, you're not going to be able, I'm not going to help you find a husband, and you ain't going to be able to keep anybody you do find. We got to let them know, because women's rights and treating women fine is not what's ruining societies, but it's when that feminism takes hold, and then the men become worthless but still have to pay. And so, yeah, we'll have to head off that propaganda. We have to be proactive about it. So I'm sorry for giving a long sermon in answer to that question. But before I end this, because we've been at this for 2 hours and a lot of people have been patient, and I appreciate that. Before I end it, do you have any particular? You
Okay.
have any more questions for me?
Uh, mm, yeah, I think I have one. Give me a second to gather my thoughts. I'm trying to figure out a way to articulate this the best way I can. So I'm trying to figure out. It honestly just slipped from my mind. I think I was gonna ask you something about uh well I was basically gonna ask you, do you think that black people should definitely move to like different cultures and stuff like that? Like we should basically leave African women behind, and like those African women that have good sense and want to come with us. Should we take them too, and we should just like kind of migrate to like a specific area or something like that, or
Well,
multiple areas?
you said leave African women behind. Did you mean
No, I'm
African
sorry.
American?
Yeah. I'm sorry. African American women. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, it's okay. It happens to the best of us. But yeah, yeah, I do actually. And I know that some sisters are going to hear me say this later on in the playback, and I'm going to put it to the sisters like this, African American sisters, that is. We don't have a choice. We have to. The ones that don't want to migrate outside of these plantation countries with us have to be left behind. Because they see, well, the thing is that when you see men dating out anyway, we have to remember that black men did not drive black women away in the West. I'm not just going to say the United States, but in the West in general, black men did not drive black women into the arms of non-black men. It was the reverse, and it's been that way. And even James Earl Jones had an interview where he and his wife sat down for the interview when they talked about this. And his wife did not blast black women. She just said, "Well, I guess they've had to. I guess they've had to be harsh and tough. I guess they haven't had a choice." So she was actually forgiving and excusing it. But to her credit, and I'm not necessarily saying that we need to go running into the arms of white women, because I understand it's dangerous. I mean, running into the arms of a black woman that is not happy to be black is dangerous enough. Running into the arms of the granddaughter of the slave master, even if she doesn't mean any harm, could be dangerous because she may have that subconscious racism. If we're not immune to it ourselves, they definitely are not. And so the it's I can't sit up and tell us to do that. I can't tell us to run into the arms of the Arab woman either, for the same reason, or the Indian, the Pakistani, Afghan, and Iranian woman, because they can have that same subconscious bias. But in terms of Southeast Asian women and women from the continent, as long as they don't have an inferiority complex, that's what we would have to do, really. That's probably the safest bet. Sisters have pretty much said, and I'm gonna tell you about one lady, Danielle Rose. There is a group on YouTube. I think they call it. I think the name of their channel is The Breakdown: A Woman's Perspective. The Breakdown: A Woman's Perspective. That's the name of their channel. And one of them is called Sister George, and the other one is Concrete Rose. Concrete Rose, her real name is Danielle Rose, I think. Danielle said on a panel just like this one, she said, "We black women," meaning African American women, she said, "we're not going to change until you men start to leave." That's what she said. She said this spring, or the end of this winter. And that's when BGS came and told her what to look up to find out that there were black men that were leaving. He told her to look up IBMOR and SYSBM, and that's how she found out they're leaving. That's it. So she was speaking for black women as a whole. So yeah, we don't have a choice, because if you're a thinking black man, automatically you're less attractive to a lot of Western women, not just African American women, but Western women in general. You're automatically less attractive if you're a thinking man. It's just that if you're a black man, the white woman's going to give you some leeway because you still have that black masculinity thing going on. But No, they're not going to give you the option to stay put and actually find someone and have a family life if that's what you're looking for. And so we would have to. We don't have a choice. We have to bounce on the community. We gotta not. Yeah, we have to do that. We have to start over somewhere. We got to bounce on a community that's insisting on dying right now. We got to bounce
Yeah.
on the we have to bounce geographically because we're going to continue to be traumatized until we can't ever rescue ourselves. That's never going to stop. I mean, George Floyd was the latest in a long chain, and he ain't going to be the last one. They're going to keep doing this, and every time they do it, they're going to, while we're angry, they're going to exploit it. And when even whites are angry, they're going to be exploited by the same parties. And it's just not going to change. And so, let's be honest, the matriarchy and the gynocracy are not going to stop doing what they're doing. And that's why when a black woman from the US or the UK or Canada does go back to the motherland or goes to Brazil and they like it, they don't go and broadcast how much they like it in the UK or Canada or the US. They stay, they go, they move, and either they're quiet or they talk about it from over there. And they don't get that popular. That's what always happens because they know that the gynocracy and the matriarchy is not really going to support them in living abroad and actually putting yourself in a situation where you have to listen to what the hell he says if he's paying the bills. That's really the only difference is in Gambia. If you pay the bills, you're the boss. If you pay the bills, she's got to listen to you, or she can pay the bills and she can make the decision herself. That's the difference between where you are in Gambia. And when they go to someone like Gambia or somewhere like Ghana and they do vlog about living over there, you'll notice one thing they usually don't do is vlog about their relationship because they know that the gynocracy is not going to give them a rest about that. You're listening to your husband. He made the final decision. She can't say, well, he paid the bill for it, so why not? She can't say that. So what does she have to do? If she does vlog about it, then she's got to be single or she's got to vlog like she's single. She cannot put her husband in there for the most part. And there's one couple that did, but they have to go back to the States a lot just to make money. But yeah, we don't have a choice, man. We got to bounce because we're being pushed out. Yeah, they're telling us we
So
don't. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
so okay, yeah. So with that being said, we would obviously have to implement different things like different aspects of different cultures. Like for example, um in Africa, I forget which parts exactly, but I know that like let's say that a man finds a woman that he's attracted to, he isn't supposed to approach that woman directly. He's supposed to go to that woman's parents and present like an offering of some sort. I forget how it works exactly. I think the family would have to check out your background, who you are, how much money you make, whatever, what family you're from. But if they like you, you can basically uh, move forward and maybe get married and things like that. Where as opposed to America, it's basically there are no men around to make any decisions for women at all. It's basically the women can just run buck wild and do whatever they want. So, do you think uh, it, it it would be inevitable that we would have to implement different things from different cultures, and basically saying that this culture that we follow in the West is basically a death culture, for lack of a better term.
The culture in the West, to a certain extent, is there are parts of it that do work, but one of the things that fails is that you see, it's okay that a woman has her own preference in a man. When we don't blame them for that. Just like we men aren't blamed for our preferences for the most part, but we do have a culture in the West that's unsustainable because of what the television has shown, how it socializes the women differently from how it socializes the men. It imbues the women with the Lois Lane syndrome, where she gets to just sit up and be a regular human being, but you got to be Superman just to qualify. So that is unsustainable, as we know. Men can't be Superman, and women can't be Wonder Woman. Those are fantasies. But the culture is unsustainable because the men have to be Superman in order to qualify. And even if he's Tom Brady or Jay Cutler or Boris Kodjoe or Steph Curry, even if he is one of these guys that's famous for their skill set and they're loaded, they're still not Superman. They're not bulletproof and they're not invincible. And they can't fly. And so they fall short of what the women want, no matter how flawed she is. And so that right there, that alone makes it unsustainable. That by itself. If you look at Black culture in the way that we raise our kids almost the way that we were treated as slaves on the plantation, i.e., one kid does something wrong, you beat that kid and any sibling that was older than them in some families. You blame the older sibling for what the younger one did, but the older one's not allowed to spank the younger sibling to stop them from doing something. But then when the younger one does something, you spank them both because the older one let the younger one do something wrong. And so, we traumatize even our own kids, and we pass this trauma on as culture. And we roll our neck and snap our fingers when someone says, wait a minute, you didn't have to spank that kid. And now, I don't get me wrong, I believe in corporal punishment for deserved, to fit the crime, or I shouldn't say the crime, but to fit the offense. You do have to correct the kid's behavior. Sometimes you got to swat that butt. But we overdo it. And you could say, yeah, well, whites don't do it enough. But does that mean that we have to overdo it with our kids? Does their imbalance mean that we should have to be imbalanced in the opposite direction, to the opposite extreme with our kids to compensate for the discipline that whites don't have? I mean, is that what we should be doing? And you'll find that oftentimes it's the mothers that insist on this. It's the mothers that are saying, I'm going to tear their butt up if they do anything, just like to brag to each other. And so we have this unsustainability. And so when white people call us didn't do nothings, when they got that term that they use to refer to us, well, see, when we raise our kids and we're about to spank a child and they really didn't do anything, we spank them harder for saying they didn't do it. We always assume that they're lying and we don't give the benefit of the doubt. So we train each other to never say that you're innocent when you're innocent, and to just accept responsibility and guilt and blame even when you're innocent. And now, and then we traumatize each other to that extent. And so now you got some of us talking about take accountability even when it's for something that we don't control. So you got some of us blaming ourselves for slavery. We didn't enslave ourselves. You got some of us blaming ourselves for what we don't own in the community. And it's not like we didn't have communities that were burned down by enemies before. And so you got Black people sitting up and telling other Black people, don't talk like a victim. Yeah, but we were victims. I'm not saying we should stop at that, but we were victims and it has to be admitted. So we can't sustain this. It's impossible to do that. And so now to answer your question about how men get with these women in Africa, it would depend on which part. I mean, the rules do change from place to place. It's not going to be the same for everybody. Even from one province to the next, it may change. The Zulus and the Xhosa, they have their way of doing it, and it's not always right. I mean, they have these dowries, and they can be prohibitively expensive and make it difficult for them to get married. When you meet a Yoruba, you may have to bow to her parents. Well, in my religion, we're not allowed to bow to other human beings, and so I wouldn't be able to do that. And so it does change from place to place. But if you like her, but you don't know who her parents are, you're still not blamed in many cases. Most cases, you're not necessarily blamed because you approached her respectfully and you ask her, look, is it all right if I talk to your parents and can I get their number? I mean, if that's the extent of your approach and you're not disrespectful, most reasonable people would not disagree. She just, tell you yes, no, or I'm already married. Thanks for the vote of confidence or something like that. You're not automatically out of bounds when you're being respectful. And being respectful is not something you're going to be blamed for, and it's not corny and it's not weak. unless of course you're dealing with one that grew up in the big city, was not properly raised, and got hit up with that Western feminism.
Uh, yeah.
You know,
So
um,
what but like as far as culture and everything like that, not necessarily just in terms of male and female relationships. Like, do you think like like Western culture or African American culture in general is is basically self destructive? Like, like the diet that we have for example, we eat a lot of unhealthy foods in the black community, and I think we're like the leading um we're basically leading in like all in all illnesses like cancer, heart disease, diabetes, high blood pressure, and so like that will be something that we can change. Uh, Education, like how in pretty much most, well, basically just every other successful culture, the men are supposed to be more educated than the women, or at least be equal, or somewhere like that. But like in the black community, the women always are more educated than the men. Obviously, going back to slavery and things like that. Like, or like how just like as a people, we don't really know that much about ourselves prior to slavery. A lot of black people, we just look at each other like we can only we can only go as far as back as slavery, and a lot of people refuse to acknowledge the history and the culture that came before us, before we were enslaved and colonized, and things like that. Like just overall culture in general, um, African American culture is basically self-destructive because it has a very, for lack of a better term, how can I say, s- uh, unnatural foundation, which is obviously slavery, which is basically an extension of European culture. So, do you think that just like as like in general, just like African Americans need to change, like definitely, like almost every aspect, or like I would say like maybe roughly about 80 to 95% of like our culture needs to be changed. Now, obviously, that wouldn't be done overnight. That would be done like over a period of time, but like eventually we would have to change. Would you agree or disagree with that?
well, the truth be told, that's exactly why I promoted the religion that I promoted to us. Um, I promoted it for the reason that our culture is going to have to change. And I'm not going to lie and say that nobody's culture has to change along with ours. I mean, I'll be the first to tell you that even the culture of the Arabs sucks, um, especially the Bedouins. And this is what they've said. Even I'd be the first to tell you that Pakistani culture sucks, major rotten eggs. But this has been because I've observed them take the religion as something that's ceremonial and then just throw it out when it's time to actually be disciplined or self-disciplined. When I promoted Islam as a solution for us, I did it specifically because when people follow the culture above this, when they put the culture in front of this, it'll mess them up. And this is happening even in Africa to a certain extent. A lot of people in Africa that grew up with a traditional upbringing from their parents are looking and saying some of these things we just can't do anymore. But when it comes to this faith, there is always a balance between two extremes. And so, as an example, one extreme would be monasticism or celibacy, which the Catholic Church practices for its monks and its nuns and its priests. Well, that's an extreme. And look what happened. Kids became unsafe. The kids were in danger in these churches. And then, of course, the opposite extreme is the licentiousness that you have in most of the Western societies where, you're free to screw in, especially ladies, you're free to screw anybody. But then we see the consequences of that, and even in our own community. Well, these are two extremes, and there's a middle path. And every time I found that there was a middle path that could work for a society, I found that this middle path was also promoted in Islam. So when I said Islam was a solution, I wasn't just saying it because I'm Muslim. Actually, I become Muslim because I could say it. Because if you take a culture that you got from your parents and you keep as much as you can keep, except for whatever is prohibited in the religion or whatever is mandated in the religion, and you add that in, then the culture can survive. And so I would say yes, our culture has to change. It's not the only one in the world that has to change and it can't survive, but it does have to. And we're the ones I'm mostly concerned with right now. I know everybody else has the same danger, but we're the ones I'm concerned with because this is the ship that I'm in. Yes, we're going to have to change a lot of things. And what I found, like take for instance the diet. Um, yeah, we're going to have to change that diet. And Shahrazad Ali said that a while back. She said that the health of the black community in America depends on us changing what we eat and what we feed our kids. The men, she said this herself, the men were on board with it. It was the women that came to her and said, they gonna cook what I eat. If I wanna cook pork, then that's what they gonna eat. And that they fought her on this. And that was why she got the inspiration. She saw the attitude of the difference, and that's why she got the inspiration to write The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. That came from the reaction to what she first wrote, which is about how we need to change our diets and eat more healthy. So yeah, we're going to have to do it. And when I set up and I said that brothers were going to have to bounce and just welcome the ones that welcome the ladies that want to come with us, but and that are serious, or the ones that have already left for that matter, because they do exist, but they've left. That we were going to have to leave a lot of the matriarchy and the gynocracy behind. I was saying that because of what Shahrazad Ali had said, and because of what also I had seen with my own two eyes. Well, I saw it with my own two eyes, and I knew this, but I didn't say it out loud until I saw that Shahrazad Ali had said it, and so I had a backup for what I was saying. And truth be told, my own mother said some things similar to this recently. Um, yeah, we're going to have to change the culture, and as a matter of fact, if we don't change the culture, we can't leave the plantation and survive anyway. We can't do that because even Omar Johnson, for all the controversy that surrounds him with his arguing and people not trusting him, for all of that, one thing he did say when he first started this was that he said we need to go back home, but a lot of us got to fix our minds before we go, just like Garvey said, because if we went back to the motherland right now and we saw the hairstyles that some of them wear outside of the major cities, um, most brothers would look at the hairstyles and get used to them. Who's going to clown the women back home for the tribal hairstyles that they wear? Is it going to be us or is it going to be the sisters?
The sisters.
And that's exactly what Omar Johnson was saying. He said that you're going, a lot of us are going to clown. We're going to clown the sisters with the cornrows back home, and that's not going to be acceptable. And we're going to mess things up if we do go like that. So we got to fix ourselves before we go. Well, most brothers now are ready to go. Most brothers can go if they can earn a living there and do okay. They can go. They can emotionally separate from the plantation. They just don't want to leave mama behind. That's all. But if we're ready to do that, then we can split up. We can split on the plantation. We can go back home, or we can go somewhere else and make it home. I mean, some brothers are fine in Okinawa, and it works for them. Some guys are fine in Jakarta. Some guys are fine in Kuala Lumpur. I saw Africans and African Americans there, and they were doing okay. Some people are straight with Taiwan. Some of them are doing fine in Salvador. So even if it's not always the motherland, the point is that we can go somewhere that's more like home once we can split from the gynocracy and the matriarchy and tell them to kiss off, that they should have packed their bags already. But if we don't change the culture, we're not going to survive elsewhere. The thing is that most of us brothers are ready to do that. That's the difference. And because of this malleability that we have, because of this flexibility that we have, a lot of sisters are saying, well, you're just going to go and set up in somebody else's patriarchy and you're going to use their nest and they're not going to respect you. In reality, a lot of these guys don't really even see it like that. And that's the gist of it. What would you say? Do you think that we can survive? Do you think this culture can survive, or that it can't survive?
Well, obviously, I believe this culture cannot survive. Like I said, this culture is a death culture. African American culture is obviously have its origins in slavery. A lot of things that we do come from Europeans. We obviously know those of us that do research that European culture is based on ancient Greece and like Northern Europe. Combination of those two cultures. Now, those cultures are very sick. A lot of it is rooted in homosexuality and and like cannibalism and like rape culture and things like that. So it's kind of like and as African Americans, during we were obviously forced to follow Western culture, which is an extension of European culture, which is an extension of Northern European and Greek culture, which again is very sick. So I think that like I said, it's a death culture. It doesn't really work. You see that now. Who's in charge of the country? Europeans. Um, that's why the country is so fucked up. You know what I mean? Pretty much everything that they do is pretty much is going to be unbalanced and unjust and unfair. Europeans. I'm not trying to promote like hate speech or anything like that, but I feel like them as a people, they're very violent, very aggressive people, very backwards people. Um, they tend to be out of touch with God, um, to say the least. Whereas African people are the exact opposite. So yeah, I would definitely think that it would be a necessity to change our culture. Like I said, about 95% of the culture should be changed, or we're pretty much all going to be destroyed by it. So it's kind of like Now, as far as the women saying things like basically trying to shame black men into dating other women or going into other cultures and stuff like that, and saying that black men that subscribe to SYSBM a week. Um, my logic is that basically, if black men who are red pill a week, well then that will kind of work in your favor, right? Because you would know who to stay away from. All the black men that are SYSBM that are promoting alternate like dating out and things like that. Well, now you know who to stay away from and who to go towards. It's kind of like when you see black women who wear multiple color weaves like purple, pink, like neon green weaves and stuff like that, and like have chest tattoos. Like obviously as black men we don't like that, but we like when we see that in public because now we know who to stay away from. You know what I mean? And it saves us a lot of time.
Well, they have been saying it's true that they've been saying that we're weak, and then they turn around and they'll promote swirling and even changing who they are to appease these white men, and that's where the hypocrisy comes
Yeah.
in. And so they have exposed their hand in that regard. And the funny thing is that a lot of them that are screaming about colorism and attacking SYSBM and promoting swirling, doing all three, if you look at who they follow, you got a few of them doing it, but if you look at who they follow, it's largely two ladies that come from outside of Black America or whose parents come from outside of it. And unfortunately, they come from a region that's known for being divisive. So, but they've exposed their hand, and we have to understand too that we have to look at them exposing their hand. We have to look at their complaints. We got to look at their complaints like this: when you are playing basketball as a kid, and you slam dunk on somebody that's usually a lot better than you are, but you manage to trip him up and get around him and dunk on him, or you manage to make him trip on himself, and then you dunk on him. He's going to complain for a second. He's going to balk because he got embarrassed, and he's going to try to make fun of how you got around him, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're just complaining because they see that two can play at that game. They took us for granted. They felt like they owned us, and that they're just complaining because they realized that it wasn't going to be that easy. That's all. Jay Shine, how long were you waiting before I opened you up? Because I didn't look at that room to know how long you were waiting in the back.
Oh, I haven't been there long at all. I just clicked that.
Okay, all right. So
Yeah.
I didn't leave you waiting for too long. And I
Nah,
forgot
that's
to
all.
look into that back screen.
It's all good, man. I
So
appreciate you bringing me up.
gladly, sir, gladly. Are you still in Europe right now?
Yeah, I'm in Germany right now. I'm in my home office out in Tennestein, doing some telework.
Okay, all right. What time is it there?
It is 11:09 a.m., sir.
Wow, it's only 1 hour difference from yeah, 1 and 2 hours difference from a lot of where well, from the Gulf region, because we got two
Yeah,
time zones here.
yeah,
I,
hour, 1.5, 2 hours, hour, 2 hours ahead, right?
yeah, I would have thought for some reason that y'all would have been 2 or 3 at least. I think the UK is 3 hours and 4 hours behind a lot of us. I would have thought it would have been that, but okay. So how many hours is the difference between you all and London?
Depends on the time of year. It's weird. They do daylight savings times at different times of the year here. So I think right now we're 1 hour ahead.
Okay, so London does not do it and Germany does.
No, they all do it. They just do it at different times. So it'll be some
Okay,
time of the year where they're 2 hours behind, and right now they're an hour behind. So and
I
same thing
see.
with the states. So sometimes I'm 6 hours ahead of East Coast. Sometimes I'm 5 hours ahead of East Coast.
I see.
Uh,
Okay, okay.
yeah.
I
So
got it.
yeah, they do
So
daylight
they
saving times. Daylight saving times. They do it at a whole different time of year.
okay, so Germany might do it before or after the UK does. Okay, I see. All
Yeah.
right.
I know
That
they
is
do it
all.
after America. I know that America does theirs before Germany. So I'm not sure when the UK do theirs. So um, I'm not even sure UK does it at all. I think UK might be one of those countries that never does it. I got to look into it. I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. Where I'm at, they don't do it. But in I know in Northern Africa they do,
Hmm.
and I'm not sure if they do it in Syria and Turkey north of here. But where I'm
Right.
at, they don't do it, and there's no country south of us within the tropics where they do it. So I've seen that happen too. I've been to like in the winter. We're about we're about 9 hours ahead of where I came up and where I grew up in the U.S. And then in the summer we are 8 hours.
Right.
Yes, I've seen that happen. Yeah. And so in Germany right now,
Hmm.
are there a lot of African Americans where you live, or a lot of Africans?
Well, there's a lot of Africans in the country for sure. Not a lot, but they here. I've been to Berlin and Frankfurt, and you see them everywhere. They got their own little shops and stuff. So when you see the businesses, then you know there's a good number of them in the area. There's a lot of African Americans here, mostly because of military and a few from the State Department. I'm over here on the DoD assignment as well, but there are a lot of ex-military who stay here. Some even government civilians who stay here or keep coming back and forth because they like it here and they settle down here. So we got a lot of expats in this area, but usually they're around military posts. So you're talking about Heidelberg, Ramstein, which is Kaiserslautern, K-Town, they call it. I'm up in Wiesbaden, which is a garrison for Army. Then you got Stuttgart, I'm trying to think, Landstuhl. So these are areas where you'll find a lot of American. Matter of fact, K-Town, they call that that's basically an American city. It's like 50,000 Americans there. You know what I mean? In that one location alone. So the Americans are here thick. They're not here as much as they used to be. There used to be a lot more Americans in Germany, but they closed up a lot of bases and consolidated some of the bases. But we still have a serious footprint here.
Okay, and most of the Americans, African Americans, or Europeans, or is it even?
Um, uh, um, Most of the Africans that are here are from the continent. They're from Africa. And the other, I think, biggest group of Africans here are African Americans. There are not a lot of European blacks in Germany. Most European blacks they come from Africa and they go to places like UK or France. You know what I mean? You'll find a lot of them over there. But in Germany, there's more actually. There's more Middle East here than anybody else. You know, Syrians and Turks. And matter of fact, they're
Okay,
uh, the biggest immigrant group in this country is those guys. It's like a couple of million of them. Whereas American blacks, there's only like 100, not American blacks, but Americans, period, there's close to like 180,000 total Americans here. You know what I mean? So there's not a lot of us here versus the Middle East. But I'm not sure how many Africans in the country. They're sprinkled around, but they really relegated to the cities, though. You know, you find them like big cities like Frankfurt. You see them in Berlin, and you might see here some sprinkled down in like K Town, but that's about it.
okay, I see then. And overall, how do the Syrians and the Turks treat any black folks they come across? Is it good, bad, or neutral? And from what you've seen,
The Turks are cool. I actually have friends that are Turks over here. The Turks got the
okay,
streets. So if you need something, like I had to get my car fixed, I got the Turks, and I got a guy named Khan. We on WhatsApp with each other. He's showing me baby pictures and shit. He's showing me his family. So we cool. I met his brother,
okay,
his mother. The Turks are cool. The Syrians, not really. Syrians don't fuck with nobody but Syrians, and that's to their own detriment. They really in the country as refugees anyway.
I
So,
see.
but they don't really mess with us like that at all, and they damn sure don't mess with Africans.
Okay, and does it seem to be based on language or culture or both?
I think mostly, but a lot of people, black people, gotta understand. There are a lot of places in the world. I mean, they're just anti-black, and there's some places in the Middle East that are like that. And so I would chalk it up to culture, but I think a lot of racism has to do with the issue with the Syrians. The Turks, the Turks are cool here. You understand what I'm saying? If you was in
Hmm.
Turkey, it might be a different story. But the Turks are cool here because they too are immigrants to this country. And I tell brothers all the time, especially brothers who want to travel. Some of our brothers like to put down hip hop or put down black culture. I'm like, you might want to not put it down so much because that's actually a translation to other groups of people. So when I met Khan and them, they got their hats turned back and they see me come in, and I got my bike gear on because I had a motorcycle. I was on my motorcycle that day, and I'm translating with him now. I walk a certain way. I'm from Brooklyn. Oh, you're from Brooklyn? You know what I mean? So you translate to them through this pop culture called hip hop, right?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
there's a lot of ways we translate to other people based on what they've seen in TV, what they've seen in music videos, and what they've seen in magazines. You know what I mean? So you got to be aware of that. But outside of that, culturally, we don't really have much in common. But if you're Muslim, you might have something in common with them. You might understand some of the holidays and the traditions that go with Muslim culture. So there's some, same thing with the hip hop thing, right? You have something you have in common. So, they'll draw to you that way. But the Syrians, I wouldn't even try. I mean, they don't.
Hmm.
They seem to be real standoffish. They don't even get along with Turks. So, and they really don't mess with black people like that. They don't like black people. They violent towards the Africans. They attack the Africans. So there's something with them I don't get.
Mm.
You coming from a war torn country, and you out here, attacking Africans in another country is ridiculous. So that's about something else.
I
Uh,
see.
yeah, that's about something else. You must have a hatred for dark skinned people. But Turks about business. And they speak a lot of different languages. That's one thing I'm impressed with Turks. They speak their languages. They speak a lot of other Middle Eastern languages. They speak a little German. They speak English. And this is something that I wish black people would learn how to pick up. Being in America, we kind of got dumbed down. We locked into this one language and this one way of doing things, and then you have some brothers running around calling themselves liberal and some calling themselves conservative, and they think that shit is exotic. No, there's a whole world outside of America.
Yeah.
And I think picking up Rosetta Stone or picking up another language is actually a good thing to do. Like I'm studying Kiswahili right now. You know what I mean? Because I want to do business on the continent at some point. You know, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Okay.
I drew in a breath out of shock when you said you were studying Kiswahili. I was happily surprised, but I wasn't about to interrupt you. I just
Yeah.
drew in
Yeah.
a
I mean,
breath. My lungs just expanded from a happy shock.
look, me, I'm about power dynamics. You know what I mean? I get power dynamics. And one of the things that has been working against us in the world globally when you step off the American shores, because America's is its own thing. That's a whole other animal, right? You step in
Hmm.
America, you got a whole host of things you got to deal with dealing with that society. But when you step in the world, out in the world, and we deal with different people from around the world. It's about power dynamics, and your group matters outside the world. And I don't like how my people are projected around the world. When me and my daughter first got to Germany, because my daughter's here with me, we was in hotels before we got permanent housing. So I'm looking for somewhere to live. In the meantime, we stay in the hotels, for like a month and a half, and we watch German TV. And the only thing they put on German TV is occasional Will Smith movie and Love and Hip Hop and Basketball Wives and trap music. So that's what's being transmitted to the world as Black culture right now, and I found that very, very, very disturbing. Now I'm like, okay, I see what Viacom is doing. Right? Because remember, Viacom owns VH1, and then they bought BET. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to control what they transmit to the world. So all of that stuff, that's intellectual property of Viacom, right? Which is owned by Vivendi. Oh my God, I keep pronouncing it wrong. Vivendi Universal. You know what I mean? Which is European-owned companies, and they are transmitting or letting in what they want. So they control your image worldwide, and that actually it bothered me. It really, really bothered me. I wish Black people would wake up to see how other people in the world are viewing us and what other people are doing with our image around the world. So anyway, I've been wanting to do business in Africa for a long time. So coming to Europe, I got to meet a lot of different people from a lot of different places, and I'm going to launch myself into the continent from here. Why? Because I want to learn the banking system in Europe. Why? Because the banking system in Africa is backed by the banking system in Europe. So you know what I mean. So I'm looking at the money part of it. So this is where power dynamics comes in. Other groups, operators groups, they approach politics in the world. They approach immigration. They approach business as groups. And unfortunately, we as African Americans have been taught to approach things as individuals. And that's why we don't have a lot of luck in the world. We need other people to help us. So if we go to Africa to do business, we need the Africans to help us. Or we go into Europe, we need the Europeans to help us. And we don't have any established groups. The Africans who come into Germany, they have an established group here. They have hair stores and restaurants they have, and they say they have a place they can cultivate and take care of each other. But if you come here as an American, 9 times out of 10, you're going to have to marry a German wife. That's what's going to get you in the game. That's what's going to get you into the society. You're going to have to marry one of their women. And I found that unfortunate. I found that kind of weird being out coming from a superpower. You know what I mean? You would think that, we would be everywhere and could kind of walk in everywhere and do business and do what we want to do. But that's not necessarily the case for a lot of Americans, especially Blacks. You need to marry into one of their women. You need to, a lot of brothers who are over here expats, they thrive based on their relationship with their German wives. And the reason is because you don't know the language, you don't have any status in the country, and you don't have any group that's established there. So when you have an immigrant group, if we had an immigrant group of African Americans here that practiced group economics and took care of each other and carved out a little corner here and there in these cities, whatever the case might be, now brothers can come over and set up shop much easier. Now brothers can float in and float out much easier. And that's what the Turks are doing for their people in Europe, in places like Germany. So I look at things as a power dynamics. And I know power is a group phenomenon. You know what I mean? You can't do it as an individual. So I think we're going to have to get back to learning how to do business with each other. And part of that, especially if you're going to do business outside of America, you're going to have to start picking up some languages. That's what's going to help you. You're going to have to. You're going to have to be able to talk to people to handle business, or you're going to have somebody talk for you. And I don't want to be in that position. So if I want to do business on the continent, I got to pick up some language that I can, that I can talk to people in. And I know most of south of Africa and even parts of East Africa and even parts of West Africa, the Kiswahili is a taught language. So I want to pick it up so I can go out there and converse with some people on the continent and do some business.
Okay, so you got a plan then, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, the best situation to be in is going to be where you understand, but they don't know you understand.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not going to tell you to never use it. Of course, you'll have to practice it to remember it. But when you're doing business, the best position to be in is going to be where you know what they're saying to each other, but they don't know you know. That'll be when you're new. That's the best time to pull it off.
Right.
But the only reason I'm suggesting that is because then in that case you'll have an accurate view of how they view us, and you could tell us the God's honest truth about how we're viewed in whatever area it is that you get started.
Mm-hmm.
I began to, when I started to understand more of what people were saying around me,
Mhm.
I came to understand that's how I was, that I was confident enough to say, well, they actually don't hate us here. They sometimes they are affected by what they've seen on TV, but
Yeah.
they don't actually hate us over here in this region, and there's no idea of violence or anything like that. They can't comprehend racial violence. They just simply think they look better than we do, and that they're from here and we're not.
Right. Right.
That's the
So,
extent of it.
what are they getting from America as far as imagery? What images of American blacks is being projected into what your region where you're at now?
In the Gulf, the way they see us is they actually see us as multifaceted.
Hmm.
They believe that now they believe that black people, period, regardless of nationality, are physically stronger than they are on average. They get this impression from the Sudanese, from Somalis, from African Americans, from Western
Hmm.
Africans. They don't necessarily want to start a physical fight with you. That's not how that works. They get the
Gotcha.
impression that they're going to lose that fight. So that's one thing that they view us physically as being that way. And I realize that's a universal perception. I'm sure you've seen that in Europe too.
Hmm.
But as far as how they view us specifically as African Americans is they think that we all used to rap at some point in time. And they think that, like, they ask me dumb stuff like, did I used to rap with Tupac? And at first, I, I was, that
It's
was,
hilarious. It's
yeah,
hilarious.
I kid you not. And on more than one occasion, they would ask me, like, not just did I used to rap with him, but just to ask me, do I know him is kind of dumb. But they would
Hmm.
ask me, like, did I rap with him? And I started to tell, first I would say, wow, how would I know him if I lived in the Southeast all my life and he lived in New York and California? But then I started saying, you know what? Yeah, actually, yeah, I wrote down California Love. That was me. I wrote that. And he gave my spot to Dre, and I would just pull these kids' legs, my students, and I said yeah, actually, just to really really mess with them. And mind you, I came to this country 2014. He passed away in '96. Just to really mess with the kids, I said, yeah, actually, when I was leaving the U.S., he was the one that drove me to the airport to catch my flight to come here the first time to move here.
That's hilarious.
And they were like, "Oh wow, can you call him?" And I said, "Well, y'all want me to send him a WhatsApp message?" I mean, he asked me not to do that because y'all know he's pretending to be dead, right? Oh, he's still alive. So I told you he drove me to the airport, just to mess with him. But yeah, they would ask dumb stuff like that, but they don't mean any harm. They didn't think, they don't think that we're stupid. They know about the gangsters, but they also view us as being heroes, like we're the ones who save America. Because in the movies, you'll notice that the gangsters and the heroes now oftentimes involve a lot of black folks. So they actually have a dual view of us in that regard. But they do think that if we become angry, we're dangerous. And when they would call us slaves, and I would understand it, I would tell them, no, you're going to say this, insult white people right now. And then they would become a little bit nervous. They wouldn't show their fear because they're not cowards, but they would become nervous visibly because a black man was angry. And so it's a complicated view. And on the other hand, some of them know that they come from us, and others of them don't know. And then there are those in the middle who argue about it. So it's a real complex view. And that was part of why I asked you how the Syrians and the Turks treat us, because right now the Turks in Turkey are beginning to look more towards Africa, especially Muslim Africa. They got a trade relationship with Somalia, and they're allowing Somalis to run businesses in Turkey, much like citizens can. Somalis who visit Turkey are welcomed, and some of them are going into Somalia. And so these Muslim areas of Africa don't necessarily have to rely as much on Chinese investment. I mean, they'll take some, but they're not forced to rely on as much of it. They got some other alternative. Whereas, with the Syrians, you got a Syrian community in Sudan. But it's funny because here, the Syrians, they treat us pretty well too. The Syrians treat the Sudanese well. They treat us African Americans well. They kind of look up to us. But when they go into Germany, as you said, they don't really like anybody And then to make matters worse, they're willing to fight with Africans. And it's funny because in Syria they grow up speaking Arabic and French. When they leave Syria, then they have to learn another language and probably English. I mean, for a Syrian to survive in Germany, he's got to learn German and English, and they've already grown up with neither one of those languages. And so,
Is the Syrians that you working with or work with, are they more of a political, they're more of a professional class, right? Professionals, or they just regular folk.
I'd say it's both. Some of them are some are teachers. The one If I work with them, they're teachers. But the ones that I've met have been they've most have been teachers. I met a few in another city I used to live in. I met a few of them that were construction workers, or they had some office jobs, but they weren't working with me. And what I found was that their kids were very keen on learning English because they know they got to get an education. The Gulf citizens don't necessarily feel like they got to rely on the skill set. They're going to rely on who they know to get by. But I noticed that the Syrian students, they were keen. And whenever one of them cheated on a test and I would catch them, I knew that this one was born in the Gulf. Not a citizen, but just born in the Gulf and grew up in the Gulf, spent most of the childhood here. Because the ones that just got here a short time ago, they knew if they cheated, they were going to hurt themselves. But the thing was, I never picked up on anti-blackness coming from them down here. And even in the States, I didn't pick up on a whole lot of anti-blackness. I picked up on white conservatism. Like, if y'all work hard, you pull yourselves up. I picked up on that. But even in the States, I didn't pick up on anti-blackness except from one couple, only one couple. I picked up on that from in the States, but I was shocked. I know that they're isolated in Germany because of the language. It happens to them in Turkey too. The ones that go to Turkey do get isolated
And the
because they
Germans
don't
are
speak
jerks about it
Turkish.
too.
I'm sorry.
The Germans are jerks about it too. Like they can understand what you're saying, and they're gonna force you to speak German. And it sucks sometimes. Sometimes you're just trying to find somewhere to, it's just information directions or something, and they're like, "That's good." I'm like, "Yo, man, look, man, just talk English for a second," and they won't do it. They won't do
Even
it,
though they can.
even though they
Yeah,
can. Yeah.
yeah. They grow up with English, but uh, um, I wondered about that because I do speak other languages and not just English. I just don't know if they would tolerate me speaking, like if I said, look, I speak another language, okay? It's just not German, not yet. I just got here. I don't know how they would react. And that's one reason I don't look to visit it. But I did hear that there will be some jerks about it. Like one guy, he's not a teacher here, but he's kind of over the teachers, and he can transfer teachers from place to place. And he was telling me about his experience in Germany. He said he got pulled over, got a ticket for speeding on the autobahn, which doesn't even have a speed limit. And he said, "Well, how far to the next exit?" And the cop told him, "If you could ask me in German, then I would have told you." And then got in his car and sped off. But as far as the Syrians go, I mean, I didn't pick up on anti-blackness here, but I know that they're isolated in Germany per se because of the language, and even in Turkey, they're not hated. They're just not able to mix well because they don't speak Turkish yet. Their kids have to grow up with the language and then they pick it up. But I was mostly asking because I was just trying to get an idea as to how black folks would do if they went into Turkey later on. If some black folks decided to settle in Turkey, because some of them are like, yeah, I'm willing to visit and see if I want to live there or not.
And there you
I
can
don't.
visit Turkey, man, but I got a homegirl who was stationed down there. She's in the State Department. They're really they practice nationalism. I mean, it's just timing right now. If you went to Korea at a certain point, late '90s, early 2000s, they was on some nationalist shit, so they was hostile towards outsiders. It's kind of what's going on with the people. You know what I mean? That matters more than anything else. No different than say Germany or East Europe right now. East Europe, Ukraine, they're on some ultra right movements going on right now. So there's a lot of white nationalism going on. in these areas. You know what I mean? That's why you had that shooting in Germany. They had a shooting over by Frankfurt. The guy went in and killed like six Middle Easterners. All right.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
okay.
Yeah. So the same thing with the guy that down in New Zealand, or was New Zealand? He went into those church, those mosques, and killed all those people, and he did it on a live stream. So you want to have these are outbursts from movements that are happening, all over. And it's not just a local thing; it's a global thing. These guys are sharing, and it's like a whole nother world. NBC invites to two separate pieces on this, where you have these alt right neo-fascist celebrities, and they're connecting with each other back in the states. That's why you see these the alt right guys in the states with these different type of haircuts. That's showing solidarity to the haircuts that they're having right now in East Europe. So black people got to really be careful about where they're going. But that's how it is now. 20 years from now, it might not be that way. 15 years
Mm-hmm.
ago was a lot more cooler. So you got to know what's going on in the world to see where things are, because people are in their own countries. They are backed by their people, and they will practice solidarity with their own. So, you can go into these countries and think it's all good. It might not be all good. You might be able to get a house right now in Turkey, and it might be good. But in 5 years from now, they might be trying to burn it down. You see what I'm saying? So, you just gotta be careful about how you move in these other spaces, and check the temperature of their society and see where they are. And again, language barriers kill all of that. You don't know what's going on in the news. If you turn on Turkish news right now, would you understand it? You know what I'm saying? So you really can't even check the temperature of a society. So you're gonna have to visit it a few times. You're probably gonna have
Mm-hmm.
to get you a Turkish girlfriend. You know what I mean? And, so that way you can so she can kind of translate for you, or get you some real close Turkish friends so you can kind of translate things for you. So you can know what's going on in that society, because everybody not only has different social political things going on in their society, they still have their culture too. You know what I mean? And that, so you adapt to the culture, but you're also adapting to the social climate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, these are things that you got to be aware of when you go into these places. And I think, just telling a brother to get a passport might not be, good advice, because you might not be, you don't know what you're getting himself into. I've been to Bahrain, I've been to Qatar, and there's different rules to these places where you go. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You can't
Exactly.
live in a certain way. You can't just be your American self where the fuck you feel like going. You know what I mean? You can't do it. I mean, you're gonna have to do some education, some research before you go into, especially going to these Muslim countries. So anyway, uh, I think Turkey's a good economy probably to invest in, but again, what, you gonna put money into that economy, or you gonna put money into a business? What happens if something don't go wrong? Who you gonna call? How you gonna talk to them? See, the language barrier is something else, and I think they dumbed us down in America, because most people in most countries, you know what I mean, like mine, you know what I'm saying, you out here in the world. Most people in the world know more than one language.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people do learn. They do learn something else. And now, where I live, a lot of the Gulf people are quite lazy, but the younger ones are coming up bilingual. And every year, I can see an improvement in their English language skills, and they're interested in learning even other languages.
Yeah,
Um, I had this last school year we just finished. I had a student that was using Spanish in the classroom to practice it, because he found out that I could speak, and enough of it to cause problems, I guess. And so he started to practice a little bit of it. So when he would say to me, "Let me try to answer the questions in both languages. Give me time to answer a question in English and in Spanish." So of course I could use English with him, but he would give answers in English, and then he would give them in Spanish because he was interested. And most of the time, most of the time, Arabs don't really have that much of an interest in Spanish anyway, or it's pretty much just English or French. But now more of them are taking an interest in learning languages like Japanese and Spanish. I had let's see, there was there was one that asked me about the language that they speak in Malaysia and Indonesia. He said that he said, "I heard those languages are easy. Is that true?" And I told him, "Well, what they told me was it's easy." And so he said, "My dad's looking to hire a maid from Indonesia, and I want to be able to translate so that the maid doesn't have to learn another language. And so it is changing even in areas where it was not the case. That it's true, even where people didn't learn another language, now they are. And so, a lot of people do learn something else. And I agree. I tell people get a passport. I tell brothers, you got to get a passport. You got to get a skill set that you can take with you somewhere that you also like. But I also do say that you got to look into places and get the information on them so you can compare places, pick a place. You can compare places so that you know where to visit. Then you can visit and then see where you actually want to settle. Because it is true, you can just pick up and go somewhere and ruin your life. That is possible no matter where you wind up going. And some guys like
have you ever heard of Yusuf Joseph? He's a brother from the States. He's an expat in over in Brazil. And then another brother, Just Yandre, who I hang out with a lot on YouTube. He's out in Japan, and he's an expat sitting out in Japan. And the beautiful thing about that is that when you come to places like Japan, Brazil, Germany, you're gonna find black expats that will help you. You know what I mean? And I think we got this great tool called the internet. So if you can find these channels, another channel, I don't know if you ever heard of it, it's called BEJ, a Black Experience in Japan. But now he doesn't just talk about the experience in Japan. He goes to other Asian countries and he sits down and interviews black people who are living abroad. So there's a bunch of expats. He interviews all these expats in Korea, and Japan, and their jobs are not just teachers neither. Some of these people are doing like accounting work, and it was real cool interviews. And I think it's must see YouTube. You know what I mean? It's must see for black people to see those interviews as raw as they are, and they give you a get down. There's a brother has businesses out in what's another country? Not Malaysia. Malaysia. It's Malaysia. And these guys out in Indonesia. I mean, they're all over the place. We got black people who speak English, who are us, and you can go to these videos, get their IG handle, you know what I mean, and maybe reach out to them, correspond with them before you travel to these places and get, the skinny of what you're trying to do. And that's a good thing. I wish we had more of us set up shop around the world, kind of like the other groups do, like the Syrians or the Turks. And I think that's missing. And we're from America, and we see the immigrants coming to America and create their own little towns and their own little businesses and stuff like that. And one of the things that frustrates me is that as African Americans, we don't do that. You know what I mean? We just don't.
Yeah, we are going to start though at some point, and I don't think it's going to take very long. And if they listen to not just me, but if they listen to others, they're going to wind up doing this. And it is very true. Now, of course, in the States, when they decide to migrate to the States, they got to go through a process you and I don't, because we're born with the passports. They got to go through immigration and get the visas and prove that they either have a skill set or that they're only going to visit, different things they got to do. But they get cherry picked. That's the thing. They're cherry picked and then they're oriented before they go.
That's true.
I've had some of them tell me, if you're working for the State Department, then you may be familiar with the orientation process. A Tunisian told me years ago, before I even knew I was going to be working here, a Tunisian told me that when she first got the visa from the U.S. Embassy there in Tunis, that they then called her and her husband in for an orientation. And one of the things they told them was, you stay away from black neighborhoods. They're dangerous. They didn't say poor neighborhoods. She told him that they said to stay away from black neighborhoods because they were dangerous. And so when she went to live in Atlanta, there were black wealthy neighborhoods like Cascade, but she didn't know that they were safe for a while until she met some folks from there. It just so happened she went to Atlanta, and that's what helped her to learn that this was a big fraud. But they're cherry picked and they're oriented. And see, we think, okay, well, how come they can do it and we can't? Well, they're cherry picked. That's why the ones that can't do it don't get the visa anyway. But because we can go to other places with the passport, or the visa's not that difficult to get, we actually are in a position to do the same thing if we get the skill set and we learn about the countries to which we're going. We would be like the Lebanese. You want to see a trifling Lebanese, you just go to Lebanon. They're all around. But when you leave Lebanon, then you see Lebanese that are not trifling, and everybody looks up to them and wants to be them. And there's nothing stopping us from doing the same thing. at
Nah,
all.
at all, at all.
I mean, and see, you working with the State Department or the Department of Defense, whichever one it is, you're privy to a lot of information. A lot of African and a lot of European Americans aren't necessarily privy to. But you know about the Lebanese and how they are abroad. You know that the
Yeah,
Lebanese, they're the business community. They and the Japanese are the business community in Brazil. That they are the business community in Mexico. That in many parts of Africa, they're the business community. They run stuff, and they've been in certain parts of Africa for decades, running businesses and not suffering when these areas descend into civil war either.
right.
And so the thing is that, in all honesty, we're in a position where we come with a stronger currency than whatever they're earning. We could simply buy out what they're doing or use the money to get off to a better head start competing and pushing them out. Because I would love to see us not only do well, but to specifically compete with them and push them out of the way.
Yeah, yeah. All this is about the
Well,
competition.
Definitely.
well, the thing
WW, you've
about
been
that.
quiet, man. What questions do you have for Mr. Random?
Okay, yeah, yeah. I was just about to say something. I feel like the reason why we can't compete is because as of right now in the black community, we kind of live in a dinocracy. You know, where like the women kind of run everything, and I feel like in order for us to get away from that, we're gonna have to pretty much venture outside of the United States, which men are doing now with SYSBM. Um, so maybe within like a few decades or so, once you see once you start seeing more black men, uh, just like go to other countries for like different women, more cooperative women and stuff like that, you should see an increase in just like black communities in general. So yeah.
Yeah, I would say this. I would say this, brother. I'm not a fan of SYSBM, but I will say this, and I don't subscribe to that. There's a democracy either. I think there's a lot of people out here who have gynocentric thinking. Why? Because look at what Western culture has done. They basically unleashed the whores of hell. You know what I mean? Women are pretty much doing what they want to
Yeah.
do. They're having sex with who they want to have sex with. They're having abortions on tap. I mean, it's just complete ridiculousness. But that's Western culture, though. You see what I'm saying? And I think Black Mind has made a good point because me and him had a back and forth on this, and he made a good point when he was talking about how it is over there in a different culture. My mindset is that we want to have to create a new environment. And I'm not talking about being nice. All right, I refuse. I'll tell you what. I put it like this: Black women are not my leader. Period. You know what I mean? I'm extreme with it. Just to give you a quick rundown on me. I had a child out of wedlock with an African American woman. She was unfit as a mother, but instead of paying her child support, I went and got custody of my daughter. And my daughter's been living with me since she's 1 years old. Now I know a lot of brothers is like, damn, you went that hard with it. Yes, I went that hard with it. I'm that extreme with it. If there's going to be a problem, I'm going to address it. Why? Because at the end of the day, I got her pregnant, so I got to own that, right? I got this female pregnant, so I got to own that. And I love my daughter. I wasn't going to let her turn out like her mother. So I had to step in and get her. Now, if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have made that, situation come about because that wasn't the right way of doing things. The right way of doing things was to find the right woman, get married, you know what I mean, and then have my kids once I was stable financially, et cetera, et cetera. The good thing, I was lucky enough to be financially stable at the time my daughter was born. I was already in my career, already making good money. So that wasn't too much of a big deal. But I still wasn't where I wanted to be in life as a man. So I will always implore brothers to say, look, go out here, put your head down, get to the purple. Watch where you spill. Don't spill or drop nowhere. Because it's not just black women you got to watch out for. It's the American system. All right? The women are doing what they're allowed to do. The women are doing what they're being incentivized to do. You see what I'm saying? They incentivize promiscuity in America. They incentivize the shit. All right. There is no admonishment for it. There's no drawback for it. There's no punishment for it. And the truth of the matter is, everything we got going on wrong with us in Black America, remember, we got it from the Diamond Society. You see what I'm saying? We didn't learn this behavior on our own. We got it from them. We didn't invent porn. We didn't invent prostitution in America. We didn't invent the strip club. You understand me? We got all this shit from them. So we're a subculture of the dominant culture. The problem is we don't have the money the dominant culture has. We don't have the wealth the dominant culture has, right? So when that shit transpires in our community, it fucks us up more. You see what I'm saying? It does us worse. So I'm saying as a man, now, I'm not saying be nice. I'm not saying be nice. I'm saying understand your history, know where you want to go, get together as men and start building the future. Because at the end of the day, the black men in our society who ain't taking care of business, the black women who ain't shitting up in outside society, don't have to listen to me or you talk. You know why? Because they don't depend on us for nothing. They don't depend on us for their livelihood. They don't depend on us for jobs. And that so fixing the situation in American black society is never going to fix itself unless we say, you know what? We're gonna be the generation of men to clean this shit up. Like we ain't fucking around. We're gonna grab our swords and we chop them off heads. You're gonna have to get in line and we're gonna have to create a new environment. And that's why I preach business. Get on your business shit. Start working with other black men. Start creating a code of conduct and a culture where we don't allow certain things. I have no tolerance for a ratchet whore. None. And I mean none. And I don't allow it to persist in my life, and it would never enter my life. You see what I'm saying? And another reason I don't get married is because I feel overall Western women don't respect marriage. You see what I'm saying? The culture had changed. There was a time where marriage mattered to women, but it doesn't matter anymore. They get divorced on tap. They file for 7% of the divorces, and that's too expensive for the average man to go through. You know what I mean? I'm a businessman. I'm practical. So if marriage is so hard, and every time I turn around, y'all complain about being married and you're losing yourself, and you know what I mean, all this nonsense that we got to go through. I'm like, all right, fine. I won't make you a liar, girl. I'll leave you alone. I don't want to stress you out with marriage.
Well,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
I don't want to
yeah,
be a burden on you since marriage is so goddamn hard. You know what I mean? So they seem to be more anti-marriage than we are. Because every time you see a married woman, all they doing is complaining. This is Western women. They don't understand the purpose of it. Because their purpose and how they've been socialized is not where it is. And that's what Black Mind was right when he was talking about the environment and how the women or where he at is different because of the culture. Those women are socialized to not only value family, but the value of what a marriage is and the value of their husbands. Our women are not socialized that way. Men in American society, no matter what color they are fucking utilities.
yeah.
Yeah, white men
I
do complain about that. It's
Yeah,
true.
that's why you have a white man red pill space. You know what I mean? You have a white man, a white boy incel space when they go out here killing these white girls. So, this is something that I looked at and I actually took color out and just made it a business ploy. I say, you know what? We do things a little more fucked up in black society, but when you look at this business wise, all right, I see the structure that's going on. I see the play that's happening here. I see what they did here. All right, I see what they did here. Because back in the 1950s, if I was to sell a woman a vacuum cleaner, and I knocked on the door, I was like, "How you doing, ma'am?" The next thing that came in my mouth Mr. Home, is the husband home. You know why? Because most of the men had the wallet. All right, most of the men had the wallet. But then they got smart. They say, you know what? We're going to give these women these jobs. We're going to give these women good salaries. We're going to give them a feminist tilt. So now they don't need no man and they can have their own space. So now every time you have a child and there's a divorce or the kid is born out of wedlock, you got two homes, two cars. She's always shopping. You shopping. It's money. It's all about money. That whole program is about money. That whole cultural shift that they concocted in America was about commerce, and no one really saw it. The fucking diamond imagery, everybody getting on their knees and all that kind of shit, right? That was something that was created in the middle. That's not even an old tradition. That was something that was created in the middle of the 1900s, and now everybody's like, oh, he proposed to me, and now you got the men falling right into it. You see what I'm saying? And a diamond ain't worth shit. That's Africans, all right? It ain't worth nothing.
um uh,
It's all about money.
uh
Everything comes down to money.
yeah, some of the points that you said, I kind of addressed a little bit before you had came on. I don't know if you heard
Oh, I
anything
didn't
of
know.
that,
Yeah.
but a
Go ahead
lot
though.
of okay, okay, yeah, but like a lot of the things that you said with SYSBM, that that you disagree with, I feel like S- SYSBM kind of already kind of agrees with, like, like how it's not just black women, it's Western women in general, and like we need to find women of other cultures and stuff like that. Yeah, that's kind of what SYSBM is kind of all about. So I'm a little
Yeah.
bit confused of what you disagree with specifically.
Well, I've had encounters with some of the system community, and for me, it's been about, I don't worship no women, right? I don't put no women on a pedestal.
Yeah.
I'm on some real no dragon man shit. I'm on some Lord of the Rings, taking the tower type shit. You know, um, so I don't put no women on a pedestal. So what I saw happening in a lot of these spaces was a lot of Becky and Mingling worshiping, and I ain't like that shit at all. See, the thing I despise about swirlers is that they want to get with Brad at the expense of black men. You see what I'm saying? You go to Kristen Carlson channel and all those people over there, and it's about throwing black men under the bus. This is the reason why we're doing it, because black men ain't shit. We're over here because black men ain't hitting on this. We're over here because black men this. I mean, and I think that's so disrespectful to our ancestry. Look, I believe in unspoken rules. I'm not crazy. You live in a mixed society. People are going to mix. You know what I mean? It's going to happen sooner. You know what I mean? We live in a more diverse world, not just in America. There's going to be race mixing from here and there. The flag waving is really what I have a problem with. You understand me? It's the flag waving. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to show up to the barbecue and like look in front of all my sisters and my mom and everybody. I'm like, yeah, I got this bad white bitch. Fuck you, bitches. I will never do that. You see what I'm saying? I would never do that. So to me, I just think we got so many other things we need to worry about as black men, as far as business, instead of worrying about, running around the world without penis in our pants. Look, handle your business, make money. You're going to be attractive. It all falls in place. I work in these back in the States. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's
All right. So
city. So I know what I'm saying.
so
When I was coming up in DC, I was attractive to other groups of women just by default, because you got a nice car, you got nice shoes. You're going to attract other groups of women regardless. So you don't really need a movement for that. That's what I'm saying.
okay. So you're saying your problem with SYSBM is that most like um a lot of men who subscribe to this movement are in it just to basically put a middle finger to black women, like, hey, look at me, I have a white girlfriend, I have an Asian
I
girlfriend,
mean, that's
you
that,
know.
that's the rhetoric. I
I
can't go off what they do in real life. I only can go off what they say on the YouTube street. So keeping it on the YouTube
okay,
level, what I mean? That's what I see. And if I go over to
okay,
certain people's channels, I'm not going to name right here. And that's what the conversation is about. So I can only go off that. You know what I mean? But the whole notion of
okay,
saving yourself, though, and look, black women have no power, really. They only do what they can get away with. We just got to be smarter about how we conduct business in America. America is a corporation. It's a place of commerce. It's a capitalist society. And it's a place where people prey on each other, period. You know what I mean? And our women are no different. They out there getting what they can get, how they can get it. And if there's nothing to pull that fucking chain, then they gonna wild out. And that's exactly what happened to the black society. And that's what's happening to white women in white society. You know what I mean?
yeah,
They are going nuts over there in Western culture. They're doing whatever the fuck they want to do, how they want to do it, and then showing no respect for men. Like, for instance, not black men, but all men are the builders of that society. I never seen a woman in heels putting up a bridge or fucking paving a street. You know what I mean? But this is how they flip the psyche of society, where you can walk past the builders of your society and show and thumb your nose at the builders of your society and show disrespect to the men of your society, and then turn around and talk about, well, I need somebody to protect me. It's not. It's crazy. You know what I mean? It's crazy, and we just got to stop participating in that bullshit.
yeah.
When it comes
I
to the
agree with you
flag waving,
100%. Sorry. I was saying I kind of agree with you 100%, but one thing about SYSBM is that they pretty much are saying the same thing that you're saying. I'm not exactly sure who you listen to, but a lot
Mhm.
of the SYSBM and IPMOR are basically saying, that the men need to take control and we need to date out in order to prevail the race.
Mm.
Yeah, so like
Now,
I'm not sure who you
a
listen
lot
to.
of them saying, fuck the community, and we out of the community, and let it burn, and yeah, I mean, it's that kind of stuff. So I don't see how that translates in taking over your community. See, when I say take over my community,
Okay,
I'm not
wait,
talking about being nice.
well,
I'm talking about the
I can
men,
see that.
thinking men of our ilk coming together, devising policies, and I don't give a fuck who suffers. We got to get to another point. We can't continue the way we are. We can't. It's just not going. It's not going to work. We're not going to survive the way we are. You know what I mean? I don't care about her happiness. I don't care about her getting red bottoms. Fuck all of that. You know what I mean? We got to have to build a new community on the side, or we're not going to survive. We're not going to exist anymore. And that's just my position on it. So I don't know how you do that from outside the community. That's all.
Well, I think what a lot of the guys that with SYSBM and IMOR are saying is that there's like the community right now is basically a cesspool. Like you can't
Hmm.
really do anything with it. I mean, obviously the women are not cooperating and everything like that. So in order for the black community, quote unquote, to survive, it's gonna have to basically be destroyed, and a new community is gonna have to be built on top of that. I think that's what they're trying to
Yeah,
say.
I get that point.
Yeah,
Yeah, and what they saying, and but they talking about creating another demographic, with other groups of women, and I just,
yeah.
I have a pride thing. I'm very prideful about being African, man. I'm very prideful. Maybe to the fault. Maybe to a fault. You know what I mean? I don't know. Look, this is a arena of ideas. Ain't nobody wrong or bad. You know what I mean? It's just about how I feel about about life and how I think we can get to a black future, and that's all I care about. I just look at our history in America and everything that happened to us and everything that's been done to us, and I want us to come back. I don't want us to fold. And when I do zoom out and look at the black community, then now we get back into the world, right? So look at the world. Look at all the other communities and countries in the world that were in way worse conditions than black society in America. You know what I mean? Now, if you use that lens, if you use that as a ruler, as a measuring stick, if you look at a Black America where it is right now, and look at some of the most dilapidated places in the world 30, 40, 50 years ago, then I got to say, hold up, we're not done. We're not done. We're just going to have to be harsh about this. I use China as a great example. At the end of the World War II, China was done. China was destroyed. You know what I mean? And they did a lot of fucked up shit to their own people, but they got to a place where they're like, no, we're going to be the world power one day. And then look at where they are 70 years later. You see what I'm saying? Look where they are 70 years later. All right. So the question I have for Sis Ben Brothers is this: are you concerned about the future? Are you future thinking 3, 4 generations down the line, or are you only thinking about right now? If you think about your pleasure right now, you're trying to save yourself for right now and get to your happiness right now, or you thinking about the future? And that's where I think where I diverge. You know what I mean? I'm thinking about 3 or 4 generations down the line. I'm not even concerned with my happiness. I'm such a master at the game. I'm going to have my
Well,
fun regardless. I'm gonna have my fun while I do this.
okay,
You know what I mean? And I'm gonna take advantage of the fact that we got
yeah,
whore culture. You know what I mean? Because I'm not a tender dick nigga. I'm not gonna go out here and have another baby, buy another ratchet whore. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna do none of that. I'm not gonna marry a chick that's unworthy. I'm not gonna do none of that. So I can still go out here and have my fun and still get with the brothers and start building the future.
yeah, yeah. But a lot of the things that you're saying, I think SYSBM is agreeing with it. Like, I mean, like, how can we build a community with women that are uncooperative? So, like, it's a necessity. We have to date out.
Mhm.
I mean, we don't really have a choice. Like,
I mean,
it's
well,
either
first of
you.
all, I'm gonna tell you how extreme I am. This might sound fucked up. Like, man, you might have to
All right.
edit this video. But I'm gonna say it might sound a little extreme. But if
All right.
you can do things the way I did it, you know what I mean? I'm that thorough. I'll take a baby from a chick. I don't care because I know we gotta raise a new future. If I was a rich black brother, I would get a black surrogate mother. I wouldn't even deal with none of these hoes, especially if I was in the NBA, NFL. I wouldn't deal with none of that shit. I wouldn't be in the NFL and have to come off the field and off the court and have to deal with my girl fighting in the stands or fighting in the club and all that bullshit. I wouldn't deal with none of that fuckery. But I want my black child, and I got the money to do it. So if I don't have to deal with you, I'll just go get a surrogate mother. But most brothers don't can't afford that. So let's come back to most brothers. There
Yeah.
are it's not all okay. It's not do that. It's not do that. There's some good sisters. I know. I work in DC. I work with a lot of sisters who are up in mobile. They got some sense. They're not crazy. They're not on the bullshit, and they just need leadership. And that's what we have in black society. Black society is leadership. Me and you were both boys at one point in time, and we didn't have our fathers in the 70s and 80s and 90s. That generation fucked us up. You know what I mean? Now we got to sit here and repair the situation. So now the CDC is running around talking about black men are the most involved fathers. That's me. That's my generation that corrected that. You see what I'm saying? We made a shift. Now Did I do that in the confines in the marriage? No, I got involved with my child. I got my child. We're going to start fighting for our children. Unfortunately, that's the hand we're dealt. Now, is that worse than being, say, in Rwanda 20 years ago? Look where Rwanda is at now. They were having civil wars and cutting off arms and cutting off breasts. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I put things in context of time, and I look at the world. So yeah, the black community is fucked up. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not even going to argue with you. You are absolutely telling the truth. There's no argument here, sir. Absolutely, absolutely. But is it as bad as it as other parts of the world, or other situations, other civilizations? Fuck no. Is it salvageable? Hell yes. Given the fact that we part of and we're woven into the greatest economy in the planet, yeah, it is. We just gonna have to get on some hardcore black pill business shit. You know what I mean? And building the future. I'm talking about no
but how
emotions.
can we do that exactly when the women have been socialized to basically go against us? I mean, like, I don't know if you're like thought about this, but like
Mm.
the way I see it is that the women and the men are legs of the culture. In order for us to move forward, both like the men and the women are going to be have to be on the same accord. We
Yeah,
would have to be unified at some point. Now, how can we do that? How can the culture move forward when every time a black man tries to tell a woman, "Hey, we need to do this. We need to tighten up. We need to do X, Y, Z," and then the black woman turns around and says, "F you. I'm not doing anything you say," or whatever like that, or you deal with situations where black women are calling the police on black men or getting them locked up, or
yeah,
they're taking away opportunities from black boys to go to college and everything like that, and all the focus is on girls and like things like black boys, what is it like, black boys in eighth grade can read at the eighth grade level and things like that, like the focus is being on the girls, but then not enough focus are being put on the boys or the men and everything like that. So it's not that it's as simple as we need to tighten up, because otherwise we would have done it by now. It's that the women have been socialized, obviously through slavery, to disrespect and to disregard the
yeah.
males
I was just like,
in the
you're right.
black race.
You're right. But you know
Yeah,
what's crazy is that up until the 50s, even after slavery, and I think this is actually the solution. Now, I know a lot of people are probably gonna like he's crazy, but we need a new form of segregation. All right. What's weird about being in America, when you look at the history, is that white people had no problem having us around when we were servants, we were slaves, right? We can warm the bed up, but soon as the Civil War was over, then they don't want us around. We had to be segregated. In that segregation is actually where black culture as we know it was calcified. That's where we developed the blues and the jazz and the church as we know it, and the way we speak with each other because we were off to ourselves, and we learned we had no choice but to build with each other. Now, I'm not saying we need to all move to some location and be that. I don't think we have to do that because a lot of black people don't get along as it is. So I don't think moving to be around each other right now would be a good move. But we could socially segregate ourselves. We could financially segregate ourselves like other groups do. I think Black Mind just said earlier about how they use their signs and their language. Those are barriers. You know what I mean? So they come into your country, Chinese come in your country and put up signs and create Chinatowns. Same thing with the Southeast Asians. They got a place in Fairfax County called Seven Corners. And over there is little Cambodia, little Laos, and little Vietnam, and they work with each other, and they don't deal with nobody else. And they make sure they get everything they need from each other. Somebody's going to have to get in the glass business. Somebody's going to have to get in the tire business. Somebody's going to have to, and that's what I'm saying. We're not doing that as African American men. We're just not. So if
well,
we have
yeah,
done that,
yeah,
let me finish. If
yeah.
we have done that, then I can
Okay,
see, all right, a report saying, you know what, black men, we have done everything we can do to salvage our society. You know what I mean? But we are not at that point. We have not done that. I can't think of one neighborhood outside of Atlanta that I can go to where I can really go to any to get everything I need from a black person. I can't think of not one
yeah.
place. You know what I mean? And
I,
it infuriates me that other groups are coming in the country and doing exactly that thing. You know what I mean? They're doing exactly that thing. They might need to go to the dealership to get a car to get big stuff, right? But as far as their food and their spices, and they got these fucking these whole food markets and stuff. I've seen it in Woodbridge, Virginia. I didn't even know that shit was there. It was by Cece's Pizza, and I never knew what that building was. I just always saw cars outside of it. I go in one day and they got African stuff over here, Arab stuff over there, Asian stuff over there. I'm like, shit, this is a whole other world. It's like a market center in here. And they come from far and
Yeah,
wide area and they drive, I'm out 30, 40, fucking 50 miles to go to this place to get their shit. You know what I mean? And they don't fuck with nothing else. They don't go. You're not gonna see them in Whole Foods. How many times have you ever seen an Asian in the supermarket? Go.
uh,
Exactly. You see
not
what I'm
much.
saying? And I mean, you see the upper mobile, the ones that are mixed in with, the ones that got regular corporate jobs. I'm talking about the poor, Asian, the ones that work at the Chinese restaurant. When the fuck you seen them in Shoppers or Food Line? You see what I'm saying? And I step back and I see this, and I'm like, hold up. We're part of the country, and we used to be like that. We actually used to be like that in America, and we're not like that no more. So a lot of ways we depend
Yeah.
on. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, but okay, so I agree with what you're saying, and you are right. But the thing about us and other groups of people is that African Americans were unique. I mean,
Mhm.
other people come here with their own culture that's already been established, and they just come over here and they just set up shop. With African Americans specifically, I mean, it's pretty obvious that our culture was taken from us. It was stripped from us, and
Yeah,
we were given a specific culture, which is European culture, in order for uh, Europeans to benefit off of our dysfunction. Now, with that being said, when it comes to women, women obviously internalize culture. Who's ever the most dominant group of men in this
right,
society, that's who women fall after. Now,
right, absolutely.
yeah, yeah. Now specifically, what happened with the women during slavery was that the women were made to see men as being less than, being inferior.
Hmm.
They would demonstrate torture. Um, you know, they would take black men and beat them in front of every man, woman, and child to basically say black men are not leaders. Black men are not, are not in positions of authority. To like demonstrate to black women that white men are in charge. Now,
Hmm.
black women basically internalize that, and basically now you have this culture going on in Black America where the women are being very uncooperative,
Yeah,
to say the
disrespectful.
least. Now,
Just say
now
what it
there's
is.
yeah, now
Disrespectful as hell.
yeah, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah, now there's a lot more that goes into it than that, but that's basically what has happened. Slavery has damaged black people, has damaged women to a great degree. Like I said, women internalize culture. Men can sort of operate outside of culture. Like if a man grows up in a culture and there's a specific thing that he doesn't like about the culture, or multiple things that he doesn't like about the culture, he can kind of separate himself from that culture. Now, with women, women can't really do that for the most part. Women have to, basically internalize culture. So basically, the point that I'm trying to make is that the difference between other groups of people and African Americans specifically is that African Americans were taught to be dysfunctional. Black
yeah,
women specifically were taught to disrespect and go against black men. That's one
yeah,
thing that other groups don't have to deal with, and that's why we're in the position that we are in now. And
yeah.
SYSBM, what we're saying is that we need, in order for us to move forward as a race, we would have to go and get other groups of women, because again, these because African American women were socialized to disrespect us, to
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
jeopardize it.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. So
Show me in
yeah, yeah.
history where any group of men who were building societies went and got another group of women to do so. I mean, if you look at America, this country was built on prostitution and wenches. That's all the women were to them. You know,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
mean, I mean, I'm just saying, like, that I understand they fucked up. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sitting here as a father of a 16-year-old girl. She's not ratchet. You see what I'm saying? I got
Okay.
homeboys who are raising daughters and sons, and they're not ratchet. We're gonna have to raise the
Which is
future
very
on.
difficult
That's
to
what I'm
do
saying. Like
because
the real
yeah,
question is, are we listen? Are we? Or if our mindset is right now, right? If your mindset is right now,
yeah,
brother, and you worry about your happiness
yeah,
right now, then you're going to see things
Yeah.
the way you see it. You know what I mean? Right now. And if I was seeing it the way you were seeing it right now, then I would be in complete agreement with you. I can't fuck with these hoes. I can't build with this shit. This is crazy. I can't do nothing with this. But if we're thinking 3 or 4 generations down the line and we want that shit to be black, you see what I'm saying? Now we got a different situation we're gonna have to come to. I honestly feel sorry for this generation because I feel, you know, a lot of us are not going to have, the love that we want, not a black one. So if you want love, you might have to go outside your race. You know what I'm saying? If you want love, but
Well,
if you want black
what do you
children,
mean? What is your definition of black exactly?
blackness is look, if you think producing a bunch of Zach Levines and Blake Griffins and Steph Currys and that's going, you know what I mean? That's going to, that we're going to look the same 2 or 3 generations from now. We're not. All right. When we came over to America, we were dark skinned Africans, and what happened already happened already. I'm 7% European. All right. I'm a dark skinned male, but I'm 7% European. All right. I have 7% European DNA because of what transpired. And that alone makes me say, fuck that. You know what I mean? I'm not giving nothing else up. They already took, our language from us, our names from us, our culture for us. They put their DNA in us by raping our women. You know what I mean? How much more do we going to give of ourselves to this
Yeah.
process? You know what I mean?
Africa, Cuba,
Mm-hmm.
Brazil, places
Yeah.
like that have black women in them. So it's not like black men are not limited to white women, to Asian women. We can still be black and get
Mm-hmm.
Women from Africa,
I'm with
from
that.
South America, like I
Yeah, I'm
said,
with that.
Cuba,
I'm with that. Yeah.
and Haiti, Jamaica, and places like that. So
Yeah.
you can still be SYSBM and
Mm-hmm.
still be black. You just the point is to get women from other
Hey, I'm
cultures.
with that because I'm talking.
Yeah,
I'm going back and
yeah,
forth on Facebook with a Kenyan chick right now. All right, and she fine as
yeah,
fuck, and she's smart, and we go back and forth. We've been pen pals for a while, and
yeah.
and she put me up on game as far as how her society works, and she's really pleasant to talk to, and her insight and the way she is, her culture is amazing. So I would never be against that if we have to bring in what they call replacement players since they want to strike. You know what I mean? I'm cool with that. All I'm saying is that when I do go around these spaces, I just sit back and watch some of the videos. It's not about other black women. It's about Asian women, white women, and there's a lot of Becky worship going on. So that's what I'm seeing. So if I see more cisgen platforms, promoting black women from other parts of the world, primarily, then I'll lighten up my position a little bit. You know what I mean? But I
Oh,
think
for
we
sure.
have some material to work with in America. We're not all trash, and we're just going to have to rebuild. You know what I mean, it's no different than any war-torn country. That's how I look at Black America. Black America is a war-torn country. It's a smoldering, city after a war. You know what I mean? And we got to rebuild.
Hmm.
That's it. We got to
Yeah.
rebuild. And I'm sorry it happened to our generation. I wish I was in a generation where I could just meet a black woman that got some sense, have some black kids, and be happy. But that's not what's going to happen for me, and it might not happen for a lot of us if we care about producing a black future. But this whole notion that you can have a Meghan Markle and that's black, I'm cool. I don't believe in that. Her child, and then she's going to have a child with a Prince Harry, and then that's still a black child. Come on, man, stop playing games. That's not black. All right, we know.
I think it would technically be the opposite. Like if, let's say I have a, if I get with a white woman, right? We have a child. No, the child is obviously biracial, half black, half white. Now
Correct.
that biracial child that's half black and half white gets into a relationship with another child, with another individual, that's half black and half white, or half black and half Asian, or whatever. That child is going to be more black than them, and then if that offspring gets into a relationship with another black person,
Yeah.
then then their offspring is basically going to be black. So it's not necessarily
Hmm.
to water down the race. If you think about it logically, you're basically just skipping a generation. That's all you're doing. So like I said, I'm black. My Let's say hypothetically speaking that my daughter is going to be half black, half white. She gets into a relationship with somebody else that's half black, half white, or is full black. Then the child should be black. So all you're doing is just skipping a generation. That that's all you're doing. We're not saying it's like just keep diluting the race with white people or Asians. Uh, if that
Sergeant
makes
Willie
sense.
Pete addressed that actually. He brought some things to
Yeah.
mind. He wasn't the only one, but he brought something to mind. And I've seen it myself because I've seen it since I'm racially ambiguous and not even recognizable a lot of times. If you have a child that's half black, half white, and it's a son, then chances are that son's going to have to marry out because black women ain't going to give him a shot if he's racially ambiguous. If you have a daughter that's half black and half white, she has a higher chance of being able to marry black and being willing to marry black and finding a black man that's going to marry her. But so let's call it what it is. A racially questionable male is not what a lot of sisters are looking for in the West. That's not, they don't, and the deal they're offering us, I can tell you as a light skinned man with loose hair, the deal we get offered, it effing sucks. My parents didn't understand it. They were like, why are you failing with women so much? I didn't know why I was.
Until I was conversation, man. God damn.
I mean, but see, it was like that. I mean, and see, I came of age right in 1989. So, and that's exactly when it started to shift. And Sergeant Willie Pete will say that the scene in New Jack City where Nino Brown stabs Kareem Akbar through the hand was a turning point. See, SWP, he says that that's a turning point. I said to him, that's not what it was. That was not the turning point. That was a signal of it. The turning point already happened. That movie was released in 91. I think it was filmed in 90, but it was released in 91 if my memory serves me right. But it was but that actual the trend began in 1989. By the time I remember that by the time that fall started, it was different all of a sudden. It wasn't that, and I was 25 before someone actually explained to me that that's what it was. I was 25 years I was almost 25 years old when someone finally explained to me that that's what it was all the whole time. And it was explained to me by three different ladies at work. Two African-American women that didn't know each other. They may have met, but they didn't really know each other. The third was a light-skinned black Puerto Rican, and she didn't know the other two. And she confirmed it accidentally. And when I then forgot about it because this was right before 9/11. So 9/11 happened, changed everything. I forgot about stuff like that. But then my memory got jarred in 2017 when I went to the U.S. for a vacation. And actually talk with my folks about some of the stuff they've been through because they had begun to realize that some of the things they've been through and some of what I've been through was based on the color bias we have in the community. And so they had a discussion because they said to me, they told me, Black, we think we messed up because we didn't know what it was at the time. And then, but they didn't talk about what happened with the women. They still didn't mention that because they didn't know that things had shifted. But then when I got back in 2017 here to work, my friend was trying to reintroduce me. I mean, he was trying to introduce me to someone to marry again because I just divorced my North African, light-skinned, black North African wife. And I thought that she requested a divorce because of the debate we had over Morocco's attitude towards tropical Africans. She didn't. You see, that's why I thought she requested a divorce at that time. So later, she told me what it was. I didn't know until she told me. But at that time, all I knew was what I knew. So I said to him, look, listen, I'm in a quandary, man, because, I need to know if I need to eliminate women of my own complexion because of this mindset, thinking that. And I was like, look, African-American women are out because I've had nothing but trouble with him. American women, period, are out because of that. But I need you to tell me straight away what it's going to be like if I start looking at the continent again. And the funny thing happened. He introduced me to three. All right, two African Americans, one Bahamian living in Africa.
Hello?
Okay.
I think you muted yourself.
Hello? You hear me?
I think you muted yourself.
Oh, I?
Oh, yeah, you were muted for a second.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. What was the last thing you heard me say?
Looking back at the continent.
Okay, all right. So, So he introduced me to a Bahamian living on the continent, and then two African Americans. Both of them were from New York City, from your stomping grounds. And so, what he sent my photo to them because as Muslims we have to do this a different way. So he sent my photo to them first. And he, gentlemen, let me know if my sound goes out.
I will.
Okay, all right. Because I just got a warning about an unstable connection. So, so he sent my photos to them, and then he got back to me, and he told me the results. He said, "Okay, two of them are willing to continue a discussion. One of them said, 'Don't worry about it. I'm not going to waste his time or mine.'" So I asked him, okay, later on, I asked him after I saw the other two, I asked him, which one looks the best to you as far as you know? And he said, the one that said, "I'm not going to waste your time or mine." That one's by far the one that looks the best. And it jarred my memory because, yeah, that it jarred my memory. At that point, I was like, oh, that's exactly what happened in the States. And now I'm supposed to sit up and say, well, maybe I'm just ugly. But I had already tried to figure that out before. And I had been told multiple times that's not the case. And it jarred my memory of what I'd been told back in 2001. And well, the thing is that when you're a light-skinned black man and you're racially questionable, you don't have to be ugly. You don't have to have bad game. You ain't got to have none of that. They don't want to be seen in public with you and look like they're swirling. Gotcha. But if you're a light-skinned black woman, then you're not shut out. Black men aren't saying, no, I'm not going to give you a chance because you're too pale. And so that's why the swirling thing from sisters now is an extra slap in the face. Yeah. If they were looking at light-skinned men and they were like, especially really light-skinned men, and saying, I don't want to look like I'm in a mixed relationship, then how dare they start talking about we black men are nothing. We don't have the right to date outside, but they're going to swirl now. See, that's a slap in the face. It's like saying, you nigga, you're no good. You're supposed to stay on the sidelines holding your testicles until we finally decide to bless you with a chance at a normal romantic relationship or a marriage, if that's if that's what you're in for. And even then, this what they do is they say, okay, now that I'm busted and I got all these babies and my market value is this low, I'm going to give you a chance. So see the thing is, Jay Sean, I do recommend that we give black women the priority, and Southeast Asian women, because they're the ones that are the least likely to hate us because we're black. I'm the only SYSBM guy that sits up and says, scratch off the European, scratch off the Arab unless she's black and proud of it, scratch off the Afghan, Persian, Pakistani, and Indian unless, of course, they're black and proud of it. Scratch them off, not because they're not black, but because of their attitudes towards black people. Right. I'm the one that says that. And most SYSBM guys, they don't preach that like I do, but they're actually doing it anyway, because black people, even across national boundaries, black people do tend to have an easier time getting together and marrying. So to be fair, it works out the way that you would want it to quite naturally. Now, IBMOR guys will say black women first, black women just not from the West. SYSBM guys will say, okay, whoever's quality, you get her. That just whoever's quality. And it turns out that a lot of times they're either black women or women of color. But it's another group that actually says, look at my non-black woman over here, or look at my non-Western black woman over here. That's another group. Those are passport bros and passport gang. And they're not limited per se to marriage. They're pretty much they're not necessarily saying what about the community. They're not for or against it. They just say we can't mate in the community anymore. But they're the ones that are more likely to just take a photograph of themselves and say, look who I'm with, whether she's black or not. But they're not. But they're also the ones that are not necessarily about that marriage either. They're like, look, I'm smashing, and they don't have to brag about smashing these women. It's just that they're the ones that might do that the most often. So there are different approaches that we generally have. And I'm the one that's SYSBM, but I'm the only SYSBM man I've ever heard say any woman whose people have a problem with blackness, ditch them. Right. But it works out anyway. Most men are actually doing what you would recommend they do. But I ain't gonna lie. When I was younger, I was sitting up and saying, I'm not going to breed in a way that my kids will wind up resembling me, not because I hate my phenotype, but because I just didn't want to give them those kind of problems. I was the one that said that, even when I was younger, before there was an internet.
I'm glad you said that, because that is something that really is a part of our psyche. And I know a lot of brothers, and sisters will not admit it when you say it to them. Matter of fact, if you said what you just said, not about yourself, what you said about somebody else, if you recognized it in them, they will want to fight you. You know what I mean? And this is something that I, look.
If
I'm
I
just
said what exactly, though, I'm not sure.
what you
If I
said
said
about
what,
not wanting to have kids that look like you, so because they didn't have that problem, kind of like cleaning up the problem. You don't want your kids to go through what you went through. And then just imagine being darker than you are, and that being in your psyche. You see a lot of the self hate in women. Look at the hair, and
uh,
what I mean, you see it. You know what I mean, and you can't really just go up to the average sister and say you were self hating. You know what I mean, they'll have a vitriol response to it, right? Because they can't. They locked into this sickness. You sitting here throwing around this head. It doesn't even look right on you. You know what I mean? It doesn't even look natural.
yeah,
You know what I mean? But she's in the mirror. I want you to think about this stuff. She's in the mirror, and she's created a fucking psyche telling her that's what's beautiful. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So this is a mental health issue that we're dealing with, and it's
But one thing about the light skin issue, that whole dynamic is that if you think about it from a historical perspective and a logical perspective, I think in this country, I'm too young. I'm too young to have been around during that time, but a lot of men say that black women had a preference for light skinned men. What was it during the '70s and like the
70s,
early
80s.
'80s,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. They approaching it with logic. Like black women had a preference for men with lighter skin. So at one point it was the exact opposite. With that being said, if you have a high concentration of black men going SYSBM or IBM or whatever within a generation, um, more black women will basically how can I say change their preference from just liking dark skins or light skins to being okay with every skin complexion, if that makes sense. Like at one point in time, black women prefer light skin, now they prefer dark skin. But if the culture has men from or promotes men from different skin complexions, well
Mhm.
then shouldn't they logically be okay with light skin or dark skin? So that kind of solves that issue, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's I hate to say this because I'm a dark skinned man. I hate.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's more of a a bed bug type thing. I think when let's be honest, the sexual revolution turned our women out. All right. I remember a time. I was born in '77, so I remember a time coming up in the early '90s where some girls didn't even give head. Black women. All right. We was, what I'm saying? We got a lot of things. They got a lot of things for Becky. Black women didn't have threesomes like they do now. They didn't give head on top like they do now. They just didn't. It was like a rare thing. And then it started becoming more and more common throughout the '90s. And I literally watched us turn into sluts and dogs. You know what I'm saying? All we cared about was fucking. You know what I'm saying? In the '90s. And I think Black Mind knows what I'm talking about. The culture was just on some sex. If you go back and listen to the music, what I mean? Josie, it was all about sexual conquest. That's all we did in the '90s, man. And I think what happened is that when it got into the sex game, I think black men are seen as like Black Mind was saying earlier. The world sees us as more physically dominant, and I think the darker you are, you become more physically dominant in that way. And I think sexually, not just black women but all women seem to lean towards a dark skinned bed bug, and it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Like, they see us as bed bugs. They see us as the Mendingo. You see what I'm saying? And I think a lot of our sisters took on that mentality. I honestly think that that's what happened. When we started becoming when dark skin became a sex symbol in Western society, and yeah, they shifted. Oh, I'm gonna get that Mandingo. I'm not gonna let just Becky and Maria get that. Because we still didn't get along, right? You know what I mean? She shifted from favoring light skinned men to dark skinned men, but all we did was get more baby mamas and more baby daddies out of that. So all it was about was sex. That's just my opinion on it. I could be wrong, but I see it as a sex thing. I grew up in that term. I was a teenager when that shift happened, and I remember getting a lot more cooperation from the girls, even light skinned girls, and but it was about sex. You know what I'm saying? It was about sex. It was about being closer to the quote unquote what's perceived as the most dominant men. You know what I mean? He's more dominant. He's chocolate. He's more. He's man. You know, he's mandingo. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of our people are sick. They look at each other. A lot of black people look at each other through the eyes of white society in a lot of different ways, men and women.
Where we apply white supremacist stereotypes to each other a lot.
Exactly. A lot.
And it's sad because, and I'll tell you why there is SYSBM and IBMOR in the first place. And that is, see, a lot of our women judge the men through white supremacist stereotypes, and then we turn around and judge each other through the women's eyes. And so we're frustrated with it. And I mention this because, see, you and I both got insulted, but subliminally. When they were insulting me, sometimes they were out with it, and sometimes they were subliminal with it, and they weren't necessarily making it open and obvious. In your case, it would have never been open and obvious, because what they were saying is you're a penis, and you're a hell of a penis, but they were subconsciously assuming that you would be less responsible in other areas of your life. It's just that it's hard to tell, because if they use you for sex, then sex is still an even trade between the genders. They act like it's not, but they'll use men for sex. And at that point in time, your phenotype was what they would use for sex. When I came up, they would use me, but it was never for sex. So it was easy to figure out, oh, this cuss word is using me. But we were both pretty much insulted because we were both underestimated. And so what we guys are saying here is, as far as SYSBM, many of them are saying, well, you can't really wait on the community to pick itself up. You can't wait on the ladies in the community, the gynocracy and the matriarchy to figure this out and come along and get on board. Well, in that regard, they're actually right. And IBMOR are saying, well, we can keep it black, but we can't wait on the black Western gynocracy and matriarchy. So we can keep it black as long as we get out of the West. And what I'm pretty much saying is, I don't mind keeping it black. I would rather that. But see, when we don't do that, even if I was like the other two guys, the other two groups of guys that do show off pictures of pretty much anybody and say I'm smashing and she ain't American, even if I was doing that, that would be because the Western black woman has made that decision. So if our people vanish, if all of us start looking like me and we're not black anymore, or we don't count each other as black anymore, if my phenotype becomes the black phenotype, it's not going to be because of the decision that black men made. It's going to be because of the decision that black women made. Because again, and this is the crux of it all, we black men, contrary to what a lot of these so-called swirlers are saying, we black men did not drive Western black women away from us. They drove us. We did not drive them into the arms of any other man. They drove us out of their arms, and it just happened that other women had their arms open. Yeah. And when these swirlers, I'll tell you why I call them hypocrites, and I'm for a double standard where if we want to swirl, if we want to mix, we can, but they shouldn't necessarily be allowed to without criticism. Here's why. When we black men do mix, we've always been open to black women. We've always been open to women of other complexions or women of other origins. And in actuality, most black men that are married to black women. And then after that, it's about evenly divided between other women of color and then white women.
Gotcha.
When black women do jump ship, they go straight from your phenotype to the white man. They jump over me. They jump over the Latino. That whether his people are against black or not, because different nationalities got different attitudes. The point is, they jump straight from you. And then when they go after the same few guys, and they have all, they go through the same few guys. They all share the same few guys, but each one of them still has a body count of 200. And they got these babies, and they got they're old, and they got a gut, and they got a lot of debt, and they can't pair bond anymore. When all there is to offer is what's left, then they start turning around and saying all black men are worthless, and then they jump over other black men. Because I tried to hook African Americans up with my African friends back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And what I found was that she wasn't ghetto and had nothing to offer. She wasn't interested, no matter what situation he was in, unless he was just loaded. If he was African, he had to have more money than an African American had to have. That was discrimination right there. But hey, look, they had the right to have their own choice and their preference. They had it. And so what I'm saying is that what sisters did was they would get tired of guys, they would get tired of black men, period. They would overlook my phenotype. I didn't blame them for it because I'm pro-black. But then they would jump over even the Latin American, the Afro-Latino, the African, the Black Caribbean, even the Black Britisher. They would jump over all of them and go straight to the white man.
Yeah, yeah. And it's kind of like, a great example of it you could point to. Remember Eve?
Yep.
Pitbull in a skirt. Now, Eve is a hood chick. And, she over there with a dude that got 4 white children. I mean, and living in England. Like, how did that work? How does she find that palatable? You know why? Because of the program. These little black girls are watching, Degrassi and, Vampire Diaries and and Twilight. And when Brad kisses her and, she's like, oh, you know what I mean? And this is in the hood. This is a hood chick. So the larger society is still programming your hood girl. So even though she's hood with you and all that kind of shit, she still finds herself palatable or understanding or translatable to Brad, because she's been having these fantasies and these ideas in her head since she was a little girl. And there's really nothing you can get out of that. But that's because the dominant society is sitting on top of the hood. You know what I mean? So no matter where you are in the world, you know what I mean, that situation is going to be this. I always use her as an example. I'm like, how the hell did she just go from being a pit bull in a skirt, talking about some corny way that this white dude howled at her and that's how he got me? And I'm like, hold up, if a black man who looked like him, because he's not he's not like Brad Pitt or nothing, right? Yeah. But if a black dude that's the equivalent of him look wise came at her the same way, he wouldn't have a chance. He wouldn't have a chance. If a black man that looked the equivalent of a Brett Ratner would not have a chance with Serena. You know what I mean? He wouldn't have a chance with Serena. I mean, you got to be a rapper or whatever for Serena if you're black. But if you're white, you could be regular, you know what I mean, whatever the case might be. So that what you're saying is absolutely true. We got 100 examples of that shit that we could point at. The question I have for sisters,
which is why
I'm sorry, I'll throw it to you right now. The question I have for sisters though is this. When I talk to sisters about that, because sisters always think they got to defend other sisters, and I don't know why. If you're not a swirler, I don't know why you feel like you got to defend that shit. But the question I have for them is like, okay, so how does that work for her? And more importantly, for you, what do you think he wants with her? You see what I'm saying? This is, and I hate to say this, and I hate to spoil the fucking fun for a lot of sisters, but this is slumming sex that they're having with you. This is ghetto gagging for these guys. All right? They look at you as a sex object, and the sisters don't understand that. And they don't understand the professionalism that white people go about their lives when it comes to ruling over other people, being around other people. If you don't believe me, take your ass to the Polynesian French Islands. You got white men out there that got like 14 Polynesian wives, and kids run everywhere, and they're kicking the kids in the ass and treat them like dogs. And these are actually their children. And the funny thing about it is that you can look at that situation right now in places like that and correlate that to how the plantation was. You had white men on the plantation fathering kids with black women and still whoop that woman and whoop the kids. You see what I'm saying? And they don't want that, and they've forgotten that. You know what I mean? They've forgotten the mindset of these people, and it is what it is, though. So I know, and we all know they losing, so I don't sweat them too much. You know what I mean? And the only question I have is I still haven't got a good answer on this. What do you think he wants with her? What do you think that dude wants with Serena, really, besides her money? What?
Well, the thing is, she does make more, and see, that's where it is that we have the right to be offended, because she does make, or she has more than he does, at least at the time they got married. And you and I know that a brother would have had to have more than her. And that's why it is that I'm saying that we black men actually have been very offended. So when it appears that we're worshiping just non-black women, in many cases, what it is that we're just saying we got to bounce because this deal that we're being offered is intolerable. See, when I was coming up and I found out the deal I was being offered was, I knew the deal was bad that I was always being offered. But when I found out why it was being offered, I actually was willing to overlook it and kind of forgive sisters. And I was willing to overlook it because I was so pro-black. I said, you know what? White supremacy is the fault, is the flaw for this one. They're to blame. It's not even her fault. She's reacting. And if anything, that's a very race loyal thing to say. And I'm actually on the side with that. That's what I was saying. But what I'm seeing now is that, in fact, black men are being offered bad deals routinely simply for not being the stereotype.
Right.
And that's not fair to me, you, WW, any of the men in the chat. And so in reality, what we're saying is we're simply just saying I'm finally getting a fair deal. That's really what it is. It's just I'm not being treated worse because of something that is either right or something that was beyond my control from the beginning. So I know that if I go into, let's say if I go to the Philippines, I'm married. I'm married to a black woman from the continent, and I'm spoiled rotten. But if I had never met her and I wound up going to the southern Philippines and I got married and she took advantage of me, I would know that she would have done the same thing to anyone. It's not just because of something that either I don't control or something about me that was actually right and not bad in the first place. It wouldn't be because I have a conscience or because other men are not scared of me for no reason or because I don't have tattoos and a felony and all that. It wouldn't have been that. It would have been she would have done it to anybody. But and the funny thing is, by the way, Southeastern Asian women, like Filipinas as an example, they're actually more likely to use a white man for his money and run off and do disrespectful things than they are to a brother. That's the other. I wanted to point that out to people in the chat right quick because some people think, all non-black women hate black men. No, in that region of the world, black men actually are preferred over white men according to the behaviors that they give. But that's a different story. But I'm just saying that a lot of times it seems like maybe we're worshiping these other women, and I'm sure there are guys that do it. They're usually not SYSBM though, because one of the core tenets of SYSBM actually promotes marriage, and they pretty much just say you get your Stargate. But a lot of times these guys are simply saying I'm no longer being disrespected because I'm either doing something right or it wasn't up to me in the first place. Whereas when you're dealing with black women in America and Canada and the UK, and some guys are even telling me South Africa and in black Australia, they're telling me it's getting bad there too. We know when you're dealing with them, there has to be something negative and negatively stereotypical about you before she will treat you like your penis is worth anything.
The only pushback I have, brother, is that it's not just the black women. That's what I'm saying. It's it's not just the black women. The white girls are raiding these marriages. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Bill Burr. He has a skit when he does. I don't know if y'all heard of Bill Burr, but he's like one of my favorite comedians.
I have, yeah.
Yeah, Bill Burr is hilarious, and he has a skit where he's talking about, there's a epidemic of whores, people. He's like, why is this room so quiet? I'm talking about whores. Everybody act like they don't know what we're talking about. He started giving examples like Kobe Bryant, and he went into the skit talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger, and just about how people don't even understand how it feels to be on that level and have women coming at you all the time. It's just women in Denzel's face all the time, and Will Smith all the time. They know these men are married, and they just want to get a baby. You know what I mean? They ain't these. You know what I mean? That's just the culture, and these are not just black women. Now, black women go about it in a very disrespectful and whack way, but the culture don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. These white girls are looking at you as a lick too. You know what I mean? They are. It's business. And that shit that's going on in the Philippines is business too. A lot of these women in Philippines, DR and all that, they're trying to come up. You know what I mean? They're trying to come up in life. So it's business. And that's why I'm like, I need brothers to fall back.
Then you would just resort to women that are usually in places like South America, Cuba, Brazil, women that are in Haiti, Jamaica. You can go to Africa. You can go to West Africa. East Africa. Different parts of Africa. You don't have to just stick to women in America. Because I agree. Like a lot of women in America are kind of going all over the place and whatnot.
My thing is just the culture, and the only way we're going to fix it is we got to do multiple things at once. So we can do the system thing, right? You can do that. Go get your a black woman from another part of the world, but you're still going to bring her to this toxic environment. What I'm saying is that you bring that black woman from Africa to America. Let's say she stays in her culture. She never falls into the feminist bullshit, right? And she stays within her culture. Yeah. Your children still have to grow up in a society. You see what I'm saying? That's what I mean by the environment. So either we leave the country wholesale, or we're gonna live in this bitch. And me and Black Mind, we had this back and forth.
SYSBM kind of talks about.
Yeah, I know,
I'm
but
saying
me and
that's
Black
what
Mind
that's
had
what.
this mind. We had this conversation before, and my thing is the numbers. There are 19.5 million black men in America, 22.5 million black women. We're not going to, 19.5 black men are not going to go across the water. Most black people are still going to deal with each other, which means they're going to produce more black children, which means they're probably going to produce more fucking dysfunctional people. You know what I mean? And this is something that we're going to have to deal with. That's not going away anytime soon. You know what I mean? So whether you bring a woman from another country into this country and into America and have it, you're still going to have your kids around other black kids who are going to have that same dysfunction. And you're going to have this overarching sex fucking, I don't know, this weird ass fucking bullshit ass society they call America, where they push everything under the sun. They got all kind of weird shit going on, trans this and all. I mean, just all kind of shit. You know what I mean? And they push this
There
on your
was
children.
a show. I believe I was on a show yesterday. There's a YouTuber named Ed Anderson.
Edward
I
Anderson.
think he was
Yes,
talking.
Edward Anderson.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so what he was saying is that you're basically you can't bring any of the women back to America. So you're gonna to have dual
God
citizenship. Yeah, yeah. So
damn.
dual citizenship. Like find a place outside of America, outside of the continent, and just stay there. Do not bring the kids back to America. So yeah, that kind of solves that issue.
Hey, you mind if I ask you a question real quick, brother? You in your 20s?
Early 20s, yes.
You know what? First of all, I want to say salute to you, Black Mind, if you don't mind about me borrowing your platform. Salute to this young man. No, I'm serious, man,
Appreciate it.
because you're not listening to ratchet music. You're not on here worried about fucking Doja Cat and all that shit. You out here actually having informed conversation with other men. This is what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Now, we might disagree on some of our ideas, but the fact that you here, brother, you know what I mean, makes me feel good. And it gives me hope. You know what I mean? And every time I run into a young person in this space, I get overwhelmed with hope. You know what I mean? Because and even when I run into some of the young women in this space that come through and just hear the men talk. You know what I'm saying? And there's black women out here who are trying. You know what I mean? They are. So we're gonna have to find a middle ground. You know what I mean? Or somewhere where we can work with those we can work with and work with those and leave those we can't work with alone. You know, but it's gotta be future based. If we're thinking about right now, we're gonna lose. Because even if I took on SYSBM right now and just did what the fuck Jay Sean wanted to do and bring back what I wanted to bring back to the States, I'm still bringing my, you know how the saying goes, right? Where King said it before he died that he's afraid to integrate these people into a burning house. Well, you're gonna
Yeah.
bring your new wife into a burning house, and you're gonna bring your future kids into a burning house. So my thing is, I want young men to focus on business. It goes together. So just fill me on this real quick. Quick steps. You know, you go to school, you get your career, you figure out what you want to do in life, put your head down, handle business. You ain't got to worry about being alone. Why? Because you're in horticulture. So you can just be a professional about that and handle your business. I'm not going to go into what you do with your penis. But I'm just saying, you ain't got to be lonely if you don't want to be lonely. You know what I mean? If you worry about, sex, if that's what's bothering you right now. But as far as your future goes, worry about your money first. Build your career. Build your purpose. Get everything around you set up so that way you're in the best position to be the best father and husband you can be. You know what I mean? If you go on that route, that's probably going to take a brother like you to doing business on the continent. I might run into your ass and Angola somewhere. You know, because your mindset. You know what I mean? You already trying to go find different things and different ways to be better in life. So you probably gonna end up going where all the resources are at, and that's on Africa, right? And that's why I'm going there.
Yeah.
I'm going to the same reason Chinese are going there. I'm going the same reason the Arabs are going there because the resources are there. So while you're doing that, you're going to meet a different caliber of woman. But take traveling out of the picture. Say you wanted to just move to DC and get a job in government, or you wanted to move to Seattle and get a job in tech or San Francisco. You're going to start meeting a different caliber of women. And guess what? You might run into a Mei Ling that's on a different level. You know what I mean? She's together. She got a life together. So it all runs together. My thing is, I don't want brothers running around, especially young men, with their penis in their hand. We need to start thinking about having a purpose, building your life, getting your money together, getting your life together. Figuring out what you want to do in life, figuring out your money, getting into these money markets early. You know what I mean? Getting into crypto early, getting into a retirement plan if you're going to do a career early. You know what I mean? And that way you set. And now, I'm telling you right now, there's going to be so many, and in the process of that happening, there's going to be so many women knocking on your door. And I can tell you that because I'm a verse of the numbers. You're 24, I'm 42. All right? All right? And I'm telling you right now, I'm sorry, 22. So I got 20 years on you. And it's still that way for me. You know You know what I mean? It's still that way for me. You a young 22-year-old buck. Come on, man. All right, you know what I mean? You're a young buck. You start doing. You start looking at yourself and thinking like you're a beautiful blonde. That's what you are to the woman market right now. Especially if you got paper, especially if you got something going for yourself. That's what you're going to be. So, to me, I don't really see much of an argument with it because you're gonna be attractive to all groups of women, and you're gonna meet the highest caliber of women, which means you're gonna also have access to the highest caliber of black females. You know what I mean? You're not gonna hang out with ratchet whores. You're not even gonna be attracted to a ratchet whore. A ratchet whore knows she can't do that with you. The girls ain't stupid. You know what I mean? They know you're not gonna put up with her bullshit. She can't be who she wants to be with you. You know what I mean? So you're not even gonna get a look from her. So you ain't even gotta worry about her too
Yeah.
much. You're gonna be dealing with professional women. You're gonna be dealing with women who hang around professional people. You're gonna be hanging out in bars and lounges where other professional people hang out. And that's what your life is gonna be. And you're gonna run into women of a higher level. But here's the caveat. You're also going to have pros and leeches hanging out in those spaces too. And that's where the game comes in. And that's where your brick brothers like myself come in. Because we can change this. We can go offline and have a conversation about something else right now. You know what I mean? When we talk about women and dealing with women in general. And that's why I'm saying it's not a race thing. There's white women out here who run game, Asian women who run game out here. You know, and it just is what it is. Because everybody's looking for a come up. That's why I need brothers to get on a business mindset. Business is life and life is business. All right, it's open. Everything's transaction. Everything we did on this panel today was transaction. We just exchanged ideas. Everything's transactional. Get to the matrix. Look at it the way it is. Don't look at it as a beautiful blonde with a red dress. Look at that shit as ones and zeros and master this bitch. And that's why I need to get brothers who can do that. Because some brothers don't have the aptitude. They don't have the vision. They can't. You know what I mean? They just don't have the mental flexibility to even see the game in totality. But some of us do. And some of us who are older and got games going on, we need to put brothers like you on. You know what I mean? Brothers who can see the field better. Brothers who got that vision. You know, we can't do that if we're not talking to each other, if we're not working with each other, if we're not doing business with each other, if we're not around each other. And that's my only concern. All right?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely disagree. Sorry, I definitely agree with you with that. I think there's another man that talks about exactly what you said. I think his name was Angel
Ramirez.
Ramil or something. Yeah, something like that. He's
Angel
basically saying,
Ramirez
if
or
you're yeah, well, I think it was Angel Ramil or something like that. It was
Ramil Amir.
he's
Ramil Amir, yeah.
yeah,
Real
yeah,
young
yeah.
brother out here. He's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. He out here buying properties, fucking these thoughts and keeping it moving. You know what I mean? He's a monster.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he says you shouldn't be with no single mothers and all that. And I agree. You're too young. You shouldn't be with no single mothers. You're not prepared for that. You know what I mean? You don't have the resources and the wisdom to deal with that kind of situation. Because there are some good women out here who are single mothers who've been divorced or fucking finally grew the fuck up. You know what I mean? You know, but that's not for you though. You need to worry about yourself right now, building your economy, building your paper, and working with those who are like-minded men, and getting grinding and making connections, and building your portfolio and building your apparatus. So what I mean is, brothers like myself, making sure there's brothers in the world like me you can reach out to. That's all you should be concerned with, because that's really what's going to make things pop for yourself. And I'm not just talking about black men. You know what I mean? I'm talking about anybody you can get along with. If there's a white man out there that got something popping, you can get along with them, and y'all can meet somewhere on a respectful plane. You keep that motherfucker in the Rolodex. You see what I'm saying? This is what we got to do as men. We got to have to be multifaceted, and we got to be about business. You know what I mean? Fucking business. Pussy is not what I care about. I care about power. And I can't have power without you. I can't have power without Black Mind. I can't have power without the brothers in the chat room. We cannot do this alone. You know what I mean? As individuals. And that's the only biggest issue I have with the rugged individual take on some of this stuff out here on YouTube. It's not going to work out for us in the long run. I know it's not. And I know a lot of brothers can't see it. You know what I mean? I'm not against it. Look, you think I can really give a fuck if you fucking an Asian bitch? I don't care. You know what I mean? You think I really care about that? I'm just saying, as an individual brother, I don't care. But I'm talking about, on a large scale, what are we doing? You know what I mean? If we're going to promote certain ideas in the space, which can become viral, because this is how we think now. Think about it. When we came up Black Mind, we didn't have the internet like that. You know what I mean? And we,
Yeah.
we got our information through music and talking to each other, and then the internet started popping. The young people come up today, they breathe through this. This is where they get their ideas. This is where they exchange their ideas. This is where they growing, and I gotta recognize that. Y'all not growing up through NWA and fucking Public Enemy like we did. Y'all growing up through the internet, and YouTube and Facebook. Yeah, so these ideas that can go viral in your mind, like the idea went viral in my mind, like when I listened to PE and the shit they were saying was going viral with us. You know what I mean? Through the music. Y'all getting ideas from these platforms, and they're going viral in your mind. And I just want to keep it simple. Keep it really simple, man. Focus on business. Business, business, business. Trust me. It's like 50 Cent said. You hustling backwards if you chasing the bitch. Stupid. Chase the paper. They come with the shit. He knows. All right? You know what I mean? It's just like that movie Chris Rock was in when he was, I think I Love My Wife. And he was out there wilding out with the chick, with the vixen. She kept getting him in trouble. He was missing meetings and missing deadlines and all that. And the white man brought him in the office and said, look, you see this black table? This is our company. You see this quarter? That's what you brought to this company. You know what I mean? You've done a good job for us, but this is all you are. And he said to him like this. He said, look, chase money. You never lose money. You never lose women chasing money, but you lose a lot of money chasing women. And these are words of wisdom. You know what I mean? But a lot of dudes don't take it to heart because there's a lot of tender dick niggas running around here. Let's be real. Who can't fuck a fine girl without falling in love. And, and it ruins their life. You know what I'm saying? It ruins their life. And we got to get our young men off of that shit. We got to get them off of that. Get that paper, get that money, start learning how to work with each other, talk to each other, respect each other, do business, pay each other on time, pay each other for your time, donate to each other, support each other, whatever. You know what I mean? And just keep doing that shit. And keep doing it. And pass that shit on to your brother. Pass that on to your homeboy. Pass that on to the 16-year-old that's looking up to you right now. You feel me? And keep passing that on. Let's change the culture. And it's not going to happen.
We need to pass on both. I mean, we need to, on one hand, we do have to pass on the message that we're not going to tolerate in the sexual market or the mating or marriage market. We need to pass on to the young guys that they should not accept a deal that is currently being offered because they have to do so much to be. I mean, they got to do and be and have so much in order to get so little in return. I mean, you got to be, they got to be Superman to qualify for Lois Lane, and Wonder Woman's too good for anybody. And we also have to tell them about the business. The thing is, I'm for the business message. It's just that when you tell someone about business generally follows a certain set of rules, whatever that line of business is. And money doesn't get up and run from me any more than it's going to get up and run from you until, let's say it's only going to run from me more than it runs from you if you know more about business than I do, which I'm sure you do. But if you do better than me in business, it's because you either know business better or you know that business better, or the customers know you better. But this could have worked for anybody. Whereas when you start dealing with these Western women, it's all arbitrary, but they're lying. You see, in business, the customers don't necessarily lie about what they want. They just take a look and they buy what they want, but they don't lie to you and say, I want X, Y, and Z, and then turn around and go and buy something of an inferior quality and pay high price. Whereas when it comes to this, what we're dealing with here, we're dealing with a scenario in which let's look at romance like a business, be it marriage or just smash and take your pick. Let's look at it all like a business. What they're doing is that they're lying, and that's not forgivable. And mothers are even lying to their own sons about what women want. And so these guys are growing up and they don't know. And so, I mean, my own son's mother can't even articulate what it is that women want. And this is her son. So my own mother even said to me, Black Junior is not going to learn about women from his mother, his aunt, or his maternal grandmother. You're going to have to tell him what you know, and I'll tell the truth whenever you say that he's old enough to know. But they're not going to tell him what he needs to know about women. And she was right. And so, and I said to her straight up, I figured the reason is because it's hard for women to articulate it, because it's a lot of subconscious things for which they may not have the vocabulary. That's what I thought. But just to hear my mother's take, I said, okay, Mom, I agree with you, but why do you think they can't explain it? And she said, oh, they can explain it, son. They just can't tell it themselves like that. Most women can't. This is the game my mother gave me during the summer of 2018 or 2019, one of those two summers when I was on that vacation. And so what I'm saying is that we do need to know about the business. I mean, social media works. Whatever information you put on it is going to spread. We do need to know about that.
Yeah.
It's just that we cannot, while on one hand, we can't make sex a do or die type of priority. On the other hand, we do have to admit that it is a natural priority. So we got to come up with a game plan to tell young cats before their hormones hit them. Because before these girls before their hormones hit them, they're 11 and their hormones haven't hit them yet, but they got all this game from their aunt, their mom, their grandma, their older sister. The guys ain't getting the game, and the whole point is that it is a game. We are judged by game that we don't have the ability to learn because ain't nobody telling it to us, and they're not being judged by game that they get for free before they even hit puberty. And so we do have to confront that issue. And one of the ways we confront it is we say, look, we're going to go over there where at the very least they fuck the shuck up about what they want. They don't lie. So if they don't tell you, then they just close their mouth and they marry what they want. Where instead of dealing with you, where I gotta be bulletproof and be able to fly with a cape behind me, while you get to just be a regular nosy reporter that always needs a rescue. And so we got to confront this. But because you brought up business, I got to ask this question, and I want to hear both of your takes on it. Really, I want the audience to hear both of your takes on it.
Okay.
In the light of what's going on in the United States right now, with not just the protesting, but also with the rioting and looting, whoever's doing it, with the rioting and looting, is it worth it to be a black business owner in America at this point?
I would say no. Because well, obviously with the black community, a lot of businesses don't come from us. A lot of businesses come from Asians, from Arabs, from different communities and things like that. Now we do have a few black businesses here and there, but they're being caught in the crossfire. So I would have to say, as of right now, no.
All right, and your take, Jay Shine?
My take is yes and no. No, depending on where you are. Atlanta is a good place to put a black business. The DC area is a good place to put a black business. Northern Virginia, where you have a lot of at is where you could put a black business. Just ensure the shit. And riots, and they're very seldom. This doesn't happen all the time. I wouldn't concern myself too much. But most businesses right now, to be honest with you, not most, but a lot of them can be handled online anyway. Brick and mortar is only really for what? Stores, bars, restaurants. So I would say yes. If you're in a place where you have upwardly mobile black society, Lower Maryland, DC. Now, would I put one in Baltimore? Probably not. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's what I mean. Depends on where you are. You know what I mean? So what's going on? Because to put a business somewhere, you have to deal with the larger business community, and you have to go to meetings and say what's the plan for this community? What's really happening? What's the future? You know what I mean? Because it's not just investing in yourself. You're kind of investing in the long term of the health of your business. So if you want to put a business somewhere where they're going to be doing some development, where some money's coming in at. Now, if they're going to redevelop and go in and gut out some of these buildings in Baltimore and they're going to do a real renewal, then I'll put up a business there. I want to catch this one fall. But if it's going to be just a regular rundown black community where there's no resources and a bunch of crime, I wouldn't put a business there at all. So it just depends. It depends where you are in America and what kind of business it is. But here's the thing though. Here's the thing is, here's a caveat. And I throw this back to the young man. Think about this. There are a lot of other businesses in the black community. You see what I'm saying? And they if they taking that risk, right? And that's why I kind of get I kind of scratch my head a little bit, and maybe I'm just thinking being selfish, because when I get to business, I get selfish. I'm all about the community until it comes to business. When it comes to the actual business, it's about getting that. It's about getting that money. But if I want to talk about it from a community standpoint, then it's like shit. There's a bunch of other people who got businesses in the black community. And, I guess they just ensure they shit and keep it moving. They take it as if things happen, or if the stores get robbed, or if there's an occasional uprising, they just chalk it up to doing business as usual. Because right now, CVS is in there, and they're going to just pay that deductible. Target's going to pay that deductible. AutoZone or Auto Parts that got burned up in Minneapolis, they're going to pay that deductible. You know what I mean? And they're going to build right back up. And that's just the way it is. A lot of these places are insured. So If I would look at what other people are doing in your own community and then copy it, you know what I mean, and see if there's an opportunity to do it. But I wouldn't give up like that. There's certain areas I wouldn't fuck with at all because I think it's just done. Unless there's some future investment, I wouldn't rock with it, man. But there's plenty of places you can do business. And lastly, put a business in somebody else's community. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Put a business in somebody else's community. Get their money. I'm just saying, we don't have to get black money. You can hire black employees. You can take your money and put it into black causes or other black businesses and stuff like that. If you want to invest in other black people, if you want to invest in a business I'm doing and all, that's cool. But put your store out there or restaurant out there in Becky's community. They like soul food. They like fusion food. They like barbecue. Put a business out there. Put a store out there. They like sporting goods. You could open a sporting goods store. Get out here and compete. You don't have to put it in the black community. You know what I mean? So as a black man, I think you got to just do what you can do. Open your mind up a little bit and just go for it, man. Just be smart about it. Whatever you do, just be smart about it.
I was just about to say, I feel like if you're black and you're trying to make a business, I wouldn't say put it in the black community because in the black community we have this weird habit where we don't support our own businesses. We prefer to go to other people's businesses. So you don't have to make a business in the black community. You can like just make it like just like in maybe like a predominantly white area or like another area and just market
Or
to
business
everybody.
district, yeah.
You just do that.
Yeah, I mean, look, but like I said, if you go to Atlanta, black people support black people in Atlanta. You know, that's kind of like a old Southern thing. There's pockets in the South where black people support each other. South Carolina, North Carolina, you know what I mean? Black businesses are doing just fine. You know, they just don't have the concentrated population, and there's not a lot of these businesses are old, so they're not caught up with the new wave. They're not online like they should be. You know what I mean? They're not using Twitter, and they don't know how to use the internet, you know, the way you're supposed to promote, to advertise your business. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that new people can come in and revamp shit. You can as a young man take your butt to Charlotte, man, and just serve it. Just go out there for a weekend or a week and walk around and see how the businesses are doing. Get a map and be out there for a different reason. And then when you finish doing your job and you finish doing your surveying and you finish doing your homework, then step out to the club and get you some snatch. You see what I'm saying? But business first. You know what I mean? Get out here and do some surveying, because you know why? These other groups of people are surveying your community. That's why you get gentrified. You know what I mean? They came in and surveyed the whole they came in, surveyed it, planned it out, and it knew exactly what they were going to do with your space. So just get in the game. You got to get out here and compete. And if I see people putting businesses in black communities, I can't throw it all the way away. You know what I mean? I just got to go in and see what they're doing, what kind of insurances they got, you know, how they hire their people. You know what I mean? I kind of got to walk around the CVS and see how the manager is and what kind of, you know, culture they have here managing the store in this black community, how they talk to the black customers. Just do your homework. Do it through osmosis. Go get a fucking candy bar and just pay attention. You know?
Yeah,
and
I agree.
you know what I'm saying? But don't cut yourself off. From anything, don't give up on the black community, because the black community has a lot of fucking money. You know, as we know, a lot of money they throw away, and other people are going in and get that money. And we've built up a lot of different people. Matter of fact, I don't know if you ever seen Do the Right Thing. I know you've seen it, Black Mind. And
Yeah, I did see it. Yeah.
one
And truth
thing
be
real-
told, I mean, in all honesty, this is part of where it is that you know, these unfair advantages do come in, and where they talk about this so-called light skin privilege. I actually would have a chance. I'd have a better shot at making a successful business in one of our communities simply because I don't have to tell them that I'm one of us.
That's crazy.
But see, then again, that's not necessarily fair to you or to WW. And that's why one of the reasons I wouldn't necessarily try that is only because I got to deceive my own and act like I'm not one of my own to get money from my own. But if you go in there, or WW goes in and opens up a business and it's not in somewhere progressive, one of these pockets, then you know you do get not only under supported, but you get the opposite of support. And now even in Atlanta, to a certain extent, I lived there for a long time, and I saw that there were places where it got supported. Black businesses got better support than I would say maybe on the Gulf Coast where I grew up. I don't know about Charlotte. I just learned about Charlotte and South Carolina from you. But see, one of the things is when you're a black male and you're heterosexual and you open up a business, you have to have a front, somebody that's not black, to front like they're the owner or to be associated with that business. You got to have a non-black front man, even for other black people to support the business. If they know that you are black and you own it. See, in Atlanta, if it's a black female-owned business, then she can get support because brothers don't say I'm not supporting her. It's not really like that. But black male-owned businesses are generally less trusted by both the men and the women alike. But if you go into where I came up, it's a problem. Period. I remember working for a black-owned bank in my home city, and the thing was that the guy the owner was also ambiguous looking somewhat, but everybody knew he was a brother. He made no bones about it. He was not passing it, which is a very rare phenomenon anyway. So he was open and obvious with it. Everybody knew it was a black-owned bank, and you know what? People are always trying to get over. And the bank lost some money because of check kiting, where black people would have two different accounts and they would just write checks against against each other's account. So in other words, they would write a check on one account to their account on another bank. And so they were using that to deposit more and more money. And they were relying on the fact that banks have a bit of a lag in terms of finding out that the money was not there in the other account. They have to keep doing this and they got to stay on it. And whichever bank discovers it does not get burned. But, you have people doing this to us because it was a black-owned bank. You have black people doing it. You have black people walking in with checks weren't even written out to them trying to cash it, or no ID of stuff like that. And so it became very difficult to keep that bank branch open. And he opened it up in a white area, and at least it did okay. He opened it up in a white area, and it was okay. It was fine. But in the black-owned bank, sometimes you have to call security to get some people out of there. And so I'm not saying that we can't have our businesses. I'm not saying that, but I think that you're onto something when you say go and set up shop in other areas, because we tend to assume they'll never let us do that. Well, maybe not. They may or may not. Yeah, we haven't really given that a shot. We assume that they would not because some of them won't. It's true that some won't, but it's in our community, we do discriminate against black-owned businesses. And so it may be that we have to set up businesses elsewhere. That it may be that we don't really have another choice again, but that's the problem with the community. See, and that's why a lot of us are bouncing from it. We have fewer choices in the community when it comes to both business and when it comes to mating, be it just smashing or romance or marriage. We have fewer options for the very same reasons that we should have more options. And so, the community starts to look unattractive. And I can't build it. I can't go back to the States and do something for the community. It's not going to be accepted. I got a better shot at starting a new black community over here, or helping the black community abroad of expats organize like what BEJ, Black Experience in Japan, is trying to do. I got a better shot at doing that. But I mean, some people can go into the community and at least they'll be tolerated and thanked for what they're trying to do, even if they're not followed. But not everybody can do it. And you remember Darren Seals, right? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. Brother got burned up. Yeah.
Yeah. He. Do you remember the video he put out before that point?
Jog my memory because it was a while.
Well, he said that leadership cannot come from Harvard and Yale.
Right.
And if you didn't see it, it's okay. I'm just mentioning it in case you did. But he said that the leadership cannot come from Harvard or Yale, meaning black leadership. Right. And he was talking about how we got to get some real brothers out there that got bullet wounds and that have lived that life. And the thing is that we do need people that know that lifestyle. We need that experience. Yeah. But these guys, I mean, that particular class has always been there, and they've never formed a military class on our behalf because they don't have military training. Yeah. And so he was sitting up and poo-pooing on the potential of any educated black people being leaders in this type of struggle. And so the thing is that he meant well, but the mindset the mindset was not beneficial and it's never been beneficial. And so he was pretty much saying that let's say you or I or WW cannot be any type of leader, even in limited scope in the community, while it struggles with white supremacy because we're educated, we don't have felonies, we don't have tattoos, and we don't have bullet wounds. And this was a flawed mindset. The community, until it's ready to take leadership from people that have not lived a stereotypical lifestyle, is not ready to be saved. Because the whole point of the community being saved is that people in it will not have to live a stereotypical lifestyle outlined or laid out for it by our enemies. And so he's pretty much saying, if you haven't lived the lifestyle that your enemies want you to live, how you gonna lead the community? Actually,
That was my that was actually the point that I was gonna make, was that the community is obviously ran by the women. Now, obviously, we know that the women are against the males. They're against the boys. They're against the men. Which is why when you look at the opportunities, all the opportunities are pushed toward the women, and you find very little to no opportunities for the boys, for the men. With that being said, it's pretty much impossible. Like, if you're a heterosexual male, then there's really nothing that you can do inside the community. Which is why a lot of SYSBM and a lot of ITMOR men are saying that, it would be a good thing if the community gets destroyed, in a way, because we can build a new community on top of it where we don't oppress the men. And we obviously know that that any society where the women are in charge, where you put the women in front of them, where you put the women in front and the men are on the back, well, obviously that society, that community is doomed to fail. So it's really nothing that we can do at this point. Obviously, the women are in charge, which is why it's a point that which is why the community is in the state that it is now.
Yeah.
Obviously, going back to slavery and that whole ordeal and everything like that.
And so many of us don't even want to admit that so many of us now are taking such conservative talking points from white folks that will say, don't mention slavery. It's been over for a long time. And they want to ignore the legacy of it. And they also can't really do much, but they realize that because they're not allowed to, they realize that because, okay, black folks in the community will bring up slavery until you bring it up, until you as a black conscious person brings it up. But then the conservatives are coming along and they're saying, don't bring it up. And so then they don't even, they're taking two opposite extremes. The people in the community are taking one extreme. I don't want to hear that stuff. I need to get this money right now. I want to get this grill right now. I want to stun on the club right now. And then you got the opposite extreme, the conservatives saying it has nothing to do with it. It's not an excuse. It doesn't even have an effect. We're just savages and we're animals. And so, I mean, and the truth is somewhere in between. We can't keep letting it be a crutch and an excuse, but we do have to admit that it is a cause so that we can undo it. But never will the two meet. Never will these two extremes come to the middle, and that's exactly why it is that we may not be able to do anything for the community. We got a better shot of saving a black community in Salvador de Bahia because at least they've got that cultural black consciousness. But until black communities take on, Cascade is an exception, but it doesn't necessarily need as much salvation. But
I'll ask you a question, Blackman. I'll ask you a question. What do black men from all stripes of life agree on? There's two things we agree on. We get along fine on. And that's money and pussy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And that's why I say if we go to the business route and we start learning how to do business with each other, if we can turn that corner, if we can get off, arguing about the females, all right? Like, I think we all agree we're not putting up with bullshit. All right?
Yeah.
If we agree on that, now the campaign is over. Let's govern now. We ain't on the bullshit no more. What the hell she talking about? Get her out of here. You know what I'm saying? We on code. Let's get on code on that. Let's calcify that code. All right? We're not dealing with certain things. Power. There has to be a punishment and reward system. You see what I'm saying? Now, part of that, some brothers ain't gonna like when they say this. They say you simping for the women when you say this. No, it's not simping. It's common sense. If I'm going to punish this, this ratchet chick, right? Because she ain't up to par and she don't got her mind right and she on some bullshit. This disrespectful female. On the other side of it, I got to reward the one that's not. You see what I'm saying? That's how you
Yeah.
punish and reward, and you're gonna have to be hardcore with that. You're gonna be hardcore with that. You know what I mean? Look, if I'm even smashing the chick on low, I can't be seen with you. You know what I'm saying? I can't even be seen in the same space with you. I have nothing to do with you. You just that's all we do. All right, you lucky I do that for you. Get out of here. You know what I mean? But at the same time, that sister that's in here acting right, I gotta reward her, which means I gotta treat her right. See, we keep taking this lenient thought. This is one thing we did get from Europeans that we gotta have to get over. This lenient thought, this us, them. There's no nuance. Good, evil, right, wrong. There's, I mean, there's always nuance, and we're flexible enough as black men to make nuance happen. That's who we are. That's our music. That's our culture. We got rhythm in our thinking. You know what I'm saying? And all I gotta say is that look at white society in the early 1900s into the middle hundreds. You talk the depression. They were a mess. You had,
Mm-hmm.
you had orphan boys running around the goddamn streets everywhere. Black. Let me tell you something. This might sound crazy, but that shit was worse than black society is now. The only thing they didn't have was crack. If they had crack, I don't know if they would be in America. All right, that's what they had. They had the women who will get left by their husbands. That's why you even got a child support system. It's not because of black men. It's because white men will leave Pittsburgh and move over to fucking San Francisco, change his name. This is before Social Security numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would just bounce. And then this woman who had sex out of wedlock, she had to go join a convent. So you will watch a show like a good show called Boardwalk Empire. That's a real good show to watch. And if you watch that along with another show called The Nick, and they show you these dynamics in the early 1900s. You know what I mean? What was going on in white society? It was not pretty. It was dirty. It was nasty. The kids were fucking orphans. They had broken families. They had all kinds of shit. But what brought them together was stability. So right, so they took the gangs of New York, and guess what they started giving them? They started giving them jobs. They started giving them jobs, and I had this discussion earlier when I had a debate with Mr. Fantastic, I said they gave them jobs, and then not only those jobs become their jobs, they put nepotism on top of it. So what I'm talking about? I'm talking about the police department. I'm talking about what we call now the unions, which were trade works back in the day. The fire department. These became family businesses, man. Like when the towers fell and they lost a whole firehouse, they lost like two cousins, an uncle, and a father in one sitting. That destroyed a family, a white family, because they have a history and a legacy of that nepotism, and that all stems from early 1900s when they took them off the street and said, all right, fine. You're a fireman. You're a police officer. Now, were they good police officers at first? No. Were they good firemen at first? No. But over time, they became what they became. So that's what I'm saying. When I start looking at this 3 or 4 generations down, and then I zoom out and look at the black community, I'm like, all right, it's fucked up. But what can we do with this? I look at it as a broke down house. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that we're still in America and we still have enough thriving black people in the black community, it has a good foundation. All right. The culture got shifted to some bullshit. We always had a culture of sassiness and partying and all that kind of shit, but then it shifted for the worse throughout the 80s and the 90s. All right. I'll start in the 70s. We started getting this jive party culture, and whore culture started to emerge, and then dog culture started to emerge, and then materialism and the worship of materialism. You know what I mean? All that shit started becoming part of the culture. And it become this show off culture, this show off, I'm this, I'm that, I'm the man culture, when you ain't got no power, you ain't got no houses, you ain't got shit. You know what I mean? That was what the culture became. It can be adjusted, it can be shifted. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to require dudes to be on hard, militant code with one another. For instance, the problem with a lot of us between black men and black women right now, I see, is the simping. There's always somebody there to save her ass. Right? There's always somebody to wife up a woman that had 3 kids out of wedlock. Always.
Yeah, because it's a gynocracy. That's how the game works. The woman is always put in front of the man, which is, why the community is in the state that it is in now. It's not the fact that, the men can't come together. Uh the problem is that the women are gonna basically try to dictate what the men should and shouldn't do. If the men try to come together to create programs, to create institutions for boys and men, you're gonna have the women that oppose it because everything is supposed to be
You know
about
why?
them.
Because
They're
we're not
basically
used to
just
telling her to shut the fuck up. That's why. That needs to be
yeah, but
introduced to the culture. Shut up. Who's talking to you? Mind you, matter of
yeah,
fact,
yeah,
I'm going. You know what I mean? That's what
But the
needs to be
problem
introduced. Because
with
she's not
that,
acting right. If she's not
but the,
acting right, she got go
but the
out now.
problem with that, but the problem with that is she can easily call the cops on you and have you arrested
No, she can call the
without.
cops because she's in her shit. That's another thing we got to get with brothers. That's why I tell you to get your own thing. Get your own thing popping where
Mm-hmm.
you have your own shit. See, I own my own houses, bro. You know what I mean? I own my own properties. I don't leave my shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not shacking up with a chick. I don't, it's nice to have a chick that comes in and she's making a great salary. Oh, I'll take that. I'll manage that. Bring it home, mama. But at the end of the day, I don't need you to survive, though. I had a house and property before you came in the picture. You see what I'm saying? And that's what a lot
Yeah.
of brothers are not doing. They're in situations where they on some 50-50 shit and they need that sister. You know what I mean? And that's why there's a lot of drama between them. Because you can't tell me you want
Mm,
on with a chick for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. I'm like, for what? The fuck I'm gonna keep arguing with this woman for 10 years for? You know what I
but
mean?
not all the time though. But not all the time. Like we we've spoken about this in like the red pill sector, and they were saying that I haven't dealt with this I haven't experienced this personally, but a lot of the black men are saying that, you know, if let's say you have a girlfriend and you move her into your apartment and you pay all the bills and everything, you bring home all the money and everything like that, and she's basically living with you, she can still easily call the cops, even if she's living in your apartment and living in your house. So it really doesn't matter. It's just the fact that the police are going to automatically take her side, and that, you know, the court systems as well. So it's not as simple as, you know, get your own stuff, because a lot of us, we have our own stuff. It's just that, again, the legal system and like the police system, well, just automatically favors the women. And it's not just the black community as well, but it happens in the black community a lot. And it started with us obviously during slavery, and do Jim Crow and everything like that. The women have always been in charge because of slavery, and it goes back to that. So it's not that simple. I mean, I wish it was,
I mean,
and I'm sure that.
I hear you, brother, but it's that simple for me. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's that simple for me. I don't
Yeah.
deal with that shit. And I got so hardcore with it when I fucked up and had a child at wedlock. Look, I love my daughter, so I went and got her. And that wasn't easy. I had to go to court 4 times, man. That whole deal over the years, because she always tried to make motions and try to make things different and difficult. And I said, you know what? Let me return the favor. I'm in a better position. I have a better career. I can take off as much as I want. Let me just go down and file something. Make her come to court. Now she got to drive all the way to the courthouse, and I started stressing her the fuck out. You understand me? It started turning to business. Once we get into the courts, there's no more friendship. We can't repair this. You already put another entity between me and my daughter. There's nothing else to talk about. And that's why I want a lot of brothers to get to. This is the environment you're in. Yeah, you might be laying up with a chick right now, and she might be cool, or you might be with this chick you don't have a kid with, and then you think she's a real pleasant person. But you got to keep in the back of your mind, if you have a child with her, you might end up in the courts, which means you're gonna have to handle your business. And the courthouse is business. You can't be emotional in that bitch. You can't be sloppy in there. You got to be thorough. And I went in that bitch 4 times and won 4 times. All right. I'm not, I'm not a joke. I live the shit I talk about. I'm not going to ever tell you, to go, yeah, man, just take the girl, man. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to tell you, what I'm saying? I would never do that to you. And unfortunately, there's a lot of
But
brothers on YouTube who would do that to you. They would go out here and tell you to be
yeah.
suiting in certain situations. They never lived it or done it. You know what I'm saying? They can't even advise you
Okay.
on how to do that. And I've helped 3 brothers. I helped one brother get his kid, and I helped 2 brothers get a better situation. You know what I mean? Where they had more equitable time and or less money spent with the mother. Because there's a lot of rules to the shit. If you get into it, it's really not that hard. It's all business. And this is what it is now. Raising kids is business. Relationships are business. Your relationships at work with other people are all transactional. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to get to the point where your circle of real friends and people you love is tight. You know what I mean? It's a small circle of people you've really built with and you have experiences with, you traveled with, you live with. Everybody else are acquaintances. Everybody else outside of that is business. Everybody else outside of that
Mm.
don't fucking matter.
I see what you're saying, but I feel like you would be the exception. I mean, I wish it was that easy, as if, all you have to do is go to
All
the
I'm not saying
courts
is easy,
and
bro.
you.
Don't get it twisted. I'm not. Don't.
Okay, because
Don't. I'm not
everything is
saying
in
it's easy.
favor of them.
No.
Okay,
This is
yeah,
not easy.
okay, because everything is in the favor of them. So I mean, it's like
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I got to
most
learn
men
that it
don't
wasn't
win.
the women. When I got into the court system, right, I learned that it was the system. All right, this is
Yeah.
policy. You know what I mean? The maneuvers, certain things the judge was doing, the guard ad litem, being even just in an intake and outtake office, man. I was like, this, and I started paying attention again, ones and zeros. I said, all right, let me see. I see what they're doing. I see what's going on here. Okay, all right, I gotta make a different play. Let me go talk to a lawyer. I talked to a lawyer 2 times ever. I've spent money to get counsel by lawyers 2 times. Never hired, never stepped in the courtroom with a lawyer, but I had to fight a guardian ad litem, a feminist judge, and a pro bono lawyer that my daughter's mother had twice, because there are groups out here that support women, not the children. So I'm sitting there looking at the system. I'm like, okay, they set this shit up, to be this way. This is what they want. They want these kids to be growing up in these irresponsible houses where the women preach and teach them consumerism, materialism, and keep them fucking emotionally imbalanced. And I mean, and I'm thinking all men, not just black men, we're gonna have to do something about this. Because again, you can have whatever you want. You can have the perfect chick, the nice chick, regardless of what her race is. But your children are gonna grow up in American society, and it's American society that's an issue. That's why I respect what the immigrants do. They carve out their little corners. They call it the little corners. They keep the little schools. That's why they have a tradition in the East Coast, with the Catholic schools and all that. That's for a reason. You know what I mean? That's for a reason. That's to maintain their group. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things we got to do. There's a lot of things we got to do. And I know it sounds like a lot, but we can do it. Because the truth of the matter is we don't have to get on a fucking boat or plane to get to America. We're already there. We just got to shift our thinking and be serious about it. I'm dead serious. I mean, I'm talking about as men. It's serious about it, not fucking flinching. I don't care how fine she is. I don't care how big that butt is. I don't care. Business. All right? Beautiful women come a dime a dozen. We have a lot of beautiful women in America. A lot of beautiful women. But a lot of them have minds that are not suitable for marriage, not suitable for even being in your space, and they will use you. So you're going to have to be smart. You're going to have to be strategic on what you do in your life. And I'm not telling you not to have fun. I'm just saying fun can turn into pain, a lifetime of pain. That can happen from anyone. If you don't believe me, ask Blake Griffin. That happened. I bet you did that.
To make sure that I understand you correctly.
Mm-hmm.
To make sure that I understand you correctly, you're saying that basically, if black men as a collective just come together, in terms of business and just create our own economy, we can pretty much set up our own stores, our own houses, and our own apartments, and we can basically create our own businesses, and that way we can regulate which women we deal with and which women we don't.
And
So we wouldn't have to. So we wouldn't have to necessarily deal with black women. We can just create, like, we can basically just like live in our own community to where we wouldn't have to put up with this and that. We can just kind of do our own thing, kind of like Chinatown or Koreatown. Is that what you're saying?
But we used to be that way. Matter of fact, when
I know.
when I was debating MOT and SKC on SysBem, and I looked at the tenants, I agreed with one of the tenants completely. And then in the beginning of the tenants, they mentioned that the black community used to be a viable community, and that's true. So they're admitting that the black community wasn't always fucked up. So now we got to go back to that time. What was the environment that created such a viable community? We were segregated. We had, we had no choice. Now I think having the choice and doing it by choice will actually make a better community. Why? Because now we're going to dictate what happens. All right, we're gonna segregate ourselves, not moving together, but socially and economically from other groups of people. Start doing business with each other and start making moves with each other. That's going to make other people in that community depend on you, and now you can dictate how behavior happens in that society. That's how other groups do it. That's how other groups do it. You know what I mean? There are a lot of Asian girls out here right now fucking up, doing porn, and then their father finds out and they get punished. You know what I mean? That girl that killed that brother who had that baby daddy, that black baby daddy out in California, and she got off. You know what I mean? Her community came to her rescue because that's still their daughter, and they can't have one of their daughters go to jail, especially over no black dude. That's how they feel. So they put their money together, they put their politics together, and they got that girl off. But trust me, she's being punished by her society. You know what I'm saying? She's being punished internally by her society. She's not going to be rose into no top, levels in her society. So if in our community, I'll give you a quick example. Look at Italy. Italy is a Western country. They're sexually advanced. But guess what? If a Italian woman has 3 baby daddies, she better go join a fucking monastery. She's never getting married.
Can I ask for the link to the situation that you just mentioned where somebody in California got rescued so that the daughter wouldn't, uh, I guess, be killed? But what situation is that
No,
exactly?
I'm saying there was a brother who had an Asian baby mama out there, and he had 2 kids with her, and she had him murdered, and she got off. You know,
She
her
had him murdered.
yeah, she
She had
got
the
the
baby.
brother. Yeah, the brother's dead. She was arrested and went to trial, and she got off. And and that's what happened in California, and her community rallied around her. All right, but they didn't like the fact that she was out there slumming and hanging out with a brother and being a little hip hop girl, whatever the case might be. But she was part from a wealthy family as well. She was from a wealthy Asian family, so they did what they had to do to protect their daughter, and their community came along with that, and they pulled all of their political might and they got that girl off. Now she's being punished in that society. It happens all the time in Arab society when those those girls try to escape, they try to run away. You know what I mean from the prince. You know what I mean from one of those princesses or one of those women try to run away from a high ranking Arab man, and they go and she ends up in India somewhere, and they go get her. They go get her, bring her back to Saudi Arabia, and they punish her. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying we be that extreme. I'm just saying this is what other groups do. You know what I'm saying? This is how extreme other groups are, and we're nowhere near that. Now, in our culture, we can easily punish single mothers. We can easily punish serial mothers. Easily
How?
punish them.
How?
Because they look, there's 22.5 million black women. They're not going to all swirl. I don't give a fuck what they promote. Most of them going to get pregnant and or end up with black men. So the problem is we got a lot of black men marrying women who got multiple baby daddies. That would never happen in Italy. That would never happen in Germany. All right. These men are not mean about it. It just is what it is. And the women know what time it is. All right. We got to remove that from the table. We got to go out here and encourage other men to stop being simps and stop being utilities for certain women. Now, are there some women that were married before and ended up single mother because of that? Then cool. There's going to be those exceptions to the rule. But women out here partying, going to the club and all that, fuck out of here. I ain't marrying you. You had your fun, right? Okay. Be cool. You know what I mean? We get along. We might even be, do something. I'm not leaving a drop. But I'm not marrying you. Marriage? Are you fucking kidding me? You wasn't thinking about your future husband when you was out there sucking 100 dicks. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, that to me is it's a lack of dignity amongst the men. We are men, and we got to value ourselves that way. You understand me? And that's what I would say to any young man. You are a man, you are a builder, you are contributing to society. Even if you have the same workload as a woman, you're still required to put your life on the line for the society. There's other men out there who build society. You don't have shit without roads and bridges and tunnels and pipes. We are the builders. And we need to establish that respect for men again in any society. And that respect is there in Indian society. That respect is there in Sikh society. Sikh is only 2 million Sikhs in the whole country. You know what I mean? That respect is there for Asian fathers and Asian men. We got to put that shit back in place. And we can't wait on her to do it. She's not going to do it. It's up to us to do. And that's just the way I see it. I'm not worried about what the women did or going to do. She's not my leader. I don't give a fuck. She's not my leader. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at other brothers. And that's who my leaders are. You're going to be my leader one day. I'm going to be out of the game. It's going to be your turn. You know what I mean? And you're going to be up front. And you're going to be in that circle. You're going to be at that table. You're going to be in that meeting, heading that meeting. And I'm like, okay, that's what we're doing. Okay, all right, fine. I'm in. You got my support. You got my money. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's how it's supposed to be. But we got to build y'all, though. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. You got to get ready to build what's coming behind you. I told my daughter this, and I told her this when she had one of her brat moments when she was in middle school. And, I told her, look, sis, I'm not here to be your best friend. I'm not here for your fucking happiness. All right? My job is to train you and raise you to be the best woman that you can be, to be the best mother to my grandchildren. Now, I'll spoil their asses because I'll be a grandfather then. But this is business, this is work. I need you, I mean? I got to raise you. All right? I'm not here to, to fill every woman. I think we go wrong with a lot of our daughters. Our women are spoiled. They think that this is all fantasy and every fucking desire that they have should be fulfilled. They walking around with a Zane Chronicle goddamn episode in their head every 2 minutes, and that's all they care about. And this is something we have to change. We got to stop allowing that shit. At some point, we got to say, all right, fine, all right, they out here bugging out, but we allowing it as men, which means we're gonna have to deal with other men and get their minds right, and get them on code, and get them in the fold, just like they do in other countries. My man is over there in the Middle East. He knows what I'm talking about. Those men hold each other accountable over there. They don't fuck around, and a lot of it's tied to livelihoods, which means business. I know it doesn't exist now. I know it sounds daunting. I know it does, but this is what's necessary to save us. We're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to build it. Period. And I say, have fun doing it. Have fun doing it. Look, we still in horror culture now. Have fun doing it, but you're gonna have to have a level of discipline. You know what I mean? That's all. Just have some discipline about yourself. Go have your fun. Like I said, go out to Charlotte, go to other places, go where you want to go, survey, make every trip you make a business trip. Go see what's happening. Pay attention, stand in the store, pay attention to your surroundings, see what's happening, and see how you can make some money. And then when you finish doing that, put your linen on, go to a nice spot, man, get you a nice little drink, man, and, and get you a little pretty thing. You young, fucking 22 years old now. I was a monster at 22. I don't want to go there with you. I was a monster at 22. So you're already ahead of me. You're already ahead of me because y'all wouldn't have a conversation like this at 22. 22, I was running through them. You know what I mean? I was making money and running through them. That's all I was doing, making money and running through them. I was in the clubs heavy. I was traveling heavy, but I didn't have a purpose. So even I made money, cool, but I was spending a lot of money partying and having a good time and hanging out with my boys. Now, we weren't simps. We were dogs for real. You know what I mean? Well, all I'm saying is that you're 22. There's a lot. I know what's out there for you right now. I know the energy, you know what I mean? And I appreciate the fact that you even in spaces like this having conversations. So go out there, think business, man, then have some fun. And then put the fun down when it's time to get back to business. And I'm telling you, as you go and you build and you get stuff going on, and you hopping out that nice whip and you got shit, you're going to run into a higher caliber of women, man. You're going to run into the women that's in those offices. They're going to look at you like, damn, this young dude, I got to have him. How you doing? Hey, we going to lunch tomorrow. You want to go? You know what I'm saying? That's what's going to happen to you. It's going to be serious. It happens to me. And I mean, that was happening in my 30s, you know what I'm saying, into my 40s, man. It was an Asian girl that's asked me out to eat 2 months ago. It happens because they watching how you move, man. Women watch you. So just move right, man. Get on that money game. Get on that business game. No simping. Stay mysterious. Stay standoffish, man. And they're going to throw it at you. I mean, throw it at you. You're going to have problems that you didn't even think that you would have with the women. You're like, damn, this chick here, I don't know what to do. Well, you got dudes out here who ain't got no attention. You know what I mean? They ain't getting no love, and it's making them crazy. It's making them angry. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you right now, women, I don't give a fuck what background you come from. They are attracted to men who have resources and they got something going for themselves. Period. It's a vagina magnet. Period. And that's from all groups of women. So that's what I say to my sisters and brothers. I was like, all right, I'll give you the olive branch. All right, fine. But still come over where I'm at, because if you do what I'm saying, you're gonna have a higher caliber of Asian girls hollering at you or available to you. A higher caliber of Latina women available to you. You feel me? Because you're going out of DR and going to Philippines, that's not a higher caliber woman. That's just a broke chick. She might have a better culture. She might treat you good, but you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? She's not.
To be fair, I know some. Most of the guys that I know personally that have gone into these areas have met. They've met the educated ones, the attorneys, the physicians. Now online, it's all types. You got the ones that go down there and trick. You got the ones that go down there and find regular girlfriends that come from different levels. But the ones that I've known personally, when they go, they make friends with the ones that are attorneys, or physicians, or they own something. So what's happening is that across the board, once these guys leave the West and they go into the DR or Brazil or Colombia, they're pretty much able to meet women of different calibers. Whereas in the States, these guys, they could be doing what you're saying, but they wouldn't necessarily be able to date or smash or marry someone that's doing about as well as they are, or close to it, comparable to it. And in that regard, I don't have a leg to stand on and tell them, okay, well, look, keep doing what you're doing, but try to keep it in the States, or don't go, don't go to Brazil, or don't go to the DR, or I can't really say that to them, because in the end, it really is a problem stateside. And so let's say, as a guy, yeah, sure, build your portfolio as best you can, build your wealth. But if you want to have any kind of normal family life or normal romantic life for guys that just believe in smashing, and as a Muslim, I'm not allowed to condone fornication. But if you're looking for either way, if you're looking to, if you want to at some point be selected by them, whether it's for a family or just to knock them down, you can't do all this building, stay in the community, and then go through that. Now, I'm not allowed to promote fornication, but I'm also not allowed to promote celibacy either. And if a man wants to avoid celibacy, if he wants to get married, like I'm talking about doing, he's still going to have to be willing to step out the community. Because remember, Danielle Rose herself said it on a live stream with BGS. She said black women in America are not going to change until black men start leaving. And that's when he broke down to what, yeah, there are two movements for guys that are doing that. And he told about IBMOR and SYSBM. And then she started to change her tune a little bit from what he said. Now, I don't know what she talked about beforehand, but I heard her when she said that. And so even then, okay, sure, build a portfolio, get a business, go open up a business in Little Italy, or open up a business in Chinatown. They may not do anything to you. They may boycott, they may not. Go ahead and do it. But in the end, and granted, I understand the resources are a magnet, but still at some point you're going to come to realize that even then they're not going to just come along and say, okay, well, you just got all this money and I'm going to let them smash it and that's it. No, you got the money. They know you got it, and they're going to pretty much try to do it. They're going to do what they can to get that money. And if they can't get the money in exchange for the vagina, the very least they're going to do is make sure you lose some money, because Western women are programmed to be very expensive, and to make sure you have to deal with a lot of headaches every time you have a satisfactory heterosexual encounter with them. So if they don't get the marriage and then the divorce settlement out the deal, then they're still going to find some way to get back at you, even if it is nothing more than just a false accusation. And so that's why we really do feel like staying in the West is just a bad option, unless, of course, you're going to be celibate. Well, that's not healthy. And even then, they could get mad because they just still want the resources, and they'll point the finger at you if that's what it takes. Now, that being said, I'm not closing this, but I'm going to come out of the stream for about 10 minutes. I'll still be able to hear y'all, but I won't be able to respond or change anything for the next 10 minutes, and then I'll come back. Is that okay, gentlemen?
I can hold
Okay,
it
yes.
down for you, boss. Hey, before you go, I put a link in the chat for that case that I was talking about.
Okay, you did?
Yeah, in StreamYard private chat.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right, I see now. I see. Thanks a million. Okay, all right, gentlemen. See you all in 10 minutes, Lord willing.
All right.
All right,
Go ahead, bro.
sounds good. Okay.
Hey, so what's your YouTube name, brother? What's your YouTube name?
William Webster.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you, William Webster.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too. What did you say your name was again? I forgot.
I'm Jay Sean. You call me Jay.
Jay Sean. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. If you get used to the space, I've been in the space for a while. I'm kind of a veteran.
Okay. Yeah.
Space. Yeah.
Okay.
But
I've been here well, I've been watching content since about 2015, 2016, but I recently just started participating in panels. Black Mind was the first panel that I had actually been on. I think it was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I had just randomly just jumped on a panel. I would have done it sooner had I known how easy it was. You just like hit the link and you just come to StreamYard and set everything up. Otherwise, yeah, I would have been here sooner. But yeah, so I figured that I might as well just jump in, get my input and everything like that. Obviously, I'm not creating content because I'm so young. I need more experience and stuff like that. So maybe as I get older, I'll make a channel myself. But as for right now, yeah, I'm just I'm just jumping on live streams, trying to get my input and everything like that, and
Yeah.
trying to learn as
Let me
much
ask
as
you
I
a
can.
question. What part? Don't you have to say what city? What region of the country are you in? Are you West Coast, East Coast, South?
I, I'm in South right now.
Oh, okay. Southeast, Southwest.
Yeah. I think Southwest. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. My mom, my sisters, they live out in Arizona, and I've been actually looking at property out that way, Arizona, Nevada, and whatnot. And I got some land out in Arizona too that I need to check
Okay,
up
that's
on
cool.
because I'm not gonna keep it. I'm just looking as it was investment. It's out in Holbrook. I'm never gonna live in Holbrook. So
Okay. Yeah.
yeah, but I need to check.
Did you say that you were from New York, right?
Yeah, from
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn originally, Brooklyn, New York.
Okay.
But
All right.
before I came over
Definitely
to
tell us.
Germany, I was living in Northern Virginia. My house is still in Northern Virginia. I'm over here on a 5-year assignment. So I have people living in my house right now, and I was working in DC. I've been in the northern area and working in DC for 20 years. You know what I mean? So I've been in that space. I've been there longer than I was. Half my adult life was spent. Half my life was spent in the DC area. To be honest. So
Mm.
I left Brooklyn when I was 19 to go into the military, and then I got the military. I got out in northern DC. So I just stayed there, and I made a career there, and made a life there, and and the cool thing about DC is you get to work and meet a lot of different people from all over the world. You know what I mean? All over the world. So when I see, Asian men coming in to do business and buying up property, and then they own a property, and then we use it as a club on some nights. And I mean? You start rubbing elbows with different groups of people, man, and you see how they interact with each other, and you see how they interact with other groups of men. And I ain't gonna lie, I get jealous. You know what I mean? I get jealous. I'm like, damn, man, I want that. You know, I want that. As a black man, I want that. I want what they got.
Yeah. I
You know.
yeah. I feel the exact same way. Especially years ago when I was kind of like into the that whole pro black thing.
Mhm.
I kind of felt kind of insecure when I would see other groups of people just kind of interacting with each other. Starting businesses and doing all types of things and. You didn't really see that in the black community at all. I remember I used to work at like fast food, and it was ran by Indians. This is when I lived in Virginia. It was yeah, so like it was like an Indian colony. And like yeah, they own like a couple of stores. They own like a few restaurants which I worked at. And like there was a few times in particular where there was just all Indians in just one store. The owners and the manager and a few of them are, of my coworkers, and like they were all speaking Indian, and I was the only black person in the store, just doing my thing, and I kind of feel left out because like you have all Indians, just conversating, just doing their own thing, talking about business and everything, talking about their community. And again, I'm the only black person in the restaurant, that obviously I don't speak Indian. So I felt kind of left out, and it was kind of like, it's kind of like, why can't I have that? Why can't I, have a black community, where we can conversate and we can discuss business and have our own economy and stuff like that. So I definitely know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm assuming you don't have any kids.
No, I don't.
That's good. That's good. That's good. And I got a feeling you kind of feel like you don't fit in with the black community per se, especially
Oh yeah, yeah,
given the way it is right
yeah.
now. I can
Oh
only
yeah, yeah,
imagine. You know what I mean? This shit is crazy. When I look at this,
yeah,
black society, I'm like, what the fuck happened to us? You know what I mean? Because I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and even as I grew up in the crack area, and it wasn't this ridiculous. You know what I mean? So when I look at the black community, what I see is a manless community. You know what I mean? Like you said, the women have been running shit and doing what they want to do with the group for a long time, and they don't want to hear it, which is unfortunate that they can't even see the situation that we're in and say, you know what, we need to make a change. That all they want to do is blame their own sons, because that's what you're doing. You basically, the current women are telling us that the current men who are the sons of the previous women, you know what I mean, that we ain't shit. So, what I do is I don't even listen to them. You know what I mean? My pride and my validation as a man comes from my lineage and my history. And unfortunately for me, I've been scarred with being raised in part by my grandparents, my grandmother, and those women, my aunts, my great aunts, because my mother was part of that generation that fell off. See, my father wasn't around, and my mother wanted to do her, right? She wanted to do her. And so I ended up doing two stints with my grandmother. My grandmother was from the South. So I had old school values being instilled in me by being raised in my grandmother's house. So that taught me two things as an adult. That one, the path I was on could be interrupted, even at a young age, because I wasn't on a good path, given my environment and given my situation. But putting me in that space with those old school people, my grandfather, my grandmother, and them, I got infused with old school values, and all it took was a little bit of love. I felt belong. I felt I had. I felt like I belonged somewhere. I didn't feel like I belonged with my mom. My mom didn't even care about us. She didn't pay attention to us. Me and my brother. I mean, So when I got there, it was all love. I felt like I was part of a family, even when my grandmother was being hard on me. And I saw the difference. I saw these women who cleaned and worked every day. I've never even seen my grandmother in jeans ever. And then you telling me I got to accept this out here now? Hell no. But see, the problem is I know that a different version of black women exists because I've seen it. You know what I mean? I grew up in it. So the question is, what happened? What happened? What can be done about it? And I think really the only philosophical debate that I have out here in the streets is that a lot of brothers say nothing can be done about it. It's over. You know what I mean? So therefore, I'm MGTOW, suspend whatever, right? It's over. There's nothing you can do. And I just have a different mindset when it comes to that. I have a different mindset. I don't think it's ever over. I don't think it's going to be cool. I think it's going to be a lot of sacrifice, meaning that there's a lot of things I can do for my own sexual gratification right now that I can enjoy and be what I want to be. But you know what that will also do? It'll also make me a bad father. So I'm a full-time dad. You know what I mean? And that's kept me humble. It's kept me under control because I don't want my daughter seeing certain things. I don't want to be a horrible example for her. I don't want her seeing women coming in and out of the house or basically coming in and out of her life, right? So I don't want to do the same thing that I saw women doing with us. A lot of young men coming up not respecting their mothers because they've seen a lot of men coming in and out of the house. And I don't give a fuck what he say. He doesn't have respect for women overall because he doesn't really respect his mother. He'll say he loves his mom and all that, but all he's going to do is transfer that vitriolic feelings towards other groups of women. Same thing with the girls. Same with the girls. They've been taught to hate their fathers. So since their fathers are not around here to hate or destroy, they're going to destroy who? You, young men. You see what I'm saying? So what we're doing right now, we're in this era of hurting each other and using each other and abusing each other. And that's what I see when I look at black society. You know what I mean? And I'm never going to tell nobody to go in there and get abused. I'm saying, no, go in there, be smart, and we're going to go on a salvage mission. Whatever can be saved and repurposed. And whatever has to go to the trash can go off the fucking cliff. That's just how I feel about it. You know what I mean? But I'm
Well,
worried about a
I'll
future.
say I I I I will say that the community well you have to look at it in I feel like a certain context. I don't when we say that the community is going to be destroyed or needs to be destroyed or it needs to be whatever, we're not necessarily saying that black people have to necessarily die. We're just saying that the community has to basically um trying to find the trying to gather my thoughts to find the
No, take your time,
right
bro.
words to
We got no time.
to properly articulate myself. But basically what's going on is obviously during slavery, the roles were reversed. So obviously before we came here we were in Africa. You
Mhm.
have multiple civilizations to choose from. It was basically like every other country, where the men were on top and the women were following the lead. The men would protect and provide, go out, hunt, gather food. The women would, watch the children and, do things that are becoming of women. Now, during slavery, basically what happened, obviously, is the slave master flipped that dynamic on his head where you put the women in charge. You belittle the man, you emasculate the man, you effeminize the man,
Mhm.
and pretty much show the women and children that black men are not to be respected.
Yeah.
Now obviously when it comes to culture, women are, like I said earlier, women internalize culture.
Hmm.
Men can exist without culture. What I mean is that if a man doesn't like anything about a specific culture, he can easily just take that part out and just follow the rest of it, or kind of make his own culture altogether. Now women cannot do this. Women are biologically hardwired to follow culture of men. So with that being said, women also are biologically hardwired to follow um whichever man is dominant. So that could
Yeah.
be a specific group, specific ethnic group, or just whatever. Obviously, during that time, it was white men who were in charge, and
Right.
white men are in charge, so black women and white women are going to follow white men. They're not going to follow black men because black men are the exact opposite of in charge. So they're going to internalize the culture of disrespecting and belittling black men. Now with all that being said, that's kind of what we have now. Now that the dynamic was flipped on its head, some examples of that would be, black women would always try to put black men in line by getting the slave master to whip her husband or something like that, or if her husband raised his voice at her, she would tell whatever man was in charge of that plantation to basically get the black man back in line or whatever like that. So, and we see that now with the police and everything like that. Black women would they'll we see black women initiate domestic violence on men, and then when the cops come, who do the cops always go for? They always go for the man. The man always is the one that gets arrested, or always has to leave the house, even when it's his property and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
those are some examples of stuff like that. And then obviously when it comes to child support and the court systems, obviously everything is in favor of the women. So we pretty much have been living in this way for a few hundred years. Yeah, about a few hundred to about 1,000 years, give or take. Now, with that being said, yeah, this has all been passed down from generation to generation.
Hmm.
So there's nothing that we can really do for the community. I mean, like again, this has been going on for a while. We don't have any authority as black men. We don't really have anything to punish our women with, really. What are we gonna do? I mean, like, punish our women physically. Well, I mean, we can't do that without having the cops come and everything like that, and like messing up our lives. We're gonna get criminal records and things of that nature. So
Yeah.
the best thing we can do is let the community do basically run its course, which is obviously awful
And that's
awful
why I
quick.
slightly disagree because as men, we can't sit back and let it run its course. I mean, look, if cats want to leave altogether, like I said, I know ex-cats who are over here right now. You know what I mean? And that's leaving. Okay. But if you're going to be in America, you're going to have to still do American society, and that's why I'm feeling like it's an exercise of fertility. Why? Because you're still going to be in American society. So if you go out and say that you get um, a woman from Bahamas and she's just old school with it, y'all gonna have a good life, and she might not ever venture from her culture. You know what I mean? But your children, all right, and if say if your children grow up okay, they get a lot from the mother and you, and they grow up fine. But you're still rolling the dice on your grandchildren because you're in a certain environment. You know what I mean? Trust me, I have a child. I watched my daughter go through all kinds of, ideas in different places because of the shit that she's been inundated with. And I think this is a hard conversation to have with a lot of dudes who don't have children.
Hmm.
Those of us who have children know what I'm talking about. We watch our kids go through all kinds of different ideas, insecure issues, and they see something now they want to be it. You know what I mean? And we kind of forget that's how we was as children too. But that comes from the environment. We got to change our environment, man. We gotta stand tall in the country we were birthed in the country we suffered in the country we helped build, and stand tall in that shit. Stand tall in that shit. Period. Stand tall in it. I'm not tolerating no disrespect. I'm not tolerating no fuckery. I'm not dealing with.
But the only way we can do that is if we assume economic and political power. Again, we don't
There
really
we
have any
go.
authority or any position to do anything. So
So let me
it's
ask you a
either
question. Let me stop you
basically
right there. Let me stop you right there. Let me ask you a question.
okay.
'Cause
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
a,
go
that's a
ahead.
great
Yeah,
thing
go
you
ahead,
just
go
said.
ahead.
I'm gonna ask you a question because I want to know where you go with
Yeah.
this. All right.
All right.
Do you think we deserve political? Do you think we should have it? I'm asking. You think we should have political power and clout? Or I mean, is that something
Uh,
you want?
as black men, I believe we do. Yes.
Okay, we should, right? And is it something you want?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want, and that's going to take a group.
Okay.
We can't do that as individuals.
Yeah.
That's all I be trying to tell brothers all the time. I know how
Yeah.
y'all feel. I've been through it. You know what I mean? I'm not talking as some dude out here that's been in a perfect fucking marriage. I can't stand the motherfuckers who do that shit too. They come through with their little perfect marriage. I've been married for so long and I never had an issue. Okay, man, that's not what everybody else is dealing with. Okay, all right. I'm out here in whore country. I'm out in the war zone. I'm out here 42, still in the war zone because I'm single. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not coming from a position of where I don't understand what brothers are going through, what they have to deal with. I'm not coming from that position at all. All I'm saying is that all I'm saying is that if we to really get what we want in life, to really have agency, we're gonna have to go out here and get on the power play. We're gonna have to get on the power move. It's not. It might take a generation, two or three, to get where we need to be. All right, and that's just something that I got, and I want brothers to really think about. You don't have to accept it. You don't have to live it. I'm living it, but that's my mindset. Because if I go off and get me, a German woman, bring her back to the states, I'm still a black man under some else's power. They still writing the laws. They still writing the bills. They still doing what they want to do. We got to just go along with the shit. And I'm tired of that. Because to me, there's a bigger issue. You know what I mean? Than the women. Because that bigger issue is what caused the problem with the women. Kind of like what Black Mind was saying. You know what I mean? We can't act like what we've been through didn't happen. We can't act like the ghettos wasn't created. We can't act like there wasn't policies that helped us come about. That there wasn't policies that went into black communities and went into black women's houses and said, "Look, if you want this welfare, you know what I mean, you better have no man in here." They wasn't doing that in the white communities. At the same time, they wasn't giving us jobs. At the same time, they were actively not trying to hire black men. At the same time, they were doing white flight and pulling the wealth out of urban centers. At the same time, they were taking built up black communities and running fucking train stations through them and putting waste and plant. There's a lot of shit that happened to the black community. We all know the CIA had a hand in the crack epidemic. We
Black
can't,
women as well.
huh?
Said black women had
Oh yeah, black
a
people,
degree in
black
it.
people. We
Yeah.
all participated in that, right? As far as the bottom level, I'm talking about the shit. We didn't bring it to the shores. You see what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
didn't. This was a government lift to fund the Iran Contra situation and to fund other rebels in South America for political reasons, fighting communism, whatever the case might be. They put that shit on us. They made us the drug addicts to fund their thing. And they thought it was going to kill us. Our government did that to us. This is real shit. They're making shows and movies about it now. It's not even a secret no more. And everybody who
Mm.
fucking was everybody who was a goddamn what's the word I'm looking for? Fire person who pulls the or who tells what's happening. Whistleblower. Everybody who was a whistleblower is dead. I'm talking about police,
Mm.
police guy, white policemen who came out and said,
So
"Yo, this was happening. This was going on." And
the
huh?
way that the way that I look at it is that when it comes to black men, now looking at it from a historical perspective, I feel like black men are basically what fuel the culture. Obviously, we know this during slavery. Black men were here to work for physical labor, basically. There were things that we did, like the cotton gin and things like that, that pretty
Yeah,
much put America ahead of everything else.
yeah, sugar cane, steel, all that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, you could even go back to ancient times where you would have black civilizations fueling Asian cultures, fueling European cultures and stuff like that. So wherever black people go, black men specifically, the race will always survive.
yeah.
That's the point that I'm trying to make. So we don't necessarily have to stay here. I mean, we can, but the point that I'm just trying to make is that um, we can get other women as well. We can go out to other countries. We don't have to stay in America. I feel like there's maybe a percentage of black men that kind of feel betrayed by America. They feel
Yeah,
like America, yeah,
yeah.
it's basically, you know, so it's like kind of why would you sort of stay here and try to save a country that historically has
Nah,
betrayed
it's not
you
about
over
saving
and
it.
over
It's
again?
not a country. It's our country, and it was built by
Okay.
our ancestors. You know what I mean? And that's the pride I have in it. You know, we fought in every
Yeah.
war. Everything that America is was built on top of us. Now, brothers like Black Mine, I need him right where he is. Like my brother, just DeAndre, he was about to move to England. And I was like, hell no, I need you in Japan. I need you sound like brothers. I need, you know what I mean? I need brothers out there that I can connect with when I'm traveling through the world. I hate to be selfish, you know what I mean? I just know 19.5 million men can't do that. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's no
Well,
country that's going
again,
to
it's
take in 200,000
that
black men, let alone 2
we're
million.
being led by women. That's pretty much the entire reason.
Hmm.
I think that's pretty much the root of it is just like the culture going
Hmm.
back to slavery, where the women are in charge of the community, which is obviously backwards and upside down. So
Yeah.
obviously, you know,
We got to
yeah.
stop following
So
them. Yeah, we got to stop following them.
yeah,
So if it takes you to take a trip overseas, and I tell you what, if you go overseas and you find a place that you can make home that feels good to you, brother, do so. Just stay in touch. I'll come visit you. I mean, that's how I feel about my brothers who are expats who live around the world. Because when I sat there, one of the first people I met when I got the clay concern over here in Wiesbaden, I was at the auto spot space sports. I mean, the auto uh the auto shop that they have on post on the other side of the airfield. And there's a bunch of old brothers in there. And I was standing outside talking to one of the brothers while he was smoking. And I said, asked him, when's the last time you been to America? And then he was like, yeah, man, it's been so years since I've been back. And I said, well, how long you stay? He said, man, I don't try to be in America no longer than 2 years. And then we had this long, drawn out conversation about how he felt about America and about the pressure. He said, I get home, I get there, and I feel anxiety as soon as I get in the country. You treated like a boy. You know, police messing with you. You said, look, at least over here, I might not have no vote or no political power, but ain't nobody messing with me. You know what I mean? This man came over here, got a German
yeah,
wife, made a whole new life, but he did that because you kind of, if you come to Germany, you kind of need to get a German wife. It's kind of like going to Japan. You kind of need to get your Japanese woman because you need to be part of the system. If you're going to live there and have kids there, it's going to be hard for you to bring another woman from outside that country and and become citizens there real hard unless you got a real high powered job and you can afford everything that comes with it. But if you're just going to go there and become a regular Joe, you kind of need to marry into that society. That's how it works. That's the best deal because the German women are clicked in with this economy and this society. So your kids, they're the citizens, and there's a lot of rights that come with that. And I'm not going to get all the way into that, but I see why they do it now. It's business, and there's a welcome committee over here. This brother's trying to hook me up with a German left and right. There's a bunch of women looking for brothers like me who got high salaries, and they look at you as a come up. They're not stupid. They're smart, and I'm not mad at them for that. I'm not mad at no woman who wants to better her life that way. All right, that's actually her being smart. At least she's not being a dumb hoe and coming out here and having kids and don't have no fucking way to raise them. See what I'm saying? I can respect the woman who wants to increase her wealth and her life. You know what I mean? As long as she's respectful and honest about it, I'm cool. You know what I mean? But I did talk to those brothers and I talked to them why they were over here. And time again. Now, some of them would say they don't like how the women are. The funny thing is about it, the one brother who said that to me when I talked to him again at the office, it was a white woman that called him a nigga over here. So it came right back to racism. He's like, yeah, man, I was in D.C., man, and I was dating this white woman, and I was actually married to her. And then one day we got into a heated argument because we started having these arguments, and she called me the N-word. And we all looked at him in the office. You know what I mean? He's over here married to a German woman now. But you know what I'm saying? So it was ironic. I'm like, oh, here comes the story about the black woman and why he did it. I'm expecting it to go there. And it didn't. He caught me completely off guard. It was the Becky. So again and again, the main theme between these guys is that they wanted to escape racism. And I get it. I'm on a KKK shit. So I'm about to kill one of these crackers back in the state. You know what I'm saying? They turning up over there. They're on a white nationalist movement right now. They turning the fuck up. And I live in Trump country. So I had to get away. I had to take a break from that shit. I've been in the country for 40 something years. I had to take a break. I've been on assignments before, but they were short assignments. I was in Bahrain for 3 months and I was in Qatar for 6 months. And then I went somewhere else. Where else did I go? Panama. You know what I mean? On these short, assignments when I was a contractor. And but I never lived anywhere else. You know what I mean? For a long period of time, like I have now. I've been here for almost 2 years now. So, I'm on a KKK and I see exactly what they're saying. There's so much shit you don't have to deal with. You know what I mean? Over here, because of the culture. They don't have this culture of policing black people like they do in America. And I want brothers to really come over here for that reason. I know a lot of cis-men brothers want to come over here maybe to get them a Gretchen or something. But no, I really want you to come over here for the experience. I want you to come over here for the breathing. I want you to release. I want you to decompress. It's a beautiful fucking feeling to just breathe, no stress. You ain't looking over your shoulder. You ain't worried about this. You ain't worried about what this white person think. You don't have to care about none of that shit here. If they racist, they racist. The thing is, they can't do shit about it. They can't act it out here. It's illegal here. It's uncivil for you to put a swastika in my face. But it's not uncivil in America to put a fucking Confederate flag in my face. So we got to go around acting like the Confederate flag don't mean nothing when it does. That Confederate flag is a symbol, is a battle flag for annihilation and enslavement. They would never allow that in the society over here. They decided to be civil over here. So even though you could be a Hitler loving, you could be, somebody who has a lot of affection for the old Third Reich, but you can't express it in public. Not here. It's against the law. They could do the same thing in America. They could say, you know what? These African Americans been in the country for 40 years. Let's show them some goddamn respect. Let's not wave this Confederate flag in their face. Put it on your car, or no, you can't put it in your car. Put it in your house, in your private dwellings. We can't tell you what to do. But in public, no. But we're not doing that in America. We're not doing that in America. They keep you in a pressure cooker, and you don't realize it until you get out of the country. And then you get mad. And if you're prideful like I am, I'm like, fuck. All the shit we've been through, all the wars we fought in, all the money we made this country, all the things we added to the culture. No, fuck that. I want what's mine. I want full citizenship in a country that was built on my ancestors. That's what I want. And that's going to take power. That's going to take political power.
Do you think it would take bloodshed too?
At some point, because that's how they are, yeah. But the thing is, they love money so much. And it shuts things down. It's kind of like why they're conceding right now. That's why they arrested the 3 cops. They can't function like this. You know what I mean? Everybody don't like protesting and rioting, but it has its uses. You wouldn't have 4 cops charged right now without it, unfortunately. And that's not a mark on black people. That's a mark on dominant society. How do you kill somebody in broad daylight in front of people? What happened to forget color, forget race? What about the Constitution? I thought y'all were patriots. Y'all don't stand up for the Constitution? His rights is being violated. But it's okay because it's black? You see what I'm saying? And that's the situation that you're in. You can't ignore that. You can try. I just cross your fingers and hope it don't happen to you or happen to one of your brothers or your uncles or your cousins. That's your situation. That's not a black power position. That's not a liberal position. That's a reality position. And like I said, bring your ass over here. If you ever come through Frankfurt and you need somebody to give you a tour, holler at me, bro. That's an open invitation to both the brothers I'm talking to right now. That's how real I am with it. You know what I mean? And we go out to eat and you get to see how it is over here. You're like, fuck out of here. And you see what citizenship really means. Germans have citizenship. And citizenship means something over here to them. Mm-hmm. We got to have that level of pride in America. We don't have that pride right now. Everybody, all we've been taught to do and socialized to do is fulfill our sexual desires, fulfill our consumer urges, stunt on each other and play around and party and fuck. That's all we've been socialized to do. And if you can do those things, you're living a good life. But you have no freedom, you have no agency, you have no true citizenship. And we get taught that in these moments throughout time when brothers are getting taken out and they playing with us. They showing us that they're in power by doing the things that they do because they don't do it to their own. This brother couldn't survive a fucking arrest over a possible counterfeit 20 bill, but a fucking mass white boy, a shooter commits a mass shooting can be taken in. You see what I'm saying? That's unacceptable.
It turns out that bill was actually later on they tested it and found that it wasn't even counterfeit. So he actually died over nothing.
Over nothing. You can't survive an arrest. But a fucking mass shooter who just killed people in a school or a fucking movie theater or a church can. I mean, we gotta wake up and say, "Oh, hold, time out. Let's put race aside for a second. I'm a fucking citizen. I'm a citizen. I'm a human fucking being. And that's all it should be about. So when you talk to your white friends, that should be your angle. That's what I do when I talk to my white coworkers. Fuck color. I don't expect you to care for black people or love me more than I love myself. Well, how about just justice? How about a justice civil society where we don't fucking turn on the TV and our children are watching this? Think about what's happening, man. Kids are watching this, and right now you got the kneel on the neck challenge, the George Floyd challenge. This is a vile society. These are young white kids doing this. Young white people, white teenagers, white people in their 20s being assholes. And it's vile. But you know what I take away from it? Let's go back to business. The way I look at it is like, damn, that's another generation of racists that my kids got to deal with. These are your future clerks and police officers and your future teachers and you know what I mean? That our kids got to interact with and gonna be under, or our grandchildren will have to deal with. And that's how I look at it. I don't look at it as like, they being assholes, they being stupid, they being silly. No, I look at this as future racists that we're gonna have to deal with. And that's just real talk. We don't have to really deal with that. Brothers who get outside the country know what the fuck I'm talking about. All right? Yeah, the women are nicer to you and they're better because they're not been inundated with this fucking foul ass society, this cruel ass society that preys on each other. And they also in their culture, but also when you don't have to worry about the police beating your ass and you can just be yourself and you could be a man without worrying about somebody getting quote unquote intimidated by you. You know what I mean? As a black man, it feels good. It really feels good. And then every now and then you're going to run into a racist or who's somebody who do something prejudicial, like what happened to me in the steakhouse in Berlin. And we just got up and walked out. You're not going to get out business. And we walked out, but no one called us a nigga, and no one, did anything like that. You know why? Because that would have been illegal. If I called the polls and said, "Yo, he called me a nigga," they would have arrested him on the spot and fined him 2,000 euros. The average German can't afford that. I make way more money than the average German. You know what I mean? So I'm just telling you how the world works, and it's like that in like places like Finland and Amsterdam. Well, not Amsterdam too much, because they do a lot of disrespectful shit. But there are other places that you can go where it's not like that. Iceland has strict laws against the N word and being, racial discrimination and racial slurs and stuff like that. It's illegal, even though they're a primarily white country and they want to keep it white. Trust me, they're gonna practice that shit. They're not gonna let a bunch of black people in their country and change the color of their country. They on some old Viking, old Scandinavian, Thor, type shit. But they do practice civility. So you could be practicing, racial preservation, and but you can still be a civil society. And America is an uncivil society. So it's not about, running America, but we can't make America better by making it better, a more civil society where we can just go about our fucking business without getting murdered or called a nigga or having a goddamn Confederate flag thrown in our face. We can have a more civil society. So the children coming up under us, whether they mixed, white, black, whatever, can be raised in a more civil society. Because when you see the George Floyd challenge, that's the smoking gun that you're not in a civil society. There's nothing. What? How do you make fun of that? That's hatred. These kids are too young to have that level of hatred and vitriolic nonsense towards black people. Where are they getting that from? It's ingrained in the culture. You see what I'm saying? So, these are things that we're going to have to deal with. And I have no problem fighting against it, man. But I can't do it by myself. I know that.
So would you say that moving forward, as black people, especially black men, we would have to change the culture to a large degree? Maybe, I don't know, implement different aspects of different cultures. Maybe I don't know, African culture or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
in order to
Yeah, I
okay,
mean, if y'all want
yeah,
to make that move and go get you a bunch of African women and let's start open up shop and bringing them back to the community, let's do it organized. Let's do it together. Let's make it a
yeah.
point. Make it a point. Make that
Well,
move where everybody, so even our sisters were like, damn, these brothers ain't playing. They got their money. They on top of their shit, and they bringing in some bad chicks, bad sisters from the continent. You know what I mean? Now that will make a difference. But saying that you're not going to participate, that's not going to make a difference because they don't hear you. You're not engaged. You're not around. You're not doing anything that they can see that's going to really move them. You're just not around. So they're going to just go ahead and do what they've been doing. That's do some dick sharing and some man sharing and continue to pump out black kids who are dysfunctional.
So like so when I say culture, I'm talking about like in general, things like I was telling Black Mind earlier, like things like the American diet. You know, I believe Black people have
Mhm.
the worst. I think we're the highest in every statistic when it comes to like diabetes, cancer, high blood pressure, and things like that. So we would have to introduce a new diet that's more conducive to our biochemistry.
Yeah,
Um, uh,
more of a plant-based diet.
yeah, and then we talk yeah, basically. And then we talk about basically how the culture is like female oriented, dominated, you know, where the women are in charge. We would have to definitely flip that back around. And then when it comes to, you know, this thing, well, we obviously know that in the Black community we have this thing where like we have these prerequisites that everybody has to follow, and if you don't follow it, you're pretty much ostracized out of the community. You know, you have to be able to play basketball. That's like a big thing. You know, you have to always have a fresh haircut. You know, you have to wear Jordans and name brand clothing. You know, you have to do like certain things to be accepted in the community. Like I think
Mhm.
we should like do a complete revamp of the culture, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with that.
Yeah,
I'm with that. And you know what's
yeah.
crazy is that your generation is the one that can make the most impact. You know why? You got the energy. So you can have
Yeah.
support and leadership from the older brothers like myself now who should be leading right now, the 40 something year old men. You know, but you guys, you know how I give example. I remember early hip hop in late 80s and 90s, we were doing the medallion thing. You know what I mean? It was a lot of black power music. We were wearing historically black college hoodies and shit. If you go back and watch Different World, and they show you a little bit of this. And we were being more conscious about ourselves. But the problem is that consciousness wasn't complemented with capital and a business movement. See, we didn't need an emotional movement. That's cool. It was good to have. It was in the music. It was fun. We had our little medallions. We had words like God and Son that we put into the mainstream to talk to each other a certain way. And all this was like 5% lingo. Some of it came from Nation Islam, and we infused it in the music, and we changed the culture. And when our dances were based on Egyptian movements, a lot of people don't know this. And this is what came out of New York and the East Coast, And then when it got to the West Coast, they added reality rap, and later on that got turned into gangster rap, and then it just all went downhill from there once corporations got involved. But the bottom line is that that shit impacted the culture. We had the culture.
Yeah.
You guys can create a lot. Look, being black is beautiful because we are very creative in our culture. Everybody, we make trends. We set the trends. You know what I mean? Especially black African Americans. That's what makes us special as African Americans. We set so many
That's why
trends. You know what I mean?
that's why I said earlier we pretty much fuel the entire world. You know, we
Hmm.
fuel every culture just about in America. Well, just like um in the planet, just like in general. Sorry.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree. I agree, man. And hopefully, we can get back on that kind of mindset. But now, do the things you want to do. All right. This culturally change the culture based on what we think should happen as men, and infuse it into the music and to the lingo and everything that we do. And that's very easy to do. One thing that we can do with young black people is give them something catchy to do. They love doing something catchy. You know what I mean? It's not hard to do. You know what I mean? We just need to be consistent, and we need to control it ourselves. When we controlled our own music, our music was the shit. Our music was genius when we controlled it. Because black men, we require excellence. Hip hop, you had to be a lyricist. You had to be able to rhyme. Jazz, you had to be able to play. You know what I'm saying? Funk, you had to be able to play and sing. You had to have talent, man. We didn't just put anybody out there. Now we just putting anybody out there. Well, we're not just putting anybody out there. The corporations are putting anybody out there, and they're deciding what rap music is and what gets promoted and what doesn't. That's why you don't see Kendrick Lamar being pushed anymore. Kendrick Lamar was so goddamn potent and so talented. He was able to push through what corporate America wanted. You know what I'm saying? He was so good, but they don't want artists like Kendrick Lamar or J. Cole. They want that motherfucking ignorant motherfucker, Waka Flocka, not Waka Flocka. What's that motherfucker from Florida? Dark skin cat, always talking crazy with the gold tooth. Um,
Um, Young Thug,
well,
Future.
Young Thug is one of them, but I'm talking the other one that keeps getting arrested all the time. You know,
Wait a minute. Is Kodak Black from
Kodak
Florida?
Black. Yeah, Kodak Black. That's what I'm saying. That's what they want to
Okay.
promote. They want to promote Young Thug, Kodak Black, and anything that deals with degradation of the community. And also, I also noticed they love promoting the brothers who like to promote non-black women. You see what I'm saying? So it's there's an agenda. There's an agenda at play. You know what I mean? There's definitely an agenda at play. This is ridiculous. There are too many good artists in the black community that are not getting no looks, that make good music, and they won't get no shine. That means they only want fucking Takashi 6ix9ine. They only want I'm trying to think. I don't have the brain cramp right now because I really don't listen to all this bullshit no more.
So, what would you say to like a lot of black people, a lot of black men in particular that may be SYSBM, that may be IPMOR, that don't think that we're African, that don't think that we should go back to our African roots or just implement different cultures in general? Because there's a lot of black people in the community that feel like there isn't really anything wrong with the culture, or at least not enough wrong with it
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't give a fuck with it. I tell you what, I don't care what they think. That's my short answer to
yeah.
that. I don't give a fuck what they think.
Okay.
Fuck what they think. All right, you see what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck what you think. You know,
Yeah.
idiot. I don't care. Now, see, now we back in Blackistan. Now, see, Blackistan was ran by us, and it would say we just in here, just black men and black women, right? That's my demeanor. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. You
Yeah.
asking me to care about some dumb shit? Fuck out of here. I don't care about that. I don't. Hey, I don't care. End of discussion. I don't give a damn. You know, I just don't see how we tolerate too much nonsense. We really do. We really do. We tolerate too much nonsense, and we let it fester and let it become legitimate shit. And then now we got to sit here and literally argue with a chick that has cherry red hair for real. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with you. And I damn sure ain't marrying you. You know what I'm saying? That ain't gonna happen. I ain't marrying this nonsense, and let it be known. Be vocal about it. That's how you lead. Like, hey, you know what I mean? So this is actually why you're not getting married. You tell them. Don't be bashful. Be straight down. Be cool. It's kind of like my favorite movie, Roadhouse. Not one of my favorite. One of my favorite Patrick Swayze movies, Roadhouse. You know, somebody starts something with you. Be cool. Escort them out the building. They don't want to be escorted. You get somebody to help, and I'll come over and we'll help you escort them. But be cool. Always take it outside. All right. And when you get together and you escort them together, you both be cool. Be cool. You could be a professional about this. The truth of the matter is you still getting kicked out of the fucking bar and you'll get your ass whooped if you don't act right. But we're gonna be cool about it. Be cool about it. When I deal with sisters, I'm cool. I ain't gotta yell at her. It ain't gonna happen. I already know what I'm not gonna do. I already know what I'm not giving up. I'm not giving her shit. So you know what I mean? So I have no reason to get upset. And I don't need her. I don't need that from her. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the other dynamic I keep, that we can't throw out there. Look, black people don't make as much money as other groups of people, so we do need two incomes. And there are a lot of people, and I saw this growing up in the hood in Brooklyn. People arguing all the time, but it wasn't a codependent relationship. They couldn't leave each other. They needed each other. They needed each other. They could not, let go. They need one or the other to pay the rent, to help pay the rent, to get by. And that's a sad fucking relationship to be in when you need somebody, and you can't let them go. You always arguing and fussing with the person, but you can't let them go. That's a sad existence. It won't happen to me. I'm good. You got your house? Cool. I got mine too, girl. Let's hook up. You can come over here. You can spend the night. I got a fucking jacuzzi downstairs. We can kick it. All right? But if she get out of pocket, I can tell her to do what? There's a door. You know what I mean? There's a door. We get a serious relationship and we both bring a lot to the table. Cool, okay. I'll tell you what, this is what we're gonna do. We've been together for a while. Let's go ahead and get you out of the house. Why? Because I need you to go live in it. You know what I'm saying? This ain't working. I need you to go live in that shit. You know what I'm saying? I need you to go there. I need you to go live in that shit. All right? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do business. It's all business. It's not personal. And if we got kids together, let's do what makes sense. But this is something we're gonna have to start working on as black men. Is Black Mind back? Oh, Black Mind's back.
Yeah. I think it's been back for a while.
Oh, I didn't even know. I wasn't looking at the screen.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was over here
Yeah.
typing away or doing
Black
some work
Mind,
in
you
the
heard
office.
Black Mind. Black Mind. Oh, he's
No,
probably
I didn't
doing
hear him.
something right now.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, look,
Probably.
man, we're all gonna figure it out. Everybody's gonna have to go their route. I give you mad respect again. I mean, you made my day. You really did. I'm
Okay.
not blowing smoke up your ass, man. I mean, I really like, damn, man. I'm rubbing my hands like, shit. Thank you. Another good one. Another brother out
Yeah.
here who because you could be in the bullshit right now. Look, these girls are handing out threesomes like hotcakes, man. And you chilling. You like, nah. I'd rather be on some more progressive, something with more purpose. You see what I'm saying? You're looking for something with a higher purpose, which means you want to be a man of higher purpose, and I salute you for that. All right, you're not fucking a simpleton. And so regardless of whatever ideology you tag yourself to, whatever this direction you need to go in, your baseline is that. Because at 22, you could be doing something else. Trust, I know you could. I know you
Yeah.
could. You could be out here fucking up, dropping your seeds off in all different places, adding to the fuckery, participating in the fuckery, and not getting your life together and not working on you. You could be doing that, man. So I give you mad props, man. Mad props. For real. Because I'm telling you, at 22,
Appreciate that.
I wasn't
Appreciate
there. I wasn't there at 22. As advanced as I was at 19 years old, 17 years old, I was advanced. I've been on my own since 17, but I still wasn't where you were. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Intellectual, thinking about having these conversations, thinking about family, what's the best way to go about things, the type of women we deal with. I wasn't thinking about none of that shit. A hoe was a hoe to me. You know what I mean? What you talking about?
Yeah.
Black, white, Asian, I don't give a fuck. She going. You know what I mean? That was my mindset. We was wolves, and all we wanted was blood. And that's how we went around. We went up and down the East Coast partying, having a good time. Took care of business, sure did. Had a good career. I was in the military, got into contracting and all that. Always made my money, always was a working man. Never was on no bitch couch. You know what I'm saying? But I was a dog, a wolf. And I had no love. You know what I mean? I was just running up and down the East Coast, raising hell. And I know a
Mm.
lot of brothers that were doing the same thing. And I know what you could be doing. And you're not doing that. So I give you props on that. All right?
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Oh yeah. By the way, I didn't tell you. I'm from New York as well.
Oh, what part?
Yeah. I was born in Mount Vernon. I grew up in Yonkers, as well as New Rochelle, and I also grew up in Mount Vernon as well.
Oh, shit.
I also grew up. Yeah, yeah. I also grew up a little bit in Stamford, Connecticut. If you know where that's at, well,
Yeah, I know where that's
yeah,
at.
it's
Yeah,
pretty
that's a
close.
nice area.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I know some
Okay,
Greek
yeah,
girls.
yeah,
You just go out there and smash some Greek chicks. Never mind. I ain't gonna put nothing in the show.
yeah.
Because I'm telling you, I was a live dude. I know exactly where that's at.
Yeah.
Some girls out there wanted to get down with some brothers. They wanted to hang out with them. You know what I mean? And they pulled
Yeah.
their father's BMW. I'll get my man O on the phone right now. We drove out there and hung out with these rich ass Greek chicks out there. Anyway, New Rochelle, been there, done that. Um, damn, man, you left a place where you could have had it all. New York was a melting pot, man. That's why I was like, I grew up in Bushwick, Brooklyn, so dealing with Latinas and what I'm saying, and even occasion Irish girl, that was easy. You know what I'm saying? They went to school with us, so we went to school with with other races of people. So we had access to other groups of women right when we were young. So in junior high school, we were doing what brothers are talking about doing on the internet right now. Because I lived in New York, we grew up there, we had access to them. So you used to be in the melting pot, man, because there's some fine Latinas up there. You know,
Oh yeah.
yeah, no question, man. Boricuas. Yeah, now they hit the wall later on. They fast and furious with it, but when they're young, Jesus Christ, I'm having flashbacks.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Jay
yeah,
Sean, do you remember Lisa?
hell yeah, from Lisa Cole Jam.
Mm-hmm.
That's like
Yeah,
crap.
and I know that's before. I know that's before Mr. Webster's time, but
Yeah, he can
I'm
look her
trying
up.
to think
Yeah.
here. Yeah, see there. Yeah, Lisa from Colt Jam. And then there was another one whose name I forgot. I know her, but I just can't
Roxanne,
remember the name. I'm
Roxanne.
sorry.
Yeah, Roxanne. Yeah,
Oh no, not Roxanne. See,
okay.
Lisa. If you look now, yeah, she's somewhat hit that wall. I mean, it's
No,
not. She could have hit a lot worse, but she pow.
pow.
It,
Yeah,
it Yeah, you could look and see evidence of a crash.
Yeah, they gotta take that
Um,
makeup off. You really gonna see the wreck. You know?
Yep. Yeah, you're gonna see that, and I remember the songs. I mean, the songs were slamming back then. A lot of good memories. But yeah, you'll see it if you can find a more recent one. Yeah, you're gonna see it. But then if you look at Sheila E.,
Hmm.
it's a different thing. You know, it's all together. You look at the more recent ones of Sheila E., and the wall was a little bit kinder to her.
Yeah,
And so
that's one thing black women have over a lot of women. If black women take care of themselves, they age so well, man. Jesus
yeah.
Christ! Just look at some of the women out here right now. Look at Sanaa Lathan, that whole class of women. Sanaa Lathan, Nia Long, Gabrielle Union. These women are hitting 40. I mean 50. You know, it's Taraji. They all came in around the same time. You know what I mean? And they're all 50 now. Holly, 50. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Yeah.
got another sister who was 60. What's her sister name? She was the mother and she was Chicago's mother. Oh my God. Angela Bassett. Angela Bassett's
Hmm.
16 years old. Angela Bassett's 16 years old and she'll give some of these 30-year-old girls a run for their money. You know what I'm saying?
Um,
They drink water
yeah. Yeah.
and they eat healthy and they drink water, they age well. Now their minds a whole different story. And that's why we want to have to raise a new generation. You know what I'm saying? And because there's nothing wrong with sisters physically if they take care of themselves. It's the mentality, and that's really what the issue is. The issue is the mentality.
And
The
that's
mentality.
I wouldn't say that that's a difficult concept to get them to understand. I would say that it is an impossible concept to get them to understand. They're just going to keep rejecting that concept again and again. It's a big joke to them for whatever reason.
I don't
And
I don't necessarily think I don't necessarily think that they don't understand it. I think that they do understand it, but they just refuse to comply. In my
Yeah,
opinion.
because there's no backlash. That's what I'm saying. That's what it comes
Yeah.
down to.
And then
Uh,
when they get with Caucasian men or men of other races, all of a sudden they know how to
yeah,
act. You know what I
right.
mean? But
I tell you,
Eve,
you ain't got to go to that.
Eve,
You see some of these chicks that act out in the streets, right? And then you see them at work. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
there's
exactly.
that too. Yeah, you got a point. At work, you'll see it at work.
She know how to act now.
But
Yeah.
see, if you take a look at even the funny thing is, I just saw on my Facebook that Eve apparently said openly that the George Floyd or the reactions to George Floyd's death have caused her to have some of the most difficult conversations with her husband.
Yeah.
Um,
Fuck that.
and I mean, my response, of course, was somebody sent it to me. My response was, well, I stole your line, Jay Shine. My response was, she was a pit bull in a skirt with brothers, and now she's feminine with him. Let them to have that discussion. Let them talk about that.
Fuck them. That's
Um,
how I feel. Fuck them. I mean, I don't want to. These girls who write these articles about, I had to have a conversation with Brad because every time some shit pop off in the country. So now everybody recognizes racism. We just don't want to deal with it. And we can't keep coping and escaping from this shit. Now, when I see swellers talk that way, fuck them. I don't care.
Yeah, but the thing is, you hear them talk about how they've had these difficult conversations, and these would be conversations that a lot of us brothers, even those of us that everybody thinks are just running to anyone that's not black, these are conversations we don't have. I mean, I had a conversation similar with a black North African.
Mm.
But it was one conversation. Now I gave her the chance to fix this stuff, and I thought that she understood it at the time. And then 10 days later, she requested a divorce, and I gave it. I didn't shed a tear. I said, okay. As soon as I heard the message, I said, okay, you have it. In 90 days, it'll be completed, and you done. But later on, she said that wasn't the reason she requested it. However, the point I'm making is that a lot of guys like us that people think are just running off to anybody else but us, aren't necessarily about to sit up and have these kinds of conversations. It's one and done. And we hear and read these articles where she's sitting up and listening to him rant and rave and this sort of thing, and then going through the phone later and finding out that he's having really racist conversations with others, and and then they go and they write an article about it. We would know you can't do that. We would know if we do something like that, and then she says anything like, "Oh, this nigga makes me sick." We can't write an article about that. And we know why that is. We know that that's because when she writes an article about that, she's going to get sympathy from the gynocracy. We write an article about that, and we're going to get neck rolls, finger snaps, and I told you so from not only the gynocracy and matriarchy, but even from the goons and the matriarchs. And I mean, the goons and the matriarchal mandingos. And so, because of that inequality right there, that's why a lot of us are saying, yeah, okay, it's not necessarily self-hatred, but we're just not going to waste energy trying to fix, trying to plug up or scoop water out of a ship that's already got a big hole in it. But
I would never tell nobody to do that. Some of these motherfuckers are done. All right.
Yeah, many of them are. But the thing is,
as a grown woman, she got to help herself, man. You're a grown woman now. I don't care what happened to you when you was a kid. I had fucked up shit happen to me as a kid, and a lot of us as men and women, we use this as excuses. I don't care. At some point, you got to take charge of your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. As an adult, you certainly do. But at the end of the day, too, we have the right to demand equality, equal treatment, equal standards, and everything else. But the thing is that whenever we do it, there's going to be that backlash within the community. I mean, you would think that we would not get it from the sisters, but that's exactly what we're getting. And so, yeah, they're going to be men who are going to say, some are going to say, okay, let the community burn. Others are just going to say, well, maybe it'll save itself later, but I'm not going to sacrifice for it. And I'm not necessarily one that says, let it burn. I'm not one that can't wait for it to implode on itself or something like that. But I am one of those that would say, look, even if I try to go back trying to fix it, I wouldn't be able to. It just wouldn't work. It's not possible. And at 22, I was somewhere in between where the two of you were at age 22. But I was trying, even at age 13, I was trying to wake up a lot of us because I came in under the original pro-blacks. I was 13. I was coming in under elders that now were in retirement homes or they passed on. But I was trying to wake up other people about my age, sometimes even people older. And I can say that the way that the community reacted at that point, I don't care how old they were. I don't care they were in their teens. Like you say, you things can happen when you're a kid. At some point, you do have to grow up. So you may have to deal with the trauma, but you still have to make certain changes. Well, I'm looking at them at 17. And even at 15, I'm saying, well, you were smart enough to think about X, Y, and Z. So you should have been smart enough to think about what I put right there in front of you. And, hearing about this, man, F that mess. I'm too cool for school. I'm not about to forgive the community for that, to be honest. I'm just not. I'm not about to. And I know that there are others that aren't, because when I went to college, I met others who were grown up similar to me. They had tried to do the same thing when they were young, and they were met with the same thing, with the same reactions. And I can honestly say this is a pattern here. We're anti-intellectual. We're anti-educational to a certain extent. Most of the adults are not. But if the adults are not this way, why do the teenagers keep going through this anti-educational phase that everybody in the world is not going through? And then
I think
deciding that later.
I think it has to do with obviously going back to slavery, where like the women were always educated over the men. The focus was on educating the women, and you pretty much dumb the men down, and that's basically what we've done now. Black women have internalized that. Obviously, most of the programs and most of the opportunities are geared toward the women, and you don't really see any push for the boys. What is it like? Most black boys in the 8th grade can't read on 8th grade level or something like that. I think black men we drop out the most, whatever, or like the least to graduate and stuff like that. So yeah, that goes back to the women. They always educate the women over the men.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We gotta get off this day thing, right? So they did this, and I agree. But now we're gonna have to say, all right, fine. We need to run our own show. As men. I mean, as men, that's what men do. We gotta run our own show. Okay, I'm not looking for female leadership, and they being led by the dominant society. So whenever they tell them, yeah, man, it's okay to call this boy a girl and have her wrestle a girl and break a girl's arm, you know what I'm saying? They go along with this dumb shit. It's okay to sit your kid in front of Empire, your 4 or 5-year-old kid in front of Empire, and watch this show with them. See, we're gonna have to take what we call the streets back. You gotta take it back. Take it back by force. I think a lot of dudes who have like deep seated issues with the sisters will actually enjoy what I'm talking about because this will give you the opportunity to put a chick in her place. You know what I mean? But there's certain women that you should be dealing with anyway. You know, like I said, there's some people who you can't deal with. You're gonna have to deal with those who can be salvageable, those who meet certain criterias, and that's it. That's it. And I think it's enough of them left. You know what I mean? A lot of dudes feel like it's not. They feel like it's all over. And then my question to you is that have you lived all over the United States? No. Have you been in DC? No. There's a bunch of single women in DC looking for men. And believe it or not, a lot of them are avoiding that swirl shit. Even with the scandal, movement, and the scandal parties, they still haven't, they still hanging on to brothers. You see what I'm saying? So, I think it's a mixed bag, and I think sometimes we all get caught up in our perceptions, especially when we collect ourselves in certain spaces, and then it's reinforced over and over again, and then it starts becoming our reality. I always try to zoom out and see what's going on in other parts of the country, what's going on with other black people, how it is in other areas, so I can get a full picture of black society. The majority of black people that are dealing with the ratchet culture, they're not going to be in your atmosphere. They're not going to be in a young man's atmosphere. They're not going to be in Black Mom's atmosphere. If he went back to the States and started handling business, they're not going to be in the atmosphere. He's not going to have himself like that in them part of the woods. You know what I'm saying? When I'm in DC and I'm going, all the blacks do is hang out with each other. Still, they still hang out with each other. We in bike clubs together. We party together. We bring our kids together. The parents know each other's kids. We're still doing that. It's not completely dead. Now, is there some ratchet women in those groups and some things going on I don't like with some of the men? Sure, but that's what I'm saying. We got to clean that shit up, and it can be done. It can be. And look again, future thinking. I'm worried about the next generation right now. And young brothers like my man who's coming up, 22 years old and younger. I'm looking at y'all. Y'all the ones that I really want to build and give the game to and help out and put on and invest in and these are the ones we're gonna have to raise. We're gonna have to raise the future we want. We're gonna have to raise the women we want. We're gonna have to raise the men we want. Period. Because this is what you have now. You have the girls we got now. We didn't. That was raised that way. The women we have now, they were raised that way. See what I'm saying? The men, some of these simps that we have running around here, they were raised that way. So we're gonna have to raise the next generation. And I know that's a hard pill for people to swallow because what that equals is like, damn. So I don't do what I want to do in this lifetime. Well, look, all these other cultures that you revere, there was always a rebuild generation. Always. There was always some generation that had to sacrifice to get shit right. No different for the Jews. Damn sure ain't different for white society. No different from some of the African countries over in Africa. Look at the Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was a desert. There were generations of people who lived in squalor. They didn't have what they had now. So the people living now are now enjoying the works and the fruits of the labor of the parents that came before them. You see what I'm saying? And that's just the way it is. That's just how it goes. Unfortunately, we're on the clock right now. We got to make some real decisions, or we're going to step in and reset this shit. I'm all for resetting. If you want to burn it down, um, don't let it burn. Don't you do a control burn with the intent, with the full intent to rebuild it. You know what I'm saying? I'm with that. I agree. This shit is fucked up. I would never sit here and argue with it. I would never sit there and argue back. But I'm not about to abandon my people and abandon the future of my people. There's too many young men like you coming up. And there's young men like you that's 16 years old coming up. See, if I'm out of the community, I'm worried about doing me, and I'm halfway around the world, and I'm running around with my penis in my hand, and I'm having sex and all that. You know what I'm not available to? I'm not available to you. I'm not available to you or any other brother like you. And for that matter, any sister like you. I'm not available to you. I'm off doing what I want to do. I'm off in my happiness. You see what I'm saying? Now, my brother Black Mon, he's an educator. And I have a soft spot for educators. I love teachers and I respect what they do. My man Art Neutral, he's a teacher, and usually if a brother is a teacher, and I know the teachers don't make that much, and they need something for me to get it. My man, this be Joe, he's a teacher out in Japan. You know what I mean? So, I know brothers who are teaching in the country, teaching around the world, and these brothers to me they're untouchable. They're to be revered, they're to be supported, no matter what. I don't care what Black Mind's ideology is. He has an important job. And my job as a black man is to support him no matter what. Period. He's a black educator. All right. Same thing with you. If you started to get into something, you was thank you, baby. And my daughter just brought me some breakfast. That was sweet. So anyway, if you become an educator or a builder or somebody doing something important to society, right? I have to support you. I have to take your phone call. The shit I'm talking about, I'm living. You know what I mean? If you need me, I will be there for you. You're doing something that needs to be done, and it has to get done, and it's something important. Me as a black man, I have to support you. Now, if you call me for some fucking Jordans, I'm gonna hang up on. Matter of fact, no, I take that back. I'm gonna cuss you out, then hang up on. I did it to my sister. My sister was at Delaware State, and she didn't call me for no books and shit. And I'm like, she's like, yeah, I didn't get these Jordans. I said, Bree, if you don't get the fuck off my phone. This is how I talk to my sister. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm talking about. This is how I influence my sisters too. So I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
Because I was just going to say, because you have to. When you said that's how you talk to your sister,
yeah,
I was just going to respond by saying, obviously, because you have to, and I'm sure that you wouldn't do it just for fun, because we don't talk to our relatives this way by nature, just for the fun of it.
But that was all in love.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said that was all in love. I said it the way I meant it, and I meant it in love. Get the fuck off. I wanted to hit her gut. Don't you ever call me for that, man. I said, if you call me for some books, that'd be one thing. But some Jordans, Bree, man, get the fuck off my phone. And that's it. She's still mad at me about that, by the way. But I don't care. But I got 3 other sisters who get it, and I don't have no problems with it. And because of my influence and the influence of my stepbrothers, they feel they have to respect not only black men in general, but they want to make sure that they hold themselves up to a certain level. This is what I mean. I'm talking about living this shit. I'm a black man. I'm in a black life. I have black sisters. I have nieces. I have a nephew. I have a nephew now. My sister, one of my younger sisters, my second youngest sister, had a baby last year. So I got a nephew coming up. I got generations coming behind me now. So I got to think about them. And they're going to be interacting with other black people. So how do we get them on code? How do we get them prepared for the future? And how do we get them rolling? Now, if I'm out here worrying about my own desires, I'm not there for them. I'm not there for them. I'm not even attached to them no more. They going through black shit, and I'm over here living La Vida Loca and, with Gretchen. I ain't even thinking about Blackistan. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of the things, whether, you're in or you're out, but I also need some of our brothers to get around the world so we can do business. So if I ever come to the Middle East, I'm definitely going to shoot at Black Mind, like, yo, man, what's going out your way? I heard this was happening out there. What have you heard? Give me some intel. I hit Yusuf over in Brazil. Hey, yo, what's going on in your world, man? Hey, what's going on out there? So what's going on in the economy? How's the banking out there? How does that work? I'm getting information from a brother living there. Same thing if I go to Japan. You know what I mean? I don't care if it's business or touring. I love the fact that we have brothers who are spread out. You know what I mean? I just know 19.5 million brothers can't do it. So we're going to still have black people dealing with black people. And we got to solve this fucking problem. Back home. Home base got to be dealt with.
Well, 19 million certainly won't be able to go to one place. As far as 19 million going to different places, well, that's what the Indians did. And so
Native Americans or?
No, I'm sorry. I meant the people from the country of India.
Okay.
That's what they've done. I don't know exactly how many have left, but I mean, there are 18 million Mexicans in the United States. The population of citizens is about 100. Well, this was years ago. It was 118 million, and only 100 million were actually in the country. And so there are larger numbers that can migrate depending on where you're going to. We couldn't necessarily all flood into one country unless it's a really big country, and that's pretty much Russia and China. We know how they're not going to take us, or Canada, where you don't have that much land you can even live on. So we don't really expect nations that size. But when we spread out amongst different nations, a lot more of us could bounce than what we expect. The question would be, or your question would simply be, how necessary is it? It may not be necessary that all of us do, but like Danielle said, they ain't gonna make any changes till enough of us leave, because as far as the rewards and punishments go, they got a whole system that's ready to protect them from us being able to reward or punish them. They
Right.
got a whole system behind them, and that system is the same one as our enemies. You
Yeah.
can't really do much to build a community if your opposite gender has become your enemy. And
Yeah.
so even if somebody wants to stay, those who are going to stay are going to, one, they're going to have to be ready to take on that whole system physically, militarily with bullets. And secondly, those who are going to stay are also going to have to be able, those who are going to stay, they're going to have to be in demand enough to where the sisters will be willing to say, wait a minute, hold up, massa, you need to aim your gun somewhere else. Because right now, with 19 million of us, 19 and a half million of us being there, that's still, that's not enough of a margin for sisters to say, oh my God, we can't take them for granted. Even though they outnumber us by what, 3 or 2.5 million, they still are taking us for granted for the most part. And you can't have a community sustain that way, because no community is really sustained that way. And even though around the world, generally speaking, men are taken for granted sexually because of the way that men make it too easy, we're being taken for granted in all kinds of ways in Black America. So there would have to be a large number of us just getting ready to go. If we're 19 million, that may mean that at least 9.5 million of us bounce, or 10 million, so that the numbers are cut in half. And even then, I think it would take more. I think that if we're 19 million, I suspect that 12 to 13 million of us would have to bounce before they would start saying, wait a minute, we're losing them. And then maybe then they might stop helping everybody that is against us. But right now, the way it is, no, that's not. They're just simply going to run to that alternative system and pick up the phone, dial 911, when we're not even necessarily going upside her head, but if we're going upside a guy's head because of what he's doing wrong to the community. Just to defend somebody else, you go upside his head enough times, she's going to pick up 911 on you, or because let's say she decides she's going to attack you and you defend yourself, and then she picks up the phone and calls 911. There's not really much we can do in that context. It's been set up, and they won. As far as it looks to me, it looks like the white folks won in America. I don't know how to beat them when they outnumber us as much as they do, when they've got the system set up the way that they do. And they also have our aunts and sisters and even daughters and wives and moms ready to side with them against us. Yeah. I mean, look at Oprah Winfrey and K.O. King right now, and they have said nothing about Chauvin. They've been silent about Chauvin at this point, last I heard. They haven't said anything about any of the other officers. They said nothing at all. But we saw how they were ready to go in on Michael Jackson. Yeah. But not only that, how easily they did this, got away with it, and how much support they got. I mean, Snoop told Oprah to cut this mess out, and Susan Rice threatened him pretty much with military force. And no, Massa never said anything about that.
And Susan Rice laid up with a zaddy.
Exactly. Oh, and by the way, Susan Rice's son is at Stanford, and he's a staunch Republican and Trump supporter.
Yeah.
He is a white conservative, ideologically speaking. So that's what we're dealing with here. We're facing a situation where if we really are up against something that if we could win against, we wouldn't know how. I don't know a way to do it except to leave and starve it out. And what's happened a few times in history I don't know. I don't see a way to beat them, honestly. I don't see a way to win, because even if we were able to do like one of my colleagues from South Africa thinks, he thinks we could win. He thinks if we just became America's terrorist, we would win. I doubt it. But even if we were to do that,
from where? He from South Africa?
Yeah. I got a colleague from South Africa, and he said he said to me,
they got to tell him they got to win there first.
That's what he was talking about, and he said that for the most part they were able to get the political control because the Boers knew that they were going to lose physically, that their military supremacy was over. And so maybe it was, but when he said it, I was thinking, well, even if we did something like this, and let's just be honest, we don't have enough guns. We got guns, and we ain't got enough. We don't have enough prepping. We don't have enough land or food supply, any of that. But even if we were to try to do something like that, and we made the headway, guess who was going to work against us? We already know who that's going to be. And a lot of African American women would not necessarily be willing to work against us like that, but they're not enough because they would be outnumbered by the ones who are. They would be sold out and probably shot in the head first, just to make sure that the rest of them were on code to sell us out. And so I really don't see a way to stay there and make a change. And actually, you could stay and fight, but I don't see how you would stay and win. I can't imagine that. And so, I mean, I really can't with a good conscience say, yeah, stick around and stay and fight. Yeah, America is ours. You're right. Morally speaking, it belongs to us. But the slaves built plantations, but if they could escape, they did. And I don't just mean in the United States. I mean in the Americas in general. They built the plantations in Jamaica, but they still ran and formed the Maroons. And even then, later on, the Maroons were forced into a treaty where they had to return escaped slaves that ran to join them. Slaves built plantations in Brazil. You know, it was our kinfolks in Brazil that built Brazil. And yet and still they formed those quilombos when they could escape. So we did build it, true, but we're never going to get our cut. It's certainly not by staying there and fighting for it. We got a better chance of getting it probably if we made a tactical retreat, ran off, left, waited for the natural disasters to to mash up the country. Because truth be told, America's strength is us. We're the reason that our passport is strong. America's a superpower because of Black folks, men and women, certainly the men. America's a superpower because of that. Now let's say we decide we're going to step away. Now we isolate the strength outside. We isolate America's strength outside of America. Well, at that point, we could probably go back in on our own terms and take whatever we wanted.
I would, I actually would agree with you, to a certain extent on what you're saying. Historically, what you're saying is factual. The problem is this: they have a replacement waiting. We empty out of America. They're gonna just fill it up with the white Latinos and Asians. And they got enough poor people from their own home countries and sub-home countries, right? So in Asia, China's the big dog over there. They got enough Mongolians. If they get to a certain level of life and they're not working the bottom jobs no more, they can bring in bottom Asians. They can bring in Laos and Mongolians to work for them. You know what I mean? Same thing with the Koreans. They're gonna just replace us. That's what that's what the Democratic Party is trying to do right now. You got one party trying to kill you, and the other party trying to replace you. You know what I mean? it just is what it is. We don't really have any friends in America, so I see what you're saying. I just don't see it turning out. Because I'm trying to figure out. So if it starts to fail, you think they're gonna turn around and say, "Well, Black people come back"? No, they're gonna just find a group of people to come in and be the new niggas. That's all.
Yeah, they definitely would not ask us to go back. I don't. Well, then maybe then I really don't know. But if they did, they would only do it within the first generation. That's probably about the. But then again, let's say if we did bounce and they're just going to bring in the Mexicans. Well, see, Mexico would have an issue with that.
Not Mexico. Maybe Central Americans. It's poor countries in South America. They're fine people, man. There's people who want to come to America. That's not hard to find. It's not hard. It's like hoes and shit. It's not hard to find a hoe. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of poor people on the planet. So even if they bring in poor Africans, you know what I mean? They'll replace us. That's not a problem.
Yeah, they would certainly do so. But
and they don't need that much replacement. Part of the problem with Black America is that they don't need as many of us no more. It's in every city you still have Black people still doing, the bus driver jobs, doorman jobs, and you know what I mean? You still got Black people doing a little civil work, you know what I mean, in a lot of these places, Detroit, New York, Chicago, and other cities and all that. But the rest of us, they really don't need us like that. They don't need us anymore. Our purpose has been served. You know what I'm saying? We were the chattel labor, and the only way they really make money off of us now is through, the prison system, throwing people in jail and making money off of that and You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they really don't need us like that, and that's really why it's getting so goddamn harsh because, it's because they're the crossroads. Do we oppress these niggas or do we make them equal? Because it's like we don't really need them, but they still pushing for jobs in government, corporate America, and it's like, oh, here come another nigga that he's so smart. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what your skill set is. They just don't want you there. They don't want you there. That's why they got this little symbiotic relationship with the Asians in Silicon Valley. There was a brother out there who wrote a article about being I'm trying to remember his name. Wrote an article about being in Silicon Valley and how he felt like he was on the island because the Asians and the other groups of men, they kind of see each other the same, similarly, and they you know they join together and hang out together and get along with each other, and you're kind of like the odd man out. You know what I'm saying? And then we see that. We see that going on with Asian society. Look at the video game industry, and look how the video game creators and the Asian game creators, they just get along. They have a symbiotic relationship in certain industries, in a certain level of respect they give each other. They give Asians that respect. No matter how brilliant you are, they don't give a fuck about you. Barack Obama was a dude from fucking Harvard Law, brilliant brother. And he still was every monkey in the book. This is the dude. This is the black man you think they would want, right? This is what we were told back in the day. If you just, act right, stand up straight, and be good, and white folks will like you. You can't get no more harmless than Barack Obama. He don't raise his voice. I mean, goddamn. And he still was every monkey and terrorist in the book. You see what I'm saying? They made him. They had racist tropes for him. So imagine how they feel about the average brother. And that's what we're dealing with in America. But I said, okay, game on. Game on. I'm not ready to forfeit what we've endured and what we fought for 400 years. I'm not ready to do that. That's just my position on it. I feel where you're coming from. I do. But I just don't see anything good coming out of it. I see it's going to poor nations, poor places where we have less. And then all we're going to be doing is, if we're old, we're going to wither and die. If we're young, we're just going to become part of the economic engine to help build that society. But then that society is going to turn around and tell you, well, we're the true Zulus, or we're the true this, or we're the true, you know what I'm saying? That's what's going to happen. You're still immigrating into some society. There's really nowhere to run to as a group. There's nowhere to go. Millions of us can't go nowhere. A brother here, there, a few hundred, a few thousand, okay. There's a big ass planet, but millions, hundreds of thousands, fuck no. There's nowhere to go. I mean, if that was the case, look at Africa. Why we don't have all this? We should have dual citizenship all over Africa.
Yeah, we should. And
we should. I mean, and they're not offering it. So you think $100,000, $200,000, $200,000, $200,000 of us could show up in Ghana tomorrow? Hell no.
Well,
a million.
if it's those of us with some sort of skills, probably 200,000. Yeah, not a million. No, I doubt that. But
they have an economy that can absorb 200,000 skilled black people. No, the economy is not like that.
No, it's
matter of fact, if you go to Ghana right now, the way they make you get your citizenship, black man, the way they treat you like they got the better country. You know what I'm saying? You coming in there, you got to be this, you got to be a certain age, you got to have a certain amount of money, you got to have, you know what I mean? You got to have all these fucking boxes checked to get into their country as a black person to get citizenship. And they treat you like you coming from a fucking third world country. You coming from America. They don't have an economy that can absorb 50,000 black people right now. No African country does.
Well, if we can't go abroad, then the last thing that we could do is we would all have to move into the southeastern United States.
They've been throwing that idea around for a long time. Bubba ain't letting that shit go. That have to be pried out of Bubba's hands. That means white people have to go in and kill white people.
Then, see, the thing is, we would be 80%. If we did it, we would probably be. If they don't let it go, we would still be 80% of the population in those states.
Correct.
If they didn't, so at least we would have the population to where they would have to let that go, or just live as a minority. However, however, that would only be state government power that we would have.
So you talk about states where we already have a strong population, like South Carolina, Mississippi. You
Yeah,
said
because
Alabama.
we have strong populations, but we don't necessarily have majority populations in those states. At least, or if they do, it's underreported. But if we were to leave the West Coast, the Northeast, and the Midwest and move back there, and even if we excluded Florida and Tennessee, the other southeastern states, we would have 80% there. So we would have 80% of the populations there. So we would at least have state government power. Now, that's not the same as having national government power, and we would still be surrounded by hostiles. But at least within the boundaries of those states, we would have, at the very least, state government power.
Hmm.
So the thing is, because we've done this before, and not at the state level, but we've done this at the local level, it's been burned down every time, 250 times alone in the South.
Mm.
So the question would be, would that be a good move? Because if we can't go outside the states
Yeah.
and start over somewhere else,
Yeah.
then there may not be a solution. We may simply be, I wouldn't say they were going to drive us extinct, but we may be in a state of perpetual oppression where they can kill some of us and get away with it and make money off of others of us through mass incarceration or paying us less for the same work, or working us more for the same money. I mean, we may be in a position where we'll never ever get equal treatment. So I mean, is that something we can live with? Because I know staying in the way we are now, where we're spread out throughout the country, is definitely not going to be a solution. That's not going to work. You said we can't go abroad. That ain't going to work. So, is there even a solution? Does one
Um,
exist?
I gotta slightly disagree. Now, let's explore your idea, or I don't know if it's your idea. Maybe it's something you were just throwing out there. There's been conversations about giving black people their own place, balkanizing the country. For that to happen, white people are gonna have to, admit that they can't live with us, and that's a conundrum that they have going on because they racist, but they don't want to admit they're racist. They want to always have these kumbaya moments where we need to get along. We're all one country, you know what I mean? But it's just look, you don't want niggas around. Just say something. Just say it. You know what I mean? Be done with the shit. But that has to happen first. Could it be possible? The problem is, what kind of territory we getting and what kind of economies can be birthed in those territories. And then if that's the case, who's going to be our major main competitor when we try to produce? It's going to be the United States. I don't see it happen. I think the United States will do everything to sabotage. Let's call it Blackistan. This new country called Blackistan. You know what I mean? let's call let's
Yeah,
call it
well,
let's call this new land Blackistan, right? And Blackistan versus the United States of America, and then the United States of America is already in bed with the Asians as far as trade is concerned. Who are we trading with? Only place left is Africa. But who got their boot on Africa right now? Or everybody else, Europeans, America, China, even some of the Arab countries. And so we need a lot of things set up to make that work so we can have a viable economy, so we can have some trade, outside of the states. Because I don't even know what we're making or what we're producing. It could work if we had a reparations package where America is giving us aid and giving us money over time to support our nationhood. Um, that could be a reparations package. They do it all the time for other countries. They do it for Israel right now and other countries. Shit, they were still giving Germany money, Marshall Plan level money up until like the 90s and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, um, it would take a lot of extra stuff. It would take a lot of heavy lifting from the.
Wait. So you're saying that if black people, if black men, or just black people in general, were to move from America and go to somewhere else like Africa, it basically they would find a new group to like basically oppress and everything like that, and like
I
America
think
wouldn't go anywhere.
depends on how we come in. If we come in
Okay,
as
well,
poor people, because most Black Americans don't have no money. They don't have no money, so if
yeah,
they come over there, they coming over there broke. So they're gonna be just a broke motherfuckers in another broke country or a country that's not that rich in Africa. There's some good
okay,
countries over there,
well,
but they don't have enough money to take care of a million broke people.
okay, well, like I said earlier, I believe that black people are basically what fuel every other culture, or at least
Mhm.
most cultures. Specifically America as well. America wouldn't have got to the place where it is now without us. And
Right.
I feel like black people, we have a very strong spending force. What is it like in the trillions or something like
Yeah.
something yeah, to that effect. So if we were to move to a different country, and then of course we make up the prison population and everything like that. You have like you have all these different factors that would contribute financially to America. And if we were to just abruptly stop, well, wouldn't the country basically go bankrupt or whatever? And plus, like I said, we fuel the culture. Everybody bites off of our culture globally. You see hip hop, you see rap, you see fashion trends that start in African American communities being used all around the world. So if we all or at least the majority of us just
And
stop fueling American
here's the
we
thing,
will
man.
collapse.
Our culture is still tied to America. All right. That's one thing
Yeah,
that
yeah.
a lot of black people don't understand. Yeah, it's black culture or black American culture, but it's African American culture, American culture. We're still attached to that juggernaut America. That's what gives it the extra sizzle. You know what I mean? And it's always been this cute thing with the world. Like, look at those Negroes. They fly, they doing their thing, whatever, whatever. And it's fun. It's fun. They indulge themselves. And I see Turks running around here with their heads turned back, listening to trap music, and they got their own rappers and shit. You know what I mean? It's cute. But when we leave the country, we're no longer American. Our stock goes down. I want brothers to really understand that,
Oh,
right?
okay. Well,
Because I
that
mean,
that
because
actually,
and a black man can back me up on this, man. He's in Africans get treated differently than African Americans do in the world.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Like America is basically, is basically is held to a higher standard. America is basically the big power
Mhm.
globally. So if you go anywhere, you're gonna have that high status initially just because you're from
it's a
America. You're
it's a it
American,
girl.
right?
America's a it
Okay,
girl.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I understand what you're saying with that, but like, let's say, and this is gonna be easier said than done,
Hmm.
clearly. But let's say if we all go to, like, let's say, I don't know, Ethiopia or Ghana or where the Zulus are at or anywhere, just and we just all concentrate on that area and just like building that area up, wouldn't that wouldn't that new place that we migrated to be the new America? And like we would have that status there. Like basically we would just transition to what we built in America, maybe even further just at that particular spot. And like
Nah.
that
The
same
reason I say no is because if we're coming over there, are we bringing the banking system with us? Are we bringing our political system with us? Are we bringing, our credit system with us? You see what I'm saying? We're part of an
mhm,
economy over there. That's what I'm saying. When I say black people are woven into the fabric of America, I mean that shit. You know what I mean? It's
mhm,
going to take some serious
yeah,
surgery to get us out of America, for one, because we're so ingrained into it. And we're so much a part of its culture, but it's a symbiotic relationship. You see what I'm saying? America would not be what it is without us, right? Culturally or even the wealth. Cool. But we wouldn't be what we are as African Americans without being American. You see what I'm saying?
mhm,
There are other groups of black people on the planet. That's what I'm saying. Look at them. Everybody respects the Jamaicans, but they're not African Americans. You know what I'm saying? Everybody respects, people from the Caribbean or even the Nigerians and all that. Like, you know what I mean? Like the Nigerians are the big boys on Africa when it comes to Black Africa. You know what I mean? You know, but
yeah.
we're still not
So
America. When our
so
basketball team shows up to play their basketball team, they get blown out. You understand me? We're still American. We were African Americans. We're the top Africans
yeah,
on the planet. You know what I mean? As far as money, performance. Now there's some rich Africans in Africa. They got the resources, but I'm talking about per capita. I'm talking about lawyers and businessmen, entrepreneurs, and all that. African Americans. That's what I'm saying. When we look at ourselves, I don't think we're looking at the whole picture. Yeah, we got ratchet culture. We got a lot of fucked up shit happening on the lower end, and that's a big chunk of us, population wise, that are fucked up. All right, but we're not a dead horse because I live at my level of the game. 150, $200,000, 2,000 a year, making black folk. Okay, fine, and that's one level. There's another level higher than that. Now a lot of us are not up there, but we're there. And you know what I'm saying. And I want to do business on Africa, but having America as a home base and having it a place to have, first of all, have my passport out of is I think is very vital. I think we should use America for what it is. It's a credit
Okay.
economic engine, and we need to use it the way other people use it. We don't do it. We just live in the bitch and we act like we still on a plantation. And we got to get off of that shit. That's an emotion that we have to fucking cut with. You know what I mean? We don't have an emotional tie to these people anymore. What we have is a right. You understand me? And we need to shift that
Okay.
emotion to that right that we have as
So
as
so
citizens and use that full citizenship to benefit us like other people are doing. Matter of fact, you got
well,
people who are
okay.
not even
Well,
citizens using it to their benefit.
what if we do this? Okay, so like let's say, because I think, well, you're right. So let's say we take a few of us, or like a certain percent of us, we go to like another country,
Mhm.
um that has like a lot of resources or whatever. We I don't know that much about economics and all that stuff like that, so forgive me, but like let's say that we somehow build an economy in some place in Africa that is very rich and resources and whatnot or whatever. So now we kind of have an ally with Africa, and
Mhm.
we're able to sort of like kind of like trade.
Yeah.
Would that work, like, to a degree, or no?
It'll be a start, but you talking about something that's going to take a long time to get to the point where it feeds everybody and keeps everybody in comfortable salaries. You know what I mean? That's to me that's starting over. That's a reset button. Now I think we
Okay.
all agree there needs to be a reset button. The question is what kind of
Yeah.
reset button or what reset button do we push, right? How do we reset? But there needs to be a reset button. I don't think we disagree on that. The shit is bullshit.
Yeah.
We gotta we in
So,
fuckery right now. But I don't
so
think
if
I just don't think that going to that you talking about a lot of people who are gonna be poor for a while. And there's other powers at play, man. Look, when we making moves around the world, other people are gonna make moves. You know what I mean? Everybody's fighting for Africa right now. And the Africans
yeah.
for their credit, they at least they're standing up a little bit more than they have in the past. A lot more than they have in the past. They're pushing back on colonists and I'm glad the Chinese are showing their ass, and they're starting to rethink that. And I think this right now is an opportunity for black men who of skill can go to Africa and again, and like Akon said, get rich. You can go there and help them build. We have architects. We have police chiefs. Why the fuck are you turning to the China? Why the Chinese got their own police chief? Why you got these white boys running around here being police chief of all African police force? You see what I'm saying? Like they have resources here in us as black people that they can tap. And we need to correct. We need to connect those bridges. But I don't think we get rid of our citizenship. No, I think we operate like the Israelis do, like the Jews do. We have these homelands. We do business around the world, but we have a home country, and our home country is America. And we keep our stake there, and we keep our foundation there. Well, I'm not leaving the greatest economic engine. And if you want to make this real simple, I'm not leaving. I'm not a sucker. I'm not leaving some shit my people built to this gargantuan level of fucking financial, prowess, and I'm gonna leave that and start over. Someone
Mm.
else, start the whole group
Okay.
over. You know what I mean? We're gonna go
Yeah.
through a depression somewhere else and start over, and then maybe 50, 60 years from now, we didn't built that shit up with no Marshall Plan, no help from the outside. See, Germany is dope now. Germany was rubble 70 years ago, but they had a Marshall Plan. And they had money coming in from the French and America, most of America, and England to help rebuild this country. And they didn't have to have money put into a military. And they didn't spend money incarcerating their own fucking people. And they didn't spend money wasting it on all kinds of shit like we do in America. You know what I mean? So they are a very rich country now. They're the capitalist, the socialist capitalist country. They practice socialism as far as certain things, as far as free healthcare for their people, free education for their people, and there's some universal basic income and some other things they get. Women get 2 years off when they have a baby. You know what I mean? There's a lot of good things to being a German. High taxes, they'll pay for it. On top of that, you still make a lot of money running the business over here. And they have a bunch of holidays. And they don't work on Sundays. So the quality of life over here is just different. And they doing it and they have a great balance and it's working. So you have examples of what could work in America. We just don't want to do it because the people in charge don't want to do it. The people in charge have a fucking stubborn culture, this wash surf culture that they call conservatives, and they run the country by, socially. even though they do a lot of liberal shit, especially when it comes to sex. But anyway, I digress. The thing
Okay.
is, they
So
have a lot of different ways they could run America, but they don't choose to run it. But you know what we can do? We can choose how we run Black America. We can choose how we interact with each other. We can choose what we're going to tolerate, not tolerate in Black America. Oh yeah, we can choose that shit and have a
okay.
good time doing it.
Okay, so the thing is just to stay in America. That's the most part.
Well, I mean, stay
Don't
in
like.
America but branch out. But I need to come home. There's no
Okay,
economic
all right.
system like home. I'm not letting it go. To me, it's business. I always go back to business. Whenever my emotions get me confused or my emotions get me where, damn, this sounds good, that sounds good, I just come back to the money. I come back to the business. And the business of our lives and the business of our existence in America is all I care about. You know what I mean? It was business from the beginning. We came over there to build the country. That's business. Our bodies are business. Our existence is business. So we're going to go ahead and get these job programs for police and correction officers all for these Black people. We're going to build prisons and charge the states and the government all this money. That's business. And everybody shows up to a conference and who's going to get the contracts for the fences and the clothing and who's going to serve the trays and who's going to provide the food for these fucking new prisons. It's all business. Our bodies have been business since we've been here. It's been all business. And I know that it's our
Yeah.
lives, our families, and people getting murdered, and there's an emotional tie to the country. I get all that, but take that up, put that away for a second. We have a business tie to the country. The country owes us. They owe us a debt, and we know what that debt is. But putting that aside,
Mm,
I'm not going to let you build this shit. Give it to other groups of people. Give them civil rights. Give them affirmative action. We're being suckers.
yeah.
We got hosed and bitten in the ass for that shit. Our grandmothers and our great grandmothers went through that for that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I can't forfeit that. Fuck that. We got work to do. I want mine. I want mine. I'm gonna try to get mine, but I
Yeah.
can't get all what I deserve because I need a good, block of my brothers with us. I need brothers who are thinking, brothers who got long-term thinking skills, who can have short-term plans and agendas and long-term plans and agendas, run them congruently. You know what I mean? That's the type of thinking we need, and that takes a certain type of aptitude. You see what I'm saying? And we need to search those brothers out, put them in where they need to be, let them do what they do. Because that's what they do in white America. You ever wonder when you go to some of those jobs, or I don't know, because you're young, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but you've been on these jobs, and there's always somebody on the job, and the guy's there, and you wonder why he's such a fucking asshole, why he's such a stickler. You know what I mean? Why is he so nosy? You know what I mean? Because they put people like that in charge to mind the store. They don't give them no extra, don't give them nothing. They just know they got people like this, and they'll put him in a position in management, or just put him in the office where he can be nosy. And this person's emailing the boss, telling him everything you're doing. You know what I mean? Won't let nobody have no fun in the office. You know what I mean? There's people who have certain aptitudes. We need to find them and
Yeah.
put them where they belong. We got people like that in Black America. Okay, cool. You that fucking anal? Okay, I got an anal job for you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We got an anal position for you. We
Yeah.
need an anal
Yeah.
position right here. You know what I mean? Well, you know what I'm saying? We need somebody over here who's a lot more creative over here. And that's how all societies run. All of them, especially white society. They find their creative people and they put them where they need to be, and they pay whatever they need to pay to put them there.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
look, man. I think we can do multiple things at different levels. I think there's only one thing we need to do, and that's get on code as far as what we're going to accept our standards as men. So that's dealing with the women and other issues, right? I think that shouldn't be hard. You know what I mean? We all agree on the bullshit. We all do. For me, 42 years old and you 22 years old, I think that's a consensus. All right? I believe that's a consensus. That gap in age and we both see the fuckery, that's a consensus. You don't need to go
Yeah.
no further on that. I think we see what's going on. You see what's going on. I see what's going on. And it's a shame that you going through it at your age. Because at least around my time, we still had women who had some sense when I was coming up. But
Yeah.
I think, but the other hard part is what we're going to put our heart and soul into. What's going to be our purposes? And a lot of people don't have a purpose. You know, I think our brother's back. So
Yeah.
that's all I really got to say on it, man. I think you brothers are good people. You know what I mean? I'm glad I came over here to talk to you guys. This was a great conversation to have with two black men. doing different things, different parts of the world. I sat on here with y'all for a lot of, because I've been in my office working. So I've been sitting here working while I've been talking to y'all, and that's been real cool. Because all I do is fucking contract paperwork, and shit is real monotonous and boring. So, but anyway, man, salute to you, man, young man. Salute to you, Black Mind, for let me come on. Because me and you have had disagreements in the past, and I told you one day we're gonna get on the live and talk.
Yes, sir. Yep, we did. And thanks for coming on, and I appreciate you gentlemen being patient with me with my long-winded sermons. And Mr. Webster, I'm glad you came on. Greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Give us Webster a round of applause, man. I'm telling you, I can't, man. Black Mind, I can't tell you how happy I'm meet this young man.
Yeah,
I get fucking amped, man. He got me charged right now. I'm ready to do some more shit. I'm ready to get some more paper. I'm ready. He inspiring me, man, so I could be in a position to help brothers like him. You feel me?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yes, indeed.
And thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Yep.
Gladly, gentlemen. Gladly. So this next live stream that I do may touch upon this. It may not. I may do another poll. But if either one of you does do one, please come on to my community or discussion tab and give me an advance notice so that I can try to with the time difference, so that I can try to meet you guys. I just have to know in advance if y'all do it. Okay. And when it comes down to living abroad and working, it may be that we have to do both. It may be that some people gotta stay put. I'm aware that there are going to be those who don't have a choice. Now, I wasn't going to interrupt the two of you when you all were discussing it, but I'm aware, as we all are, that there will be some who simply cannot. They don't even have the option, if they want to leave. And it may be that we have to have a two-pronged approach. It's a possibility. It may be that one's not going to work without the other. I can certainly see one of them that does need the other. I don't know if the other needs the one, but it may very well be that one of them, that each one needs the other in order for it to be successful. It may be that both enemies, from the matriarchy and from the dominant society, have to see that we could do either one. That may be necessary. But with WW, with Mr. Webster ready, already at 22, it's going to be up to his generation, the truth be told. Let's see, for you and I, we have certain things that we can remember going on, Jay Sean, things that happened that he wouldn't remember. He may have only heard about. I mean, he said he only heard about a time when, let's say, he heard about a time when the phenotype that was sought after was different. He heard about it, but he wouldn't remember it. And I can remember for me, it was a kid. It was during my childhood. I can remember hearing about that all the time. And then coming of age and things changed, but nobody actually sent out the memo. Just as an example, we remember messages in the music that you would not remember because somebody would have to tell you what to look for and play it for you in order for you to hear the messages in the music. And likewise, Mr. Webster, you've heard certain messages in music recently that we've not heard. And so it's really going to be up to your generation. And you're rare. You're not the norm right now. It's not your fault, but you're rare. So do what you can, but let us know. Keep us posted. You hear? So that we could at least give advice that's based on the feedback, Lord willing.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Gladly. Thank you both, gentlemen, and look forward to next time. Don't work yourselves too hard. And to the audience, thank you all so much for your patience, all 6 of you right now.
That was a good live stream, man. That was a long one.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. 7 hours. And I'm about to sign off now. So to the audience, thank you all for listening. The blackest hearted, blackest minded, blackest man on social media signing black out. Assalamu alaikum.
Peace.